and make sure it all goes well, And remember, yes, you're going to hear this several times during my show because I'm a really, big supporter of all of our holidays that we have. But hey, don't forget what Memorial Weekend is. It's for those who gave it all, really. So while you're sitting at a parade or you're sitting making ribs, like I haven't made ribs in a long time. I'm going to make some ribs, I think, out in the backyard and or you're going fishing. I'm going to probably do that this one too, and a few other things. But always remember somebody gave it all so we can have what we have today. Don't forget that. And so I just want to make sure we talk about that. Last weekend I really wanted to have all the information from the IHSA sectionals, or I'm sorry, yeah, that was the sectionals. Excuse me. That the tournaments that they had, because there's some really great kids fishing out there. And I was at the one up at the two tournaments at Bussey Lake. I know Skokie had a good one. Tampier was brought back this year. A lot of people caught fish. Yeah. There are no fish in Tampier Lake. Don't worry about it. Yeah, right. I tell that to people. My dad used to say that. He goes, don't eat that dessert. It's not any good. That's only because he wanted more for himself later. But, yeah, there are no fish in Tampier. You get kidding me? There's a lot of fish in Tampier Lake. So let's not pass that one up. And, but there's a whole lot of things going on this weekend for you to get out, enjoy, have some fun. And, I think that's what we have to remember. And all of the fun things that we need to do, just remember, why we're having the fun, too. That's the other thing I want to make sure we talk about. But, and let's talk about who's on today's show, the really big shoe. Excuse me. First of all, we're going to have president of the Cook County Board and the Forest Preserve, Tony Preckwinkle, is coming on because I met them all at Little Red Schoolhouse. One of the nature centers are my faves, but, I grew up going to Little Red Schoolhouse and on, 90-something, 98th and Willow Springs Road. But they were announcing a program there that will give access to the great outdoors to those individuals who aren't able to walk the trails because they're in a wheelchair or they're on, walking assistance, whether it's a cane, crutch, or whatever, or they're wearing a brace on their leg and they can't do the trails. Well, the county has bought some wheelchairs that are designed to take on trails. They have like trail bike tires on them and a big third wheel up front that's got a big tire on it. And, you can push yourself down the trail. It's designed to push two bars that'll move it. Or you can, as I said to somebody once, I go, down the road, I hope my kids remember to push me in my wheelchair around so I could keep going fishing and hunting and stuff like that. But it was a very interesting conversation that we were going to have with Tony Preckwinkle. And then Jake Lawrence. He was the winner of the MLF, Major League Fishing Bass Pro Shop Tournament on Nickajack Lake in Tennessee by my daughter's house. And I'm honestly, this was one of the greatest endings that you will ever see. I waited a couple weeks to get him on the air. It was beyond fantastic. We're talking right to the line. This is why that's the tournament that made me like so much MLF. And you're going to hear about that too, because I had to pre-tape his interview just because he's in another tournament this weekend. But it was really a cool thing. And then we've got the Aiden Fishing Report and fishing reports and all kinds of stuff for you here because we're going to have some fun and go on with things and talk about it and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to all of that. Let's see what else I got here going on. I got a few minutes here. I'm going to rattle off for the bass fishing the regional at Wolf Lake. Brother Rice won that one with 9 pounds, 4 ounces. Diego Perez had the big bass. Braidwood won Heideke Lake with 14 pounds, 4 ounces. Connor Bogard from Morris got a 4-pounder for the big bass. Woodstock won the Chain of Lakes. That's always a tough tournament. But they got 14.47. The top, 10 places were 10 pounds and over. I think some of the guys they should go fish the Blarney's tournament. They'd win some money. Mason Nikolai won that one. Then we have, let's see what else. Jack Skoll won the big bass over at Tampier Lake with the 3-pounder. The Oswego was a 10-pound, 13-ounce fish. That was a very impressive. Out of Skokie Lagoons, Winnetka, 1 and 2, actually. They employ 679. 4-ounce difference between first and second place, and then 3 ounces between third and second. That's wild. Big fish was Daniel Delatorre from Glenview at a 3-pound fish. It is just so cool to see all these fish that were caught by so many kids and so many people. You can't go wrong on this one. Let's see. Bussy Woods, Oak Park. This is the South Pool. I was at both of them, but I spent more time at the main pool. Oak Park came in at 12 pounds, 10 ounces. Big fish was 3 pounds. In Bussy Woods main pool, big fish was 4 pounds, 15 ounces. Almost 5 pounds. Cook County Forest Preserve Lake. Yep. Lincolnshire had places 1 and 2 with 15 pounds, 14 ounces, 13 pounds, 13 ounces. A lot of big fish were caught at that one. So there's tons and tons of stuff that were caught at all of these different locations, which I'm pretty excited about. I mean, you can't go wrong with any of that. Excuse me. A couple of side things, and we'll talk about that during the fishing report part of the show. But, we've been pounded by so much east, north, southeast winds and stuff like that. I don't even think Hannah's father would go fishing on Lake Michigan with 10-foot waves. Nah, he ain't going to go. She's shaking his head. No, he ain't going to get out of bed for that. It was brutal out there. And, people just have to, realize what we have, for all of that, The other thing that I did this when I still do a lot of work for the Owaspee Boy Scout camp, Owaspee Scouting Camp, new name. But you know what time of the year this is? This is turtle time. It's rescue your turtles. If you're driving through the forest preserve or in the country or in a state area or any place, there's a lot of turtles crossing the road. And they're not like Bugs Bunny. They're really slow. They're slow. That's why they're turtles. So, it's not uncommon for me to be part of the turtle rescue squad where I'll stop, go out, pick up the turtle, put my flashers on, move the turtle over to where it's going. Because too many turtles are hit, and a lot of these are in danger. A lot of them are not. Some of those big snappers, you got to learn how to hold them. So be careful on that one. You don't walk up to them and say, "Hey, shake my hand." You'll learn how to count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because they could take off a finger at the drop of a hat. So you got to remember that too. And then let's see what else we got. We got that. So be on Turtle Patrol. And this is Memorial Weekend. A lot of people out on boats. A lot of, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Remember, don't drink and drive your car. Don't drink and drive your boat. Always be the designated driver. And wear a life jacket, please. Because you may be a safe boater and everything else, but heaven forbid something happen with somebody hitting your boat or whatever, or falling out of your boat. Always wear a life jacket. It only will make sure everybody comes home. Well, Hannah, I think I got that, and that. You know what? I think we're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll be talking with Tony Preckwinkle. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Hey, sportsman. Midwest Outdoors Magazine is the one outdoor magazine that's all about helping you enjoy the outdoors for only $19.95 a year. That's right. They cover the waters we fish close to home and those special waters that we want to travel to for that favorite fish, whether it's Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Minnesota, wherever. With 10 issues a year and more than 1,000 articles each year, each issue is filled with articles by outdoor experts on where to go, what to use, and how to use it, including my article on local waters every month. You also learn from local and regional experts with the monthly marked lake maps, full access to the Midwest Outdoors Digital Edition, Insider Weekly newsletter, and much more. So go to MidwestOutdoors.com and sign up today. You can't go wrong. Waterworks Marine is taking deposits for the 2025 London Low boats powered by a Mercury outboard at that low Waterworks price. That's right, Waterworks is your one-stop for any and all service this season with 5 fully certified mechanics in Mercury outboards and other brands. But if you have a boat and need service, parts, supplies, or just want to repower that boat with a new Mercury outboard at some special deals, only make one stop at Waterworks. If storage is a problem, don't worry. Call Waterworks Marine at 708-798-9700 and get their secure storage rate just for you at a price you won't believe. Give them a call at 708-798-9700 or go to waterworks.com or stop in there at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills and tell them Chauncey sent you.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
For more information on joining a scouting unit in Northeast Illinois, dial 847-433-1813. That's 847-433-1813. On Diamond Ghost Charters on Lake Michigan, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is "Fish on!" And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're looking to go on a salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters. It's a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day with friends, family, and co-workers, all on Lake Michigan with a 2, 4, or 6-person charter. So let Diamond Ghost Charters out of Winthrop Harbor hook you up with a chunky summer coho, a trophy fall king, or a lunker lake trout. They're all waiting for you with Diamond Ghost Charters. Don't wait. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741 and get ready to yell, "Fish on!"
Hey, now let's get Captain Tony. I can see a phone line flashing.
I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away.
Well, he must be sitting on the dock of Winthrop Harbor, and we're going to talk with Captain Tony right now. Tony, what's up, bub?
Hey, how's it going, John? It is going fantastic. We had, 3 or 4 days of high winds, high waves, and it was pretty crazy out there. Beautiful day out there today. Fish are happy. Fish in slightly clear water. Cohos are happy. Everything's good.
That was the question I was going to ask you, because we've had north, northeast, east, southeast. I mean, it's got to been blowing for 4 or 5 days easily. And I mean, that's got to mess up the fishing a little bit, because it's got to churn the water, doesn't it?
Yeah, it churns the water. It pushes them around. I mean, the current's ridiculous, especially when you got 13-foot waves rolling in. It pushes the bait around. It pushes the fish around. And, it just starts settling down like Friday. And I tell you what, the bait is starting to form slowly but sure. But we're moving a little further offshore right now to get out to cleaner water. Mm-hmm. And we're picking up some cohos out there. There's a few Lakers and rainbows straggling around still with this cold water beyond 60 feet. So we'll zig and zag inside and out. And once that water totally clears up back on the beach, hopefully the bait will still be in there.
Yeah. Now, we're this early, you're still running small baits and stuff?
Yeah, I'm running basically some peanut flies with double-aught Dodgers. I'm running some half-cut flies, which are probably, I would say, 1.5 to 2 inches. And I do run a couple 3 to 4 inch bigger flies, still on a stubby Dodger, 20-inch leader with on my dipsies. That's what I'm running on my dipsies.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because, I mean, you're not going to be really running a long line now or anything like that. I mean, that's all, late summer, into fall, right?
No, if I do run like a 5 or 3 color, it's going to be down the chute. If I go out to deeper water, because you got to remember, lead core sinks, every color's 4 feet or something like that. So you don't want to be running a 10 color in 30 feet of water. You'd be dragging the bottom.
Exactly.
But if you get out to that a little deeper, run a 5, a 7. Depends how deep you want to go.
Yeah. Hey, if somebody wants to get a hold of you, what do they call to set up a charter with Diamond Ghost Charters?
I would call me on my cell at area code 847-366-0741.
And the website?
www.diamondghostcharters.com.
Sounds good to me, Tony. What do we all yell on Diamond Ghost?
Fish on.
That's right, buddy. Listen, take care.
All right, be safe out there, everyone. Catch a lot of fish.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors. This segment is brought to you by Diamond Ghost Charters. Give them a call at 847-838-2037 and get ready to yell, fish on.
It started out just like any other cast, except this time I hooked up.
This is Kevin Van Dam, and you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
The drag of my reel was smoking. Monster Bass. Please don't break my line. The sun was coming up over my favorite little bay. Little did I know, today would be the day.
Hey, everybody. This is Chauncey, and I'm at the Little Red Schoolhouse with one of my favorite people on the face of the earth. I have to say, it's President Tony Prankwinkle. She's going to yell Tony in my ear right now. Tony, I think every politician needs to have a resume of what they like to do in the outdoors, because you would have the most on there, and you glow when you come out to these events. And today is nature's accessibility.
You know, I grew up in Minnesota, Chauncey, as you're well aware, and we spent a lot of time when I was a kid hiking, going camping, tent camping. There were 4 kids, and in retrospect, my parents probably couldn't have afforded to take us to motels all the way around. But anyway, we went tent camping everywhere in state parks. My family had a little cabin in northern Minnesota where we could go and fish. So I love the outdoors, and I'm always grateful for the opportunity to be out in the forest preserves. And our listeners should understand that we're blessed in Cook County to have one of the largest forest preserve districts in the country, 70,000 acres, 70,000 acres. And you can go hiking, you can go mountain bike riding, you can ride your horses in our preserves. There are opportunities to go tent camping. We have cabins, we have nature centers. You can go kayaking and boating. It's a wonderful, wonderful resource. And unfortunately, many of our residents are unaware of these opportunities. And I'm grateful to you for getting the word out.
And, you know, as I mentioned during the press conference, that if you think about it, everyone thinks of a disability as something from a childhood or something that happened in sports, whatever. But as we got mature, older, as you said, corrected me. She's always a teacher, everyone, I got to tell you. But, you know, this is where your father or mother may have taken you to the forest preserves to walk a trail, and now they can't do it. You can do it with them, though.
Right. Well, I don't know about you, but I have osteoarthritis, so I'm sure mobility is going to be more of a challenge to me as I grow a little older. And for many folks who are used to being able to get around on their own and now find themselves more challenged in that way, this is an opportunity as well. So we have wheelchairs that you can use that have sort of mountain bike tires.
Yeah, they really do.
Mountain bike tires, and so you can go on both our paved trails and our unpaved trails in these chairs, and that gives everybody an opportunity to enjoy the preserves, for which I'm grateful.
Yeah, and this is not just available in one spot. You've got these throughout. You and the staff at the Forest Preserve have put together these wheelchairs with a grant from the state of Illinois. I'm pretty sure that's where it came from.
Yes, Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity.
Okay, we had to remember that.
Yeah, we're grateful for DCEO's support of this. We got these chairs through their grant. We're grateful to them, and they're at our nature centers. They'll be at special events in the Forest Preserve, so that everyone gets to enjoy them.
And I mean, this is what I'm probably as excited as you are that this nature is accessible, because you today you didn't open the door for 10 or 20 or 50 people. You open nature for thousands of people. Thousands of people can now enjoy what they maybe enjoyed as a kid or a young adult as they're a little bit older or whatever, but now they have access to more areas to just sit and let nature be absorbed in your soul?
Well, I don't know about you, but I always feel more relaxed and kind of centered when I'm out in nature, and that's a blessing that all of us should be able to enjoy.
Exactly. And I mean, this is where I can't tell you how excited I am, because it was like many years ago I had arm surgery, and I had to borrow a fishing rod from Fishing Has No Boundaries that was motorized because I couldn't use my left arm. And it was a charity event, and somebody filed a grief that I was an illegal instrument for fishing, and I'm like, oh no. Don't you want to get started on this? You've just started a whole animal that's going to fight for these people.
Well, everybody should have an opportunity to enjoy nature, and we need to provide in the forest preserves as many opportunities as we can, and that includes chairs, that includes bikes that are
accessible with the big wheels and stuff like that.
that have been modified. That's the word I wanted. Modified to enable people who are in wheelchairs to utilize them. So we're trying to make the forest preserves available to as a broad a section of our cross section of our county as possible. And this is just one of the ways in which we're doing that.
Yeah. And as I said, when we looked at this, I looked at it as not just the younger ones. It's now I can take my grandpa out with me. That took me. And that's what got me excited, that I can still enjoy what's close to home here in the Forest Preserve District of Cook County. Anything else, Tony?
No, I'm very grateful to you, Chauncey, for the good work you do in promoting our activities and events. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors with Tony Preckwinkle. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Waterworks Marine at 186 6th Street, South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills is celebrating with two great programs. One is the Lund Bonus Days to get a certificate for $500 on the purchase of a select 2025 model with a Mercury outboard. Or check out the low set for summer sales event and make your summer fun one you won't forget. Find that durable, trusted low that you've been dreaming of with a Mercury outboard with the best sale of the year that ends May 31st, and you can save up to $4,000. So whether you're looking for a new Lund or low powered by a Mercury outboard, or you want a fun certified used boat from Waterworks, call them at 708-798-9700 or stop by at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or go online to waterworks.com and get ready for a summer full of fun on the water with Waterworks Marine.
I fish. I also clean local waterways so others can fish and swim. I help build public boat ramps for easy access to the water. I provide fishing and water safety education for kids. I maintain a healthy fish population so tomorrow's anglers can enjoy a catch. I prevent unwanted species from spreading into waters where they don't belong. I restore the condition of rivers to help fish and wildlife thrive. I fund long-term plans to protect our lakes and streams. I do all of these things and more, all because I buy a fishing license. When you buy a fishing license, you do a lot. In fact, every dollar from a license purchase protects and maintains your local waterways for future generations to enjoy. To learn more about how you can get your fishing license, go to takemefishing.org. That's takemefishing.org.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is fish on. And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on!
We are the keepers of the wild. America's original and most invested conservationists. For more than 80 years, we've been committed to conserving wildlife and the natural landscapes that define our nation. From rugged alpine ridgelines to peaceful tall grass prairies, we've supported the conservation of more than 36 million acres of American wildlands. Our funding has led to cleaner water, fresher air, and improved wildlife habitat. From abundant fish and waterfowl populations to robust deer and elk herds, nothing is more important than maintaining wild spaces for adventurers to explore and wildlife to thrive. We are America's hunters and target shooters, stewards of the American outdoors.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors Radio Network. For more information, contact us at chaunceymedia@aol.com. This segment is being brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, where every boat sold is a fun certified boat.
1 pike, 2 pike, 3 pike, 4.
Let's hit the lake again and catch some more. My name is Chad Chewalski.
And I'm DJ Sweeney, and I got a little story about a slimy green meanie.
Some call it a water wolf.
Hi there, this is Chelsea Cartnan, and I'm from Ghost River Lodges, and you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
Yeah, and careful where you hold them, they're ferocious as hell.
They got a mouth like a gator.
And the body like a hog.
They'll bend your rod over.
Like you're snaked on a log.
But that's the type of fishing
that we both like.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors, and on the phone with me, I have a gentleman who I have to say, and I really mean this with all of my heart, he is a fantastic angler in the MLF series, and you know, there's always this MLF and Bassmasters and MLF and all this stuff, and I've spent many years with Bassmaster pros and talked to them, and a lot of them are in the MLF, and I sat looking at a TV set, watching, actually my computer screen, not the TV, but the computer screen, watching this tournament, and I get it. We're talking with Jake Lawrence. Jake, I get it. I understand it now.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you so much. I tell you, you know, it is, again, that moment and really the whole format that MLF has now with the BPT, it is so intense. Whether you're leading the tournament by several pounds or behind the cut or the next day's, you know, qualifying rounds, it's just, again, the intensity that we've been able to build around bass fishing, and, you know, competitively is something that is unmatched.
Mm-hmm. And that's, I've watched, I'm talking 25 years of bass fishing, okay, in person, and I've, you know, yes, it's exciting to, you know, a weigh-in where they're holding up the fish, but MLF, their tournaments, they're weighing them on site, dropping them back in the water, right there where they caught them. But the thing I saw Michael Jordan in the last 2 minutes of a Bulls game against the Lakers. I saw the Yankees, you know, playing against the Dodgers. I mean, it was, I couldn't, literally, I got pulled in so hard, Jake, by what you did, and it was just, if I get it wrong, will you correct me, buddy?
Absolutely. Hey, I tell you, you know, we're a few short weeks, you know, after the event has taken place, and you know the emotions that were involved in the last, call it 10 minutes of that event. It was just I still can't find words to truly emphasize the feelings that I had there, and I know Jacob Wheeler, you know, gotten to know him real well.
Oh yeah.
With this being my rookie season, each event seems like we get to know each other a little more and more, and I know he was feeling the same thing on the other, you know, the completely other end of that lake there at Nickajack. But again, just I still can't truly find words to, you know, we're always you know, game face. We're very, very in the moment, so to speak, with that particular cast, and almost kind of hyper focused on, you know, what you have right there in front of you at that given moment. But at the same time, you're always strategizing. Now that we know exactly how many minutes and you've got that kind of deadline or that time there's a lot of strategy that goes into this. And so I had a multitude of different places that I could have spent the last few minutes there. And there were all so many different reasons why I kind of made the decisions that I made. And it's so cool going back and watching the last 10 minutes there on MLS page. It's, although I know exactly how the outcome is how this is all going to work out, I still, my palms get sweaty and I get anxious just watching it, again, after I already know and have kind of lived that moment. So
yeah, so
it'll certainly be something that I hope that I have, many, many more wins, in my future. But this one is, I hate to say it, with it being my first on the BPT tour, it is going to be a hard one to top against arguably the best angler in the world right now. Yeah. The best guy doing it. So,
Jake,
really cool.
Let me put it to you this way: when I talk to a kid on my radio show who's 9 years old, dad took him out first time deer hunting, and the kid shoots a 14-point buck, I always say to him, "It ain't going to happen again."
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Exactly. That's usually the way it works. And again, just So I don't want to say satisfied, but it is a very overwhelming yet satisfying feeling.
Sure.
This is obviously I've always wanted to have a win at the top echelon of bass fishing, regardless of which organization. Right. And those are all just business decisions and kind of where I feel like I want to kind of see things head in the right direction. And but any win of this magnitude it's something that I've dreamed of long before I was really even old enough to. I certainly had no idea what all this really entailed.
So
again, that is very fulfilling.
Yeah. So Jake is fishing in the boat. Jacob Wheeler, who we all know, and he's been on my program many times. Jacob Wheeler hits a string of bass. I mean, like boom, 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 boom. The guy was a machine. And he went from some ridiculous place to first place, right?
Absolutely. And typical Wheeler fashion. And I even said that, on live there. It's like, I know. So what was really happening is, again, we were fishing two totally opposite ends of Nickajack Lake. He was actually targeting smallmouth, and I was targeting largemouth. Doing it two totally different ways, but we, in essence, each had one really key area, and it was a fairly small area for both of us. Again, totally different areas, but it was, again, just so neat how all of this worked out the way that it did, and him and I, conversating after the event, you kind of learn all this, watch some of the coverage, but we had really used up a lot of what was available there, on those key little areas, and we both left them with, call it 45 minutes to an hour, left in the event, again, strategically to allow those fish to regroup and kind of, get everything settled down and get kind of more back to, what they're accustomed to, and I along with Jacob, decided we would sneak up there to our key little areas with, call it 15 minutes to go. And again, it was, we both kind of duked it out there. I'm not sure how many each of us caught there in the last, 15 or 20 minutes. Wasn't a great deal, but again, it's just so neat to look back and although, he nor myself have kind of alluded to what we're doing, we're essentially doing the same exact thing. Him for smallmouth on a little current break and me a little hole in the eelgrass and really, really ultra shallow water and bluegill chasers, and so it was really, really cool dynamic there.
Yeah. So here is, Jacob Wheeler. He goes from, I want to say it's 27th place. I could be wrong. Everyone. He goes from 27th to first place in a matter of minutes. This is what, I'm not kidding you. Jake, this is what pulled me in so hard on MLF. I went, oh my God. So he comes in and they are down to a time clock. We're talking a minute, and these guys are popping fish left and right. It gets to the final thing, and that fish, when the last fish you hooked, I think it has to be over the the rail, right? Into the boat, right?
Correct. Yes, there has to be in the boat, not necessarily in your possession, but over the gunnel of the boat, before lines out, before times
before time's up. So he gets this, Jake gets this last fish, gets it in, and brings it in, and it was like, time's over. What?
It was. So what happened there is, again, Wheeler and I over the last couple of minutes were kind of, duking it back and forth. I had a little bit of a lead on him, and again, he was catching. I was still catching some, but he was certainly like doubling my catch rate, and we got down to, I believe, 2 or 3 minutes left, and he finally caught like a 312, almost a 4-pounder, to give him several ounces over myself. Although we have a minimum, what we call a minimum scoreable weight of 2 pounds for this particular tournament. It is variable, but there on Chickamauga and Nickajack that week, it was a 2-pound minimum. So although he's only ahead of me by, call it 6 or 7 ounces, I had to catch at least a 2-pounder for it to be scoreable and to jump ahead of him. We got down to exactly 1 minute, and I'll never, for as long as I live, ever forget this. It seemed like it was an eternity, but ultimately, looking back, it was only a few seconds.
Yeah.
I had a decision to make as far as I knew this would be my last cast, where I was able to, to bring this fish in time. And so, I could have made another cast and not been able to get him in, but I knew this was the cast, and I had a choice to make a cast where I had been catching the majority of my fish, or fish an entirely new section, and I took that new section and made a once in a lifetime cast, I guess you could say. It was kind of I'm a very high percentage angler, but this was a very vast area, and I really could have thrown anywhere out there. And again, just kind of God's work for that fish to me to line up on the right cast in the middle of, if you can imagine, just literally throwing it in the middle of the baseball field. Like, there is nothing out there to tell you, where that fish is going to be, and for all of that to work out, I got the bite with 33 seconds left and was able to land a 5-pound 9-ounce bass. I believe I had boat flipped him over the gunnel with about 6 or 7 seconds left.
Yeah,
so again, really, really tight and a big fish to get in 15 or 20 seconds.
Yeah.
We really kind of buckled down on it and made it happen.
Yeah, and I call it the Michael Jordan. It was where he's beyond the 3-point line, and he goes up, and he leans back, fades back, shoots it up into the air, and it's nothing but net. Whoosh, right in there. I'm screaming in my house watching you, Jake. I'm like, oh my, I have never, and I'm being honest, I have never gotten this excited watching a fishing tournament on television. It was watching the NBA.
I appreciate that, and that's another interesting dynamic to this tournament, and kind of again having a little breather after the event, and being able to talk to friends and fans and everyone. It's so humbling to see how many people shared that moment. Same moment, completely different place, all across the country. But the enthusiasm and the excitement for bass fishing and being outdoors that's what it's all about. And I would have loved so much for each and every one of y'all that were a part of that and had your own sort of celebration there, wherever you may have been. I so wish we all could have been in one place, but again, so happy that our coverage is the way that it is, and designed to the point that we can bring that to everyone live, real time. We're all sharing that moment all across the country at the same exact time, and again, it's just so humbling to see how many people are kind of utilizing or jump starting with this excitement level, and I've had a few new kids getting into fishing and kind of asking me what equipment they need and this and that, all just from watching those last few moments of that event. So.
And really, when I said earlier, I said it was like watching a horse race. These were two guys going against each other, and I go to so many other tournaments too, muskie tournaments, bass tournaments, and when they come in for the weigh, but when you see it live going on in front of you, and it's like a horse race, The Kentucky Derby had nothing on what I saw that day. Nothing.
I tell you, again, very, very special and such a unique. Again, we do with this format have a lot of buzzer beaters, but for that to be against who it was and for it to work out, the way that it did, it's just really unbelievable and something that I will cherish and along with my family forever and ever. Although I will say we are not content with this. We are. If anything, this has lit a fire under me. Now I further understand what that feeling is and how to kind of, make the right decisions. And, with this being my rookie season and a completely different strategy, with every fish counts and variable minimal scorables, it's a lot of strategy. And I've had a lot of fun this year. I'm all about learning and kind of the educational side. I try to give back, with my information and my knowledge, as much as possible. But that is truly what excites me about bass fishing and spending time outdoors and any time that I can, kind of take that to a new level. That's something that really always intrigues me. And I'll kind of get hyper-focused on that. And that's been a lot of fun this year. And it's still all something that I feel pretty confident Jacob and all the other competitors, we're all still learning. And that's that's exciting. That's when anytime that we're all being pushed to, the boundaries of what we know and what we're comfortable with, that's always exciting to watch. There's bound to be mistakes and mishaps along the way and certainly really exciting finishes and kind of all in between. So,
well, all I can say is thank you for lighting that fire under me, watching you guys at Nickeljack Lake in the tournament with the Bass tournament. What is it? The Bass Pro Shops.
Bass Pro Tour.
Bass Pro Tour. Thank you. The Bass Pro Tour with MLF. Watching you and Jacob brought a whole different look of bass fishing that I've never seen in 25 years. That you got an old guy to jump up out of his chair screaming and yelling, it was magnificent. Jake, thanks for coming on my program today, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And hey, if anyone is intrigued by our stories, and certainly feel free to be able to tune in. I believe it's June 5th through the 8th. We're going to have an event, another Bass Pro Tour event here on Kentucky Lake. It's going to be really, really exciting, and I expect a lot of fish to be caught. So it's a great one to watch.
If somebody wants to follow you online, what do they do? What's the best way?
Yeah, so Jake Lawrence Fishing, both on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Certainly give me a follow. I would love any feedback or any questions that you have. Y'all shoot them to us, and we'll certainly get to it. And I really look forward to seeing everyone here in just a couple weeks here at right here in my back door, actually. So it's going to be a great week. Really looking forward to everybody following along.
Sounds good, Jake. Thank you so much for coming on, everybody. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors. Waterworks Marine at 186 6th Street, South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills is celebrating with two great programs. One is the Lund Bonus Days to get a certificate for $500 on the purchase of a select 2025 model with a Mercury outboard. Or check out the low set for summer sales event and make your summer fun one you won't forget. Find that durable, trusted low that you've been dreaming of with a Mercury outboard with the best sale of the year that ends May 31st, and you can save up to $4,000. So whether you're looking for a new Lund or low powered by a Mercury outboard, or you want a fun certified used boat from Waterworks, call them at 708-798-9700 or stop by at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or go online to waterworks.com and get ready for a summer full of fun on the water with Waterworks Marine.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. the Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the 2 words every fisherman loves to yell is fish on. And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on!
Hey, everybody. Well, welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors. I didn't hear my microphone. Oh, yeah, let's wake up here. Hell, we need to hold on. Another sip of coffee here. Yeah. That's why Hannah's in the boardroom there, because she's keeping me on my money. Hey, first of all, it's Memorial Weekend. Once again, remember why we honor this weekend. Enjoy the weekend. Have fun. But take a minute or two. Just think. Or if you're driving down the road and you see somebody's having a little, presentation, flags, maybe playing a band playing, stop by. Go and listen. Just pay your respects. That's all. And our fishing report here, we got a whole bunch of stuff from all over the place, let me tell you. First of all, the Aiden fishing report. If I don't do this, I will get emails. Kid's got a fan club. Aiden's Fishing Report is brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Okay, Papa. Dad went out. Okay, Aiden, you're messing this up on me. I read this when I don't pre-read this, everybody. Papa, Dad went out of South Haven with his friends, and they caught some coho. They lost a few kings, but had a good time. We put the boat in this week, so I spent the afternoon, not day. You're right, it's not a day, afternoon, Papa. I spent the afternoon fishing off the pier and around the boat. I caught some bluegills. I had one carp on, but he got off. There were no bass, and I thought I saw some perch, but they didn't want to eat anything I offered them. If the weather's going to be good on Saturday, which I think it is, we're going to go and do a little bit of salmon fishing, and we're going to use Captain Tony's flies that he gave you to give to me. So we're going to see if we can have some salmon for dinner. It looks like it's going to be a good weekend, so get out there and enjoy the outdoors. I'll see you in a couple weeks. Looking forward to it. Love, your fishing magician and hockey player, Aiden. P.S. I need stuff. The kid comes to my house, I open up my tackle box, and it's like, what happened to everything? But that's why they're grandkids, right? Exactly. And that fishing report was brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Hey, speaking of Waterworks, he has a few 2025 models left that he's really looking to deal with. I mean, really looking to deal with. So give him a call at 708-798-9700 and say, hey, Chauncey mentioned on the air that you really want to do a deal on some of the stock that you've got there because the new ones are going to be showing up in a couple of months. Please check it out, all right? All right, what else do we got kicking here? Little Traverse Bay anglers were fishing the Bear River. Not a whole lot, but a few steelhead were being taken. So that's always a good sign. No reports on lake trout or salmon there. The Manistee River, brown trout were being caught off the piers while fishing with spawn bags or spoons. And that's when perch are rolling and you're using soft shells. I make, like you have a spawn sack. It's a little netting full of spawn eggs. I take a soft shell crayfish and make a spawn sack, basically a crayfish sack, out of that same netting and they're not stealing the bait. And you're using it more. And hey, they don't care what it looks like. They're just going for the smell. Remember that little tidbit. Also, up in Ludington, we're seeing some activity. For salmon, water temperature is still cold. That lake is cold, folks. I mean, it was 50 degrees here in Chicago the other day when our dear friends at ABC mentioned the temperature up there. So please, Little Bay Denac walleye fishing was found that have been very good. Anglers reported catching walleye either using jigs tipped with natural bait or soft plastic baits. That's always a good thing. Little Bay Denac's one of my little favorite places to go. In Indiana, wind waves have prevented fishing pretty much most of this week, but anglers were still catching some salmon on dodgers and flies and spoons and on riggers or even trying lead cores on a good couple of hours. When the lake settled down, they get out there, try to catch some fish, wind change direction, boom, they're off. So they're working on that. Some largemouth in the weeds. That's another good sign. Trail Creek, Little Calumet River, and Salt Creek in Indiana. A few early Skamania steelhead have showed up, kind of picked up their pectoral fin and said, "Hi, boys, I'm here." That's a good sign. And you know what? Those places get crowded. Just be nice to everybody out there. Cook County Forest Preserves, many lakes are popping. Oh, my God. Crappie, bass, good numbers. Live bait on just a small number 2 hook. I like the circle hooks, octopus hooks, only because you usually don't get gut hooked on those. But I mean, oh man, it was like one day we didn't catch bluegills. All we caught was everything else, and then so I was really surprised at that. But bass, good numbers of bass. Surface baits, whopper, popper, buzz bait. Another thing, I was sitting there. I'm using I got a little bobber and a minnow because I was working the edge of a weed bed, and I was watching a kid on the other side of the pond whipping out a whopper popper, and boom, boom, boom. I mean, he's catching bass after bass. I'm like, I got to bring the whopper poppers out. It'll be better for me. Joe's Pond, bluegill and bullhead and small bass were very good. Tampier Lake, surface baits are working very well on those bass. Pike and walleye are quiet. But a plastic lizard dragging on the bottom has taken some, but water's a little cool yet. Use of the surface bait, okay? They seem to respond to them. Once they start working beds and getting closer to shore, that plastic lizard is going to be, it's going to be really good. Lake Geneva, you're going to find water temperatures about mid-50s. That's cold yet. Rock bass are on a bite. Oh, baby, already on a bite. And they're pretty much eating anything out there. Don't stick your finger in there because they may take a little nip of that, too. I mean, they are just eating everything. Walleye, tough bait. Largemouth, a lot closer to the shallows. I mean, they're casting in the 8-10 inches of water and picking up some largemouth bass there, which is a good sign. Let's see what else. Some of my other fishing reports. Mendota, we're seeing activity on Mendota in the Spring Harbor area. That's a good spot to try. Marshall Park is a good spot that's up there. Hayward, Wisconsin, our friends up in the Tourism Bureau, one of them sent me a little note and said, "Hey, it's been raining and cold up here." I go, yeah, down here too. But, take the time and you can get some fish. They're expecting great weather this weekend and into next week. That's always a good sign. And we're seeing activity going on with suics and bulldogs. Muskie season opens not today, but, it's coming up there. Northern pike are eating everything from a small minnow to jigs, crawlers, chunks, underfloats, and everything else to do. So you got to remember that. And all that activity is going to be nothing but better. Well, I still have more fishing reports. Tons of stuff. So let's get out there and enjoy a little bit of fishing, or just take a walk in the woods, go see a nature center, go do something fun. And you know what? It's Memorial Weekend. Have fun. Enjoy it. Do some things that you're going to, with your friends, family, and stuff. I mean, poor Hannah's sitting here in the studio working, but, keeping me in line here, and I appreciate that very much. But, get out and do something in the great outdoors because, you know what? Everyone will love it. Tell you what, I'm going to end the show a little bit different today, and I hope you enjoy it. And let's remember those who gave all.
I normally play a Native American proverb at this time of the show, but with this being Memorial Weekend and Yes, we're going to be barbecuing and playing games in the yard and in the park or going to a ball game or whatever. We really need to remember all those people who gave all so we can have this freedom. And it's a freedom that we should never forget we have. So on Memorial Weekend of my show, I always like to play taps in honor of all the servicemen and women that we've lost in all of the conflicts around the world. But I also like to say the words so you can hear them and maybe remember them all. Thank you. Day is done. Gone the sun. From the hills, from the lake, from the skies. All is well. Safely rest. God is nigh. On this Memorial Weekend, please remember why we're celebrating this holiday. It's for those who gave all in all the wars that our country's ever been in and in all the places we don't know about. Remember them. We'll see you right here next week on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Take care, everybody.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text REP to 321-321 right now for your This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You mean to tell me that you went home and swiped a ball that was signed by Babe Ruth, and you brought it out here and actually played with it? Yeah!
Are you one of those people that has to know how much the Babe Ruth ball is actually worth?
I was gonna bring it back, but it was signed by Babe Ruth! Yeah, you keep telling me that. Who is she?
We'll keep it right here because today is your lucky day.
The Sultan of Slide, King of Crash, the Colossus of Cloud, the Colossus of Cloud. Babe Ruth!
It's time for Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, sponsored by ERC Delivery and Huggins and Scott Auctions.
The Great Bambino!
Saturday morning, I'm Tom Morgan with Robert Edward Auctions President Brian Dwyer, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, and our producer this week is Hannah LaMotta. We'll be joined around 7:25 by the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and the unbeatable Nancy Huggins. We got a ton to talk about this week. Vince, you're going to be active today. There might be a quiz in there, and I think Hannah's going to be involved in it also, mixed in. So let's get right to it. A lot going on. There's a Huggins and Scott auction that's currently running, ends on May 29th. We've got some big stuff in there, Brian. There's a 1952 Topps Mantle high number rookie card number 311 PSA 2 that's already at $24,000. And that's card number 311. 312 in the high number set is Jackie Robinson. That card's really picking up. A 52 Topps Jackie number 312 that's a PSA 6, is at $9,750. And then if the rookie mantle's a little too high for you, there's a 1953 Topps mantle, and that card's in a PSA 3.5, that's at $3,000. Now, Brian, that 52 Topps Jackie, has that been like that high lately, or is that for a while, or does that just seem to be moving up all of a sudden?
No, it's definitely moving up. I mean, Jackie Robinson cards we've talked about a couple times have really gone up significantly over the last year or two, and we focus on 48 Leaf a lot, his rookie card. That brings in big bucks even in PSA 1 and 2. But the 52 Topps is kind of that nice choice, like you just said, with the 53 mantle. If the Leaf is a little too rich for your blood, you can get a very nice mid-grade 52 Topps Robinson in its place. So definitely a popular card. Anything Jackie's hot these days.
Yeah, and the Willie Mays rookie, there's a PSA 6. Now, he was in 52 Topps also, but he's not a high number. A PSA 6 is at $7,500, so you can get the Mays for much less in a similar grade than you can get the mantle. But to me, I got to get the Mays if you can afford it. Another big one here, Brian, that looked like you had a few of these 1950 Bread for Health bread labels. There's a George Mikan PSA 1.5. That's one of only 8 graded, none better. That's at $4,800. I guess it's hard to find bread labels that made it through history without getting tossed in the garbage at the time.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't think of, there's only a few other partnerships where cards or card-like items were more likely to be thrown out than bread labels. Very, very tough to find. George Mikan's the key to that basketball series, and I think there's a complete or very, very close to complete set in this auction, if that's what you're looking for. This is a very rare opportunity.
Pretty neat, actually. That would be, if you're a basketball collector of vintage items, that's something good to get. Now this is a Cubs item that I had to give some background on this. It's a 1930 Cubs team signed. This is so cool. It's a presentation photo album. They're George Burke photos, and they're signed. And this one was presented to outfielder Danny Taylor, who was actually a pretty good player in his own right. He was just coming up in 1929. He played with the Cubs until 32, but his 162 game average for 9 years in the major leagues was 297 with 11 homers, 73 RBI. So he's a good player, but these were so cool. Some background, and you got to look this up. If you're a Cub fan and a Cub collector, check this out on HugginsandScott.com. The cover reads, Danny Taylor, the Cubs in 1930 in gold lettering. The photographs were taken by George Burke, and there's a letter of support on this from George Brace, who was another excellent sports photographer, and he says he recognized the enclosed photographs as being taken by my former employer, George Burke. And isn't that something that
very cool.
George Brace came up working for Burke, and that both of them. I mean, George Brace had, I forget, thousands of negatives at one time where one of the guys he loved was Lou Gehrig. Now, he didn't take a lot of action photos, but he had all kinds of photos and neat stuff. So he really knows his stuff. He's got a letter supporting it. And some of the Hall of Famers that had signed photos in there, Ray Schock, Joe McCarthy, Gabby Hartnett, Kai Kyler, Rogers Hornsby, George Kelly, and Hack Wilson. So you check that out if you're a Cubs fan. You just gotta, especially if you like the vintage stuff, the history of the Cubs, this is something you really need to check out. And then, Brian, the May 18th, the May auction ended for Robert Edwards, and you had all kinds of big stuff in there. You had a Mickey Mantle 1951 Bowman PSA 1.5, $8,100. It was interesting in SGC 1.5, went for $7,500, so pretty close. Are you noticing that more, Brian, that the SGCs are getting pretty close to the PSA prices?
Yeah, I think depending on the card, SGC has always been very close to PSA. I think when you talk about the grade of 1 or 1.5 or 2, that lower end of the scale, what's going to make the biggest difference is eye appeal. Not all, there's a wider variation of what 1s and 2s will look like than there are 9s and 10s. So I don't remember those 2 cards specifically, but at that level, a lot of buyers are focusing on eye appeal more than, the PSA holder or the SGC holder per se.
That's me to a T. I like looking for the lower grade Hall of Famers that aren't quite as expensive, and you're going to like the way they look. I like the way they look. I'm trying to get them. So now another item that ended, and there's a quiz involved for Brian. We're going to leave you out of this one. We're going to have Hannah and Vince guess this one, okay? 1967 Super Bowl I ticket stub. Packers beat the Chiefs 35-10. MVP Bart Starr, $2,520. Now, on the ticket, they called it the AFL NFL World Championship game. They didn't even call it the Super Bowl right away, which is kind of interesting. But a reserve ticket price, this ticket, in 1967 went for $12 for this ticket. Hannah and Vince, in $2025, what would $12 in 1967 be equivalent to now?
So
Price
Hannah,
is
you want
right.
Me to set the bar? You want me to set the bar?
Yeah,
or you want to
set
go
the
first?
bar closest without going over.
All right, I'll go with $130.
Okay, Hannah, lower or higher?
Higher.
Oh, look at you. How much higher?
I'll go with like $220.
Oh, boy.
No, it could be way
thought,
off. But
I thought it might have been in that $150 range maybe, but it was only $117.01. I was kind of surprised about that. So you're both over and nobody wins.
2 over.
But interesting. I always like doing that to see what those things are in today's dollars.
And I still don't do too well on that, even though we've been doing it for about 10 years.
Yeah, right. It's hard to do because you change different eras.
Yeah.
Now, in today's dollars, a Ty Cobb 1915 Cracker Jack card number 30 PSA 6, including buyer's premium, went for $55,200. PSA 6. Is that one of the higher grades on that Ty Cobb card, Brian? I mean, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It's a record price for that grade. 1915 Cracker Jack Cobbs actually exist in higher grades than 6 because those were available outside of the Cracker Jack boxes. The 1914s were only available inside inside the boxes, so they get staining all over them, and a 6 would be a monster grade for the 1914s. But 15s you can find in all sorts of different conditions.
Now, we had a Cracker Jack coated Sam Crawford card. So with the Cracker Jack stains on it from 1914, PSA 2.5 went for $33.60. Wahoo Sam Crawford, he's a Hall of Famer also. So that's right where you're saying probably a 2.5 on a 1914. It's harder to get higher than that where you can in the 15s. And let's go to the next one here. Okay, some other big items that are in the Huggins and Scott spring auction. Bidding ends May 29th. The Joe DiMaggio 1941-42 Streak era game used bat, PSA DNA 7.5, is up to it's $25,000 is the bid on that right now. And a Willie Mays 1968 Giants game used bat, PSA DNA game used 7, that's at $10,000. So as far as game used bat grading goes, that are a 7 and a 7.5 on vintage bats like that, is that hard to get higher than that, or how is that as a grade?
Yeah, those are very, very strong, respectable grades. I mean, the grades are calculated in a variety of different ways. They take points away for damage. They take points away for missing characteristics. They add points for excellent provenance. So a 7 or 7.5 means that it's a well-documented bat that doesn't have a lot of condition issues going on with it. And when you talk about those two players, DiMaggio and Mays, obviously hugely popular. The DiMaggio bat's really special because, like you said, it's from that streak era. So this is a bat that very, very possibly could have been used during the famous hit streak. We don't know for sure because he ordered the same bats over a 2-year period, but it dates to that era, which is very desirable for DiMaggio collectors.
That is so cool. It's just the possibility that's when it's from anyway. He at least had it on the bat rack probably at that time. Bats seem to last a lot longer back then than they do now. I was watching a game just recently. There were 2 bats basically almost broken in half and 2 consecutive at bats by players. So they don't quite make them like they used to, I guess. Now, some rookie cards in the Huggins and Scott auction, some really a good range of rookie cards. Ted Williams, 1939 play ball rookie, number 92, PSA 4s at $6,750. Ernie Banks, 1954 Topps rookie, number 94, PSA 3.5, that's at $950. Joe Namath, he had a oversized 1965 Topps SP rookie, number 122. That's in a PSA 6.5. That's at $4,500. I would imagine it's hard to get much higher than a 6.5 on that one. I haven't seen many anyway, Brian.
No, definitely very high grade.
Now, Pete Rose rookie, we sent in one of these, got it graded. That's at a PSA 3 is at $600. I picked up from another listener a collection this week and sent him in. He had probably only 150 to 200 cards from the 60s, but he had a Pete Rose rookie that's probably pretty similar condition, maybe a little better centering, maybe not quite as good at corners, that will probably get graded. He had a real nice Don Sutton 1967 rookie. That's a Hall of Famer that doesn't get much publicity. He had a long, really good career. He had a nice 1968 mantle. And the second year Nolan Ryan, which to me is a much better looking card than the rookie card. I really like that 1969 Nolan Ryan card. Now, it was in a screw down, and I don't take them out then. I send them, for the guys at Huggins and Scott to look them over. but just in the holder, that card looked really nice. That 69 Ryan, Brian, if it's in high grade, that's a good card.
Yeah, definitely. It's his first card as an individual player, so it gets a lot of action from collectors. Obviously, the rookie is always going to be popular, but 69 Ryan, featuring him by himself as a young Met, super popular card.
And great, just a great looking card. I posted T Crown Tom as my X or Twitter ID, and I posted a picture of those 4 cards on Twitter a couple of days ago, so you can check that out if you want. Another thing that was on Twitter that I reposted, Vince, did you hear about this? One of our listeners sent me a message. He goes, you guys need to get Cubs pitcher Justin Steele, who's on the injured list right now. You need to get him as a guest on your show. It's like, well, I don't have him really on my text messaging. Right? Yes, speed dial. But there's a video of him. Okay, he's got a cast on his left arm, but I think he was at a trade day. Vince, this would have been so much fun if he was at a T-Crown trade day. He opened a pack, and he went insane happy. He pulled a Jaden Daniels 101 autograph, a really cool big card, and the whole place went up for grabs. There's a video of it. So
that's great. I'll have to check it out.
Good to see Justin Steele, enjoying himself at least. There's nothing you can do if you got a cast on your arm. You really can't do any pitching, but really cool. Really made you want to root for Justin Steele after seeing that video.
Sure.
Some other rookie cards that are in the Huggins and Scott spring auction bidding ends on May 29th. Alex Ovechkin is 2005 Upper Deck Young Guns rookie. It's a PSA 9 at 625. I mean, if you're a hockey collector, he's the all-time goal scorer. You need an Ovechkin card, that's for sure. And then, Brian, you were talking about Jackie Robinson. There's a 1948 Leaf rookie, number 79, PSA 1.5. That's at 4,600. Wilt Chamberlain, 1961 Fleer SGC 2. This is the one that had real nice eye appeal, but some creases at the bottom. But when you look at the card, it's real good centering for a year that's tough to get in centered. And that's at 1,400. A Michael Jordan, 1986 Fleer rookie, number 57, SGC 4.5. That's at 1,700. And Eddie Matthews, kind of an underrated Hall of Famer. He had the same amount of homers as Ernie Banks' career. 1952 Topps. He's in the high numbers. PSA 5 is at $4,100. Those aren't getting any easier to pick up. So those are a lot of great rookies in the Huggins and Scott spring auction, and the bidding ends on May 29th. A couple of comic books that are in there. 1963 Marvel Avengers number 1, graded CGC 4.0. That's at 2,300. And if you have some comic books, I'll get guys that have stuff from the 70s and 80s. Here's a good 1974 comic book. 1974 Hulk, the first Wolverine appearance. It's only a CGC 3.0, and it's at $1,000. Now, that was a comic book with a 25-cent cover price. So usually if you see 25 cents, you're thinking, there's probably not as much value to those, but there's one right there. Anything a first appearance type thing usually has the potential to be very good. So check that out. Brian, we're already at the end of another segment for you. I'm sure you're going to have another busy week, so good luck with everything, and we will talk to you next Saturday.
All right, sounds good. Enjoy Memorial Day weekend, everybody.
You also. Too. Okay. All right, after the break, we will be joined by the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and Nancy Huggins for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher, so hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
O'Reilly! Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today. Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Hannah LaMotta, the Bulldog, Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, and the unbeatable Nancy Huggins. And I wanted to let you know, Hannah, Charlie cracked the code last week, and Vince, but Charlie could have been strutting around the station this week because he got the producers on the board. And just so you know, if you do guess the same thing as someone else and it's wrong, you lose a point, Hannah. So just so you know that in advance.
That's so much pressure.
There's a lot of pressure. Vince was talking about the pressure last week of which end to hire. Okay, and Vince is on the board. We're going to let Vince go first this week, okay?
Okay.
Here are the items for which ended higher. Bulldog and Nancy, you guys strapped in and ready to go?
Already, despite the pressure, we're ready to go.
Okay. Very good. These prices all include buyer's premium. Okay. First item, 1971 Topps Baseball, near set, 673 of the 752, with 15 PSA 7 graded stars and Hall of Famers, including Kaline, Banks, Seaver, and Carlton. So on that 71 set, a PSA 7 is a nice grade because of the border. It shows up a lot of damage very easily. So that's a good set. That ran in a Huggins and Scott auction. Next item, Ted Williams 1954 Wilson Franks card, graded SGC 1, which seems like a low grade, but you got to realize, I'm pretty sure these were in a greasy hot dog bag in 1954. So I would imagine it's kind of tough to get much higher than an SGC 1. And that Ted Williams card ran in a Robert Edward auction. Next item, Hank Aaron 1956 Topps Whiteback card number 31, graded SGC 8. That ran in a Huggins and Scott auction. 56 Topps was the third year of Hank Aaron cards, not a rookie. Now here's an interesting item. Branch Rickey, who was famous for signing Jackie Robinson, I didn't realize he actually played in the major leagues. This is a Branch Rickey 1923 Williams Chocolates card, I think it's called. He was manager of the Cardinals from 1919 to 1925. This card is graded SGC 3. Branch Rickey had one pretty good year with the St. Louis Browns back in 1906. Hit 284 and 201 at-bats, 55 games at catcher. But that item ran in a Robert Edward auction. So the key, Vince, now, which ended highest of those items?
Okay. Well, with it being Memorial Day weekend, and I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of barbecues and remembering everybody who served, I'm going to go with Ted Williams.
All right, Vince is going with. I wondered what that was going to lead to there, but yeah, Ted Williams was. I think Nancy, I'm pretty sure he was a pilot. Your dad probably is very familiar with him, and
well, I caught on to the hot dog thing, Vince. Real quick.
Oh boy. Okay, Vince is going with the hot dog card. You know, there's a lot of hot dogs being cooked on Memorial Day weekend, I'm sure.
Yep.
Okay, now, Hannah, the pressure. Don't feel the pressure. Just relax. Take a couple deep breaths. And which do you think ended highest?
I'm going to go with the 1971 Topps Baseball Stars.
Okay,
then
you're set. Hannah's going with a group of 71s that ran in Huggins and Scott. Now the second place, Nancy Huggins, goes next.
Well, I'm intrigued with the Branch Rickey because, mostly because he was a Brown and the Browns became the Orioles and my grandfather liked the Browns, etc. So I'll go there.
Okay, Nancy's going with Branch Rickey. And the Bulldog, the first place Bulldog, who did fade a little bit last week, lost a point, still leading 4-3-1. What do you think? Are you going to do one that hasn't been picked, or are you going out on another?
Hold him. I'm going to follow Nancy's advice. That's usually very good. I'm going to take Branch Rickey. And you talk about being a mediocre player, but he's the guy that led the Cardinals as the GM and the Dodgers to World Series fame. So he had a tremendous record as a front office man. And, of course, he brought Robinson in, as we know. I'm going to go with Branch. Despite that 71 entourage of players, I'm going to go individual this time, and I'm going to go with the Branch, taking Rickey.
Okay, so the Bulldog back out on a limb. He's got the saw. It's a thin limb, I believe. Okay. Now, we'll start with Lois first, and nobody picked it, the 1956 Topps Hank Aaron. It did go, including buyer's premium, $3,840 in a Huggins and Scott auction. Nobody got suckered into that one. Okay. But we've got a problem here.
Uh-oh.
The second lowest one, the great Branch Rickey.
No.
All right, we have a winner.
The good news for Nancy, she doesn't get a point, but the Bulldog is sinking slowly in the West, and they're now tied at 3. Bulldog, after taking the first couple of months and really not going out on many limbs, has decided to get the saw sharpened up, and he's been out on the limb 2 weeks in a row. So
How much did that go for? That was one branch on a limb which I went down on. See?
That's right. Now that did go for 4,680, so a very good card. I think this means there's a winner.
Yep.
The two that picked up a point last week, one of them is going to get right back into the swing of things and have 2 correct. Okay, the second highest item, the 1971 Topps Baseball near set, $5,040 in a Huggins and Scott auction. So Hannah, really good pick, but Vince and the Ted Williams hot dogs, the Wilson Franks hot dogs, the Ted Williams card from 1954, SGC won $5,760 in an REA auction. Now think about it,
guys. I'm coming after the top 2 in a row.
Look at Vince. He just was laying in the weeds, and now he's got 2. He's only 1 off the lead. Just bang, zoom, just like that.
Vince knew what he was doing. It's a Memorial Day, guys, and what happened was, remember, that was the year that when Williams came back from Marine Corps duty during the Korean War, so a lot of sympathy votes for him there, and that may have been the reason. And Vince rode that bandwagon on that one.
Yeah, it's a cool looking card.
I bet that's the reason. Williams is not. That wasn't necessarily great year for him, but he had just come back recently from the service, and that might have been an issue on that card. I don't know.
So if you're up in the attic today and you're looking for the 1974 Hulk comic book with First Wolverine, look around, see if there's any Wilson Franks cards around there.
A pack of Wilson Franks.
Yeah, can you imagine? And then we've got that. How much was that George Mikan bread label? Bread for Health. Do you remember those, Bulldog? The Bread for Health things where they had the athletes on the end of the bread packers.
Yeah, some of them I don't remember Mikan being. Of course, Mikan was a big name. A lot of people say, who the hell was that? But he's a big guy at that time.
Yeah. Now, Bulldog, Super Bowl I, I'm sure you remember that. We were
do.
talking about the value of the ticket stub, $2,520. That's pretty good. What are your memories of Super Bowl I?
Quite a bit. First of all, it was the first clash between the NFL champions and the AFL champions, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Green Bay Packers. Now, remember, we had talked on a show earlier about this when the old All-American Conference team, the Cleveland Browns, played the Eagles, decided who's better, and they creamed, that is, the Browns surprised the Eagles and creamed them. So there was a lot of pressure on the Packers and Vince Lombardi to come through. And even guys like adversaries, like George Halas and others, were pushing Lombardi to win and win big if possible for the prestige of the National Football League. And they played out in Los Angeles. Why they picked there, I don't know. The Coliseum in those days seated about 93,000 people. They had only 62,000. I say only 62,000. That was a different era. But both NBC and NBC and CBS carried that thing live.
Wow.
There wasn't as much. Now there's so much hoopla about the Super Bowl. It starts weeks before going, and that they didn't have that period. So there wasn't much drum beating about it, but it still dropped a pretty good audience. The Packers had to win that game. They'd come back. Remember, they had played the Cowboys in that famous Ice Bowl. They got bruised up pretty badly. Guys like Jim Taylor and some of the other individuals, Ray Nitschke, were banged pretty bad, hurt pretty bad, but they came back and played. And I remember one story I heard that when the film was played for the Packers, they showed Fred Williamson, known as the Hammer. He was for Northwestern defensive back, how he would flatten guys. They were laughing about that, and supposedly in the game, but no, supposedly that happened. They knocked him out of the game. First half was pretty tight, though. By the way, it was 14-10 at halftime, and then the Packers exploded in the last two periods, and they won it 35-10, won it decisively. But they didn't get the interest, as I say, as they have today. It still was an important game, as you indicated. The money on that for tickets pretty good, but I don't know how would that rate with other Super Bowl tickets. By the way, number one, I wonder. That'd be a good question.
Yeah, I would think that's right up there with the best of them. I haven't really compared, but that's got to be up there. Now, I would imagine there's more unused tickets from Super Bowl I because they didn't even sell it out.
No, it was not known, of course, so I should remember, too. They didn't call it the Super Bowl in those days. They did not sell it out. It was just a championship game. And some of the players, by the way, Kansas City, may have been, a lot of people thought were inept. They were not inept. A couple of years later, they came back and trounced the Vikings, if you may recall, under Len Dawson, basically the same team.
Hank Stram, the coach.
Yes, from Gary, Indiana, by the way.
Hank Stram was, huh?
Yeah, he was a great coach, but he had a bad rug. I always remember that.
Did you ever interview him?
No, I never did. I never talked to Hank. I don't think I can't recall doing.
Did you ever interview any of those big name Packers from the 60s?
Oh gosh, yes, Jerry Kramer, star several times, among others. Oh yeah, we interviewed a lot. Henry Jordan, the tackle. Yeah, quite a few of them. I interviewed a lot of the Packers. They were hot commodities in that period. That was the team in the 1960s.
Yeah. Okay, well, when we come back now, Vince, you're going to pick a year for us, right?
I am, and I'm going to keep you in suspense through the break.
Okay, very good. And then I'll look some things up from the year you pick and see if we'll look, maybe what we'll look in the Huggins active auction and also check finish prices in REA on the year that you pick. And there's some other items to talk about that are running in the current Huggins and Scott auction. Bidding ends May 29, so hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof.
and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August, and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clemente from ERC Delivery, our producer Hannah LaMotta, Nancy Huggins, and the Bulldog Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond. And Vince, like we do every third segment now this year, what year do you want us to look up?
So on August 16th of this year, the Cubs were 75-44 with a 9-game lead on second place. By the end of the season, the Mets had come storming down the stretch and actually won the division by 9 games. The Mets hadn't finished higher than 9th place since their inaugural season of 1962, and they just put it all together in 69 with Nolan Ryan and Tom Seaver, and they overtook the Cubs. So
that was quite the hot streak. Quite the hot streak by the Mets, and the Cubs just kind of ran out of gas in the heat of the day games. Now, 1969, some interesting things. In the REA auction, the spring auction, there was a SGC 9 1969 Topps Reggie Jackson. The highest graded went for $19,800. Now, here's some unopened boxes. When you're up in the attic, you never know. There might be any Mod Squad fans here that watch the Mod Squad. A 1969 Topps Mod Squad unopened wax box, 24 packs, BBC wrapped, went for $9,600. Wow. I can't even believe that, honestly. I thought, maybe $1,000 or $2,000. Topps Planet of the Apes unopened wax box, $6,000. And here's one, I guess, with 1969 being the first moon landing. 1969 Topps Man on the Moon unopened wax box, $3,840. So, Bulldog, did you cover the first moon landing?
I remember it very well at the time. I was working at the station, but this local angle, but I was not down where they launched it or anything like that. By the way, very quickly, I did on the thing about the Super Bowl first number 1. The crowd only 62,000. Bear in mind, that was an era before you already got bargains on airfares, and most people to go to that game had to take a transcontinental train. The old Streamliner, that was before Amtrak, so that was another reason they didn't have that many fans there, was the cost of getting to Los Angeles was way out of the way. Going back to the Moonshot 69, I'll never forget it, of course. And it broadcast, everything was live. I mean, they broke into their program and carried that. It was a big deal. I did not cover it, though. No, I did not. I was working here in Chicago at the time, though.
One of the big cards from 1969, literally big. It was an oversized card, similar to how the Joe Namath 65 rookie was oversized. The Lou Alcindor, before he changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, his rookie card is in Huggins and Scott's auction. SGC 4, it's at $475. So that's a big card from 1969. If you're a basketball collector, that's one that you want to get for sure.
By the way, we mentioned the Kansas City Chiefs a couple of minutes ago, and that was the year 69 season that they upset the Vikings in the Super Bowl. So some of those guys must have been cards must have been worth something, whether it's Len Dawson or Bobby Bell or somebody. on that team.
Probably my memory of that is Joe Cap being beat up at the end of the game, sitting on the bench for the Vikings. If I remember right, I think that was a Super Bowl. Maybe that was a playoff.
No,
game.
That was a Super Bowl. That was a big upset.
Vikings. Yeah.
Purple Preview Eaters, as they call
it. Yeah, that was a great nickname for their defensive line. Now, there's quite a few unopened products in the current Huggins and Scott auction. Listen to this, Vince. 1990, I had these boxes. 1996-97 Topps Chrome basketball factory sealed box 24 card packs is at $7,000. That product had the rookie cards. That was a really good rookie class. Kobe Bryant, Iverson, Ray Allen, Steve Nash, and then they still had Jordan cards in there. And in Chrome, they had those refractors. Those were parallels of the regular cards and were some really good money. And then speaking of a good rookie class, since there weren't any regulation basketball packs from 1982 to 1985, the 1986 Fleer basketball product had rookies, among others, Jordan, Barkley, Olajuwon, Karl Malone, Drexler, Patrick Ewing, Dominique Wilkins. Great group. That one pack, PSA 8, just one pack, is at $1,850. I had those packs in for a while. I think after the early 90s, I never had them, but at the time, I think they were, I don't know, $200 a pack, maybe something like that.
Now, have you checked your attic, Tom, lately?
Yeah, I have trouble getting into the attic right now, and the old aches and pains on the body. There might be something up there, but you know what's probably up there? I had, what was that first computer called, like something mini or something like that? I had computers when they first started coming out, personal computers, and I think I tossed one of those. I don't know if those are worth anything, but I'm pretty sure I have one of those up there somewhere.
You want to check it out?
Yeah. What was that? Now I can't even think what that was called.
Matt Doss or something? I don't know either.
Yeah.
School about that.
Yeah. It was something PC Junior, I think. Or no, I don't know. So maybe that's what it was. Anyway, I had one of those. I remember getting a baseball game when I was a kid. I liked, it was called APA, which is like Stratomatic, and they had all the players for a season. And I had a season of that. And in the 80s, they came up with that for the computer, and I had to pick up a year of that and see what it was like. Wasn't as fun as when you're like 10 years old.
Yeah, for sure. We did the All-Star Baseball a lot, where you spun, you know, a wheel type of thing, and,
yeah.
Who will strike out part was like over half the card,
That was always fun. Those baseball games were fun back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some other items. Now, here's a box. I don't know if you ever got any of these packs. The 1998-99 Upper Deck Century Legends sealed hobby box is at $725. If I remember right, there was one autograph per box, and I think that was the product that there was a Wilt Chamberlain autograph in that sells for a ton. And I remember having that autograph card. Why I didn't keep it, that would have been a great card to keep. But I wasn't really keeping much yet at that time.
Yeah,
but I had it sitting, against that window to the back room on that little shelf there. I had Wilt autograph sitting there. It was probably, a couple $100 at the time, and quite a bit more than that now, that's for sure.
I have the image of the doing the show during the pandemic, sitting facing that window with you on the other side. That's kind of where we did the show in 2020.
Yeah, that was actually not a bad spot to do it from.
Yeah,
yeah, that worked out pretty well. But
it did.
Yeah, we did. We've done the show quite a few spots. Now we're doing it from the comfort of our homes.
I know.
Which isn't bad. It's definitely a nice trip just walking up the stairs rather than driving into Chicago to do it like we did
some of
for
those
a
winter
long time.
drives into the city when we were doing it at the studio. It was great to be in the studio, but boy, oh boy, white knuckles.
Remember that one time we both saw it? There was a car driving the wrong way on the Eisenhower going in. I was like, did you see that?
He almost hit me. I couldn't believe
it. Just kind of motoring down the Eisenhower the wrong way. Yeah. Some other cool items. Mike Cubbage in the Huggins and Scott Spring Auction. Bidding ends May 29th. 2 World Series rings. The 1986 Mets is at $6,500, and the 2019 Nasty Nats is at $6,500. So check those out if you want to get a World Series ring. I think he was their Double-A manager for the 86 Mets, and I think he was in the front office for the Nationals. He just passed away, I believe, last year, and they have those in there. There's quite a few sets and partial sets. Now, if you have cards that are nice, especially from the 60s and older, but you don't have a complete set, but if you have a lot of Hall of Famers and more than half of a set, they can run them as partial sets or near set, and they can do some good money. Here's Mission Impossible. Well, just to give you an idea, 1939 play ball near set, $1,550, and there's a 60 tops complete with a wrapper, 70 tops. A lot of good sets. Check out HugginsandScott.com. Bidding ends Thursday. And also now, don't forget, if you have an item that you think might be valuable, send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com. We've given you lots of tips for things that might be worth going up into your attic for. So check it out. Check out collectrea.com is the Robert Edwards auction. Thanks to Vince Clementi, ERC, to Brian Dwyer from REA, to our producer Hannah Lamata, Nancy Huggins, and the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond. We will be back next week. Have a good Memorial Day. Talk to you next Saturday.
Righto.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins and Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins and Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins and Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to HugginsandScott.com.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Claire. She loves her motorcycle, and she's learned to love the insects she encounters on her rides. She may not know the difference between a gnat and a mosquito at 55 miles per hour, but she does know one thing. It's always gross when one flies into her mouth. But she's so used to it that it's weird when it doesn't happen. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back with comprehensive and collision coverage from America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're gonna dig this.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
Deep out to right field. Connor Joe at the wall. It is gone. Pete Crow Armstrong, home run number 13. Two-run shot puts the Cubs on the board. Deficit cut in half. It's a 4-2 game. The pitch. Pete skies it. Right field. Benson at the track. The wall. If it's fair, it's gone. It is! Grand slam, Pete Crow Armstrong. And PCA playing like MVP. What a beast.
What a night it was for the Chicago Cubs as they, in comeback fashion, take down the Cincinnati Reds 13-6, all on the back of PCA. The MVP charge continues for him. It's Tyler and Shea here on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Aki flying solo today. We will hear from Shea coming up at 8:50. He is currently en route to Indianapolis for the Indy 500, so we will get his Indy 500 pick coming up 8:50. But looking at this Cubs team, boy, last night and really this season, the way that this thing has gone, you can point out a number of games and say, wow, that was my favorite game to watch this season. I think of the Diamondback game, the crazy one with the win, the comeback, all that stuff. You blew the lead, you came back, you won. You have the Dodgers game, Amaya puts one in the basket, and then last night you get PCA hitting a 2-run home run, followed up by a 7th-inning grand slam that really put this thing over the top. It was a go-ahead grand slam off the foul pole, and he knocks in 6 runs in this game, both coming off of his 13th and 14th home runs of the season. Since April 12th, he is leading all of baseball in home runs. Not just the NL, all of baseball. The pace that he is on right now truly is proving to be MVP worthy. He is leading all of the National League in WAR right now by almost half a game, almost half a win. He is at 3.3. Next up is 2.9 with Fernando Tatis. Last night he became the first Cub with 6 or more RBIs 2 times in a month. The last time he did it, just rewind this thing back to a week ago when Shea and I were talking about PCA's heroics against the White Sox from a week ago. And he's the first Cub to have 6 RBIs in a game since the last MVP, Chris Bryant, in 2016. So what he is doing right now is MVP worthy. He has done it all season long. He's excellent in the field with his glove. He creates chaos on the base pass. And then you're seeing what he does with the stick. He's got power, which is something that I don't think anybody could have expected PCA's power to reach this level. 14 home runs on the season. We haven't even hit Memorial Day. And the way that he goes about it, he is one of the most fun players to watch in the entire sport. And it's part of why I truly believe he is going to end up being the NL MVP when it's all said and done. His popularity is only going to continue to grow. I imagine you're going to see the Cubs get flexed into some Sunday night baseball games moving forward. And they're going to put the mic on PCA. We had him on with Waddle and Sylvie earlier this year. The guy has the aura, the charisma, all of it off the charts. And I think that America is truly going to fall in love with one of the rising stars of this game. And he's putting together an MVP pace right now. And the greatest indicator of the MVP is your WAR. And right now, PCA is by far and away your leader in the NL. How you feeling, Cubs fans? 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here, talk a little bit of Cubs baseball. They take game 1 of 3 out at the Great American Bandbox as the Reds really blow this game. I mean, they had a chance to really put this thing away in the first. And what do you know? The Cubs come back and wipe out not 1, but 2 4-run deficits over the course of this game. A couple of other big things that I took away from this game, too. I thought Nico Horner, 3-hit game in this one. But even though he had 3 hits in this game, I thought one of the most productive at-bats he had was one in which he got out. And it came against Hunter Green, 4th inning. works a 12-pitch at-bat. He fouled off 9 straight pitches. And that was enough to put Hunter Greene, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. It knocked him out of the game. Making his first start back, coming back from an injury. He was going to be on a pitch count the entire game. This was what put it over the top. And it was the last batter Hunter Greene saw. And after that, you saw this Cubs team really go to work offensively. You pick up 6 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. Part of a 4-home-run night for the Cubs. Dansby and Seiya also adding to that tally. So it was a fun night. It really was out in Cincinnati. Cubs fans, 312-332-3776. I do want to get to something around this Cubs team because I've noticed something. And it's gotten into the conversation of who does this Cubs team remind you of? For me, I have found what I think is the perfect comp. And I hope that the Cubs' final story is written differently from this team, even though it was an awesome regular season ride with this team. I flash back to the 2018 Chicago Bears. Because remember how fun that regular season was? Remember how great that defense was? To me, these are the similarities here, right? You acquired a mega star in the sport in the offseason. You went out and got Khalil Mack for that 2018 Bears team. You went out and got Kyle Tucker for this Cubs team. And I think you could even lump in PCA as an emerging star out of that team, out of this team for the Cubs, much like Khalil Mack was just a complete game changer and something that leading into the season, you didn't think you were going to have this because Khalil Mack was traded for a week before the season started. Say what you want about how the tenure ended with the Bears and with this guy in particular, but Matt Nagy won Coach of the Year that year. And it looked like the Bears had one of their guys going for the future and looked like they were going to have a significant advantage coaching-wise. Well, right now you got Craig Counsell. He's the favorite for Manager of the Year, plus 140. And while he's had his ups and downs, much like Matt Nagy has during his time with the Bears, and I think Craig Counsell, skins on the wall, has much better body of work and is a much better coach than what Matt Nagy is. But Coach of the Year there, you could have the NL Manager of the Year this season. An absolutely dominant unit. The Bears' defense that year was historically good. And this Cubs offense is looking like it could be one of the best Cubs offenses we've seen ever in their team's history. The line does not stop for this team. Top to bottom, 1 through 9, there is no soft patch in the lineup. There isn't. You've got an 8-hitter who's got your highest batting average on the team. You've got a 7-hitter who's got the ability to put one into the seats at any given moment. Dansby Swanson with 11 home runs this season after last night. Like there's no soft spots in the lineup for this team. Much like there were very little, if any, weaknesses on that 2018 Bears defense. Now, here's the other part that I think is very similar between that 2018 Bears team and this 2025 Chicago Cubs team. 2 glaring issues. For the Cubs right now, it's pitching, and I'll send it off into 2 branches. You've got a bullpen that's lost you games this year, and you've got a starting rotation that's nothing special. You've gotten away, you've skated with it so far, but you know it very well could come to bite you once you get to the playoffs. And it reminds me of what the Bears were in 2018. 2 glaring issues. You had moments of brilliance from Mitch in 2018. Think back to that 6-touchdown game against Tampa Bay. But the quarterback was clearly an issue. You know it could have put a ceiling on what your team could become. Much like kicking. You knew it could come and bite you in the ass at some point. And it's exactly what it did, of course, with the double doink game. Now, here's the difference. Here's the difference in how the Cubs are not a first-round exit this year in the playoffs. And it looks like I mean, with the way that things are going, 11 games over 500 right now, everything is turning up Cubs, turning up Jed Hoyer's way. But Jed can do something that Ryan Pace could not. And that's something like you can't fix your quarterback issue in the middle of a season. You just can't. Kicking, maybe, but you can't fix a quarterback issue in the middle of the season. Teams that are doomed quarterback-wise either catch a heater with a backup or it ends up being the reason you don't go as far as you would like in the postseason. Jed can find pitching. Pitching is one of the most attainable things at the deadline. It's one of the things that every team, even the bad ones, have pitching. Starters, relievers. I mean, look at this White Sox team. All right, one of the worst teams in baseball right now. You know what they have? They have pitching. Now, I don't know how much of that pitching is going to be available because it is some of these young, up-and-coming guys. But if you look across baseball, you'll be able to find pitching. Washington Nationals, nothing special, but they've got a closer that's one of the league leaders in saves right now that could be acquired. And I just look at what Jed Hoyer is able to do with a stockpiled farm system. Cubs have just as many top 100 prospects as anybody in baseball. And I get some of them have come up to the big leagues now. But you're going to be able to get pitching. And it's going to cost this year. Because if you look at the way that the league has shaked out, where everyone sort of is, the expanded playoff format, and just historically what we've seen since the playoffs have expanded, this Cubs team is going to be in the running with a lot of teams to try to acquire pitching this year. You're not going to see many sellers. It's just what this has become. And the sellers that may be out there may be in your division, and they may be a little hesitant to do business with you. You at least might have to pay an NL Central tax. And I just think that when you look at the what Jed Hoyer has an opportunity to do at this deadline, you got to go out and make something happen with the pitching, because right now, as good as it's kind of been duct taped together through the first 50-ish games of the season, this is not built to last. Matthew Boyd's been one of the great pitching stories for the Cubs. Got touched up a little bit last night. And while he's been fantastic this year, and I don't think this is the end of a lot of great starts for Matthew Boyd this season, you are going to have to go into the playoffs with somebody better than Matthew Boyd as your third starter. It's just the way this thing's going to have to work. Julian Merriweather wasn't his night last night and really hasn't been very good all season long. You're going to have to find other guys in long relief for this team, middle relief for this team, because we've seen, and you're going to probably have to find some sort of closer unless you've settled in that Ryan Presley is going to be your guy, which I'm fine with. I think he's had one bad outing that's taken away from what he's really been this season. You get rid of that one outing, and he's got a 1.5 ERA on the season. Like, he's been good. I just think that this Cubs team, they've got potential with this lineup. They have a World Series caliber offense. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's that good, top to bottom. You've got not just stars, you've got superstars, multiple in this lineup with Tucker and PCA. And then you've got guys who just give you really good at-bats. I think Seiya Suzuki's had himself a hell of a year this year. Dansby Swanson's having one of his best offensive seasons in his career. Michael Busch, I think, is a fantastic baseball player. Those guys aren't stars per se, but you do have two superstars in Tucker and PCA. Those guys are lineup-altering dudes. And I think you've got an offense, and with Jed's contract situation, hasn't been handed an extension, at least that we know of. But you've got a chance to put together a pretty special team. We'll see what pitching becomes available at the deadline. But it's time to push your chips in on some pitching. It's not going to happen today. Not going to happen this week. It's not even probably going to happen in 3 or 4 weeks. But you have to find ways to bolster this rotation and this bullpen, because you could put together a World Series caliber team. But how you feeling, Cubs fans, after last night's win? Again, one of these games that we are going to remember. It is another one of these PCA has arrived type of moments. And I liken this Cubs team to the 2018 Bears. That's who I think they are. Now, the difference is this. You've got a chance to fix some of the glaring holes. You can do what Ryan Pace and that Bears team was unable to do. You've got a chance to fix some of your glaring weaknesses before you get to the postseason, and before those weaknesses are the reason why your team does not advance past the first round. 312-332-3776. Chase on the south side will lead us off. Morning, Chase. We got you, Chase?
Can you hear me?
I got you now. Morning, Chase.
Can you hear me good?
I got you.
Okay. Yeah, so I got two comparisons so this Cubs team remind me of. One is the 2015 Bulls. Remember Phibbs last season?
Yep.
With Jimmy and Pau Gasol?
Yep.
And
had that Cavs team on the ropes.
The 2008 Chicago Cubs when they had Lou Pinella's last season, I think, was when they went. I forgot what happened. I know they got swept by the Dodgers that year.
Yeah.
So those are two comparisons I would say. But I got told you and Shea a couple months ago about the Cubs closer situation. I am concerned about it because as you watch the game when they lost to the Marlins, when October hits, the playoff round gets, the game slows down. You got to have a solid bullpen if you want to win in the postseason because your hitting becomes very exposed. And if you don't have that closer or that solid bullpen, you're going to struggle. And that's the thing that I worry about. And I'm hoping that the Ricketts allows Jed to spend some money and go out and get a closer because that's what this team needs. They need a shutdown closer. If they can find a shutdown closer, I feel very confident this team can make a deep playoff run. But yeah, I would say comparison I look at is that 08 Cubs team, and I just hope it has better inning better than the 08 Cubs or 2015 Bulls team. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Chase. Appreciate it. I think, those are solid comps there too as well. My thing about the closer is this. I am not opposed to having Ryan Presley be this team's closer this season. And I know that's probably an unpopular opinion, but you get rid of that Giants game, and his season's been damn good. He's one of the few guys, like a lot of people are like, oh, have Palencia be the closer. When Porter Hodge is healthy, he should be the closer for this team. And those guys are both really, really good relievers. They've got some great stuff, but they haven't done it before. And I don't think this is let's let them trial by fire. This is not the season to do that right now. I look at those two guys. Those are nails pitchers for the 7th and 8th innings. But I want Ryan Presley to be my closer. He has not blown a save this year. He is one of the few guys in this Cubs bullpen without a blown save on the season. And I know that may be mind-blowing to some people because of some of the performances that he's had, but he hasn't blown a save. I get the strikeout numbers aren't gaudy with him, but he kind of works into what this Cubs team is. He's a ground ball pitcher, and he's got an elite defense behind him. I'm not against Ryan Presley being the closer for this team. I'm not saying this Cubs bullpen is iron padlock, don't need to add anything to it. They do. The bullpen always needs to be added to. Any team, even when you think you have enough, you always need a few extra arms. And I think the Cubs are learning that this year pretty early on. You look at the way that injuries have impacted this team. They've had 3 pretty important bullpen arms, now 4 with Porter Hodge going on the IL. They've had 4 pretty important bullpen arms get injured this year. Ryan Brazier just came back, but you've had injuries with Eli Morgan, who you traded for this offseason. He was supposed to be a pretty big piece of this bullpen. Tyson Miller went down early, and then Porter Hodge. So we'll take more of your Cubs calls when we come back, 312-332-3776. How much fun are you having with this ride, and what's the ceiling on this Cubs team? Again, additions need to be made. I liken it to the 2018 Bears. I think this team is really good, maybe even an elite level regular season team. But you have to fix up some of the things that have ailed this team in the regular season if you want to avoid the fate of the 2018 Bears. 312-332-3776. We'll do all that and more. Don't forget, Shea is going to give out his Indy 500 pick, that as he is en route right now to the race. So all that and more coming up next. Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Yurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Yurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd, for special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year, but with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with OnePlus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
O'Reilly! Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager. Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
"We can be twinsies,"
to,
"How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget."
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Talking Cubs with you here on ESPN Chicago. It's Tyler and Shea. Cubs are now, they're in the middle of this 21-game stretch that I believe they have to go 15-6 in, as it's haymaking time against some of the lower-rung teams in all of baseball. You get the Marlins, the White Sox, the Reds, Pirates, Rockies mixed in there as well during Memorial Day week. This is when you have to make up ground, especially after the gauntlet that you faced in April. And right now, in this 21-game stretch, I said 15-6, you got to be there 8-2. So pacing nicely right now. If you can put together another 8-2 stretch for the remainder of this sort of segment that you're in right now, you'll be in a pretty good spot coming out of it. That'd put you 17 games over 500 in the first week of June. So do that, and good things will be happening there. 312-332-3776. You want to talk Cubs with us? I liken this Cubs team to the 2018 Bears, and I hope they avoid the fate of the 2018 Bears. I think you're going to see a really good regular season record for this Cubs team. 95-ish wins. I think it's going to be that level of good. But you're going to have to make some significant additions if you want to go further than the 2018 Bears went in the playoffs, which was no wins. I think right now this Cubs team offensively has what it takes to win a World Series. I think defensively, this team has what it takes to win a World Series. Third base was a glaring issue. Matt Shaw's made some really nice plays since he's been called back up. And he's got himself a nice bat as well. I think that he could be one of these significant contributors to this team, so much so, I've laid the wager. I think that he is going to win NL Rookie of the Year. The Cubs have contenders for MVP, Rookie of the Year, Manager of the Year, but right now the glaring issue is the pitching. If they don't fix this pitching at the deadline, you're putting a serious cap on what your ceiling is in the playoffs. It's going to be a big-time issue if you don't fix this, because you're going to see it lose you games in the postseason. Shea's said it before. This team right now is currently constructed in a playoff series, is not going to have a starting pitching advantage in any game. And he's right. They will not have any advantage. Shota is fantastic. He's not Zach Wheeler. He is not Spencer Strider. He is not pick your Dodgers pitcher. Love Shota, but that's not who he is. He's a good player. He is not a one. He is not an ace. But I like to have him on my baseball team. Rob's in Sugar Land, Texas. Morning, Rob.
Morning. So I like the Cubs' chemistry. I like the flexibility they have in their lineups right now. I'd be a little bit hesitant to break up anybody currently on the major league roster. So if they're going to have to make any sort of trades, they're going to have to do with people from the minor leagues as far as I'm concerned. As to Ryan Presley, I saw what Ryan Presley did here in Houston. He didn't do so good last year. He got his feelings hurt when the Astros traded for Josh Hader and relegated him to the eighth inning. You could just see he lost his confidence. I'm hoping he's getting it back, because when he's on, he could be the closer. I'm not saying he will be, but if he continues to get his confidence back like he used to have when he was with the Astros, he's a little bit older, he could be that guy. I'd be more interested in getting a starter than a closer at the right price. And you've seen what Isaac Paredes has been doing here, so I hope like heck the Cubs sign Tucker sooner rather than later. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rob. Appreciate it. Yeah, Isaac Paredes, I think a lot of people could have seen that coming too, that he'd have himself a nice season down in Houston. It's the same reason why I thought Alex Bregman was going to have a good season down in Boston too. The way that those two players are constructed for their respective ballparks that they would be playing in, for the bulk of their regular seasons, it was conducive to that type of player. And I don't know if it would have worked as well at Wrigley. Paredes was fine for the short stint that he was with the Cubs. Nothing special, but I don't think it would have been the right fit long-term with either Bregman or Paredes here. And I still stand by that, despite the seasons that those two guys are having. 312-332-3776. How are you feeling about this Cubs team right now? They win last night. They're 11 games over 500, but there still is a glaring weakness, and it's with the arms. Whether it's bullpen, whether it's starting pitching, they need to make some changes. There's one change in particular that I do want to see made by this Cubs team, and I think it's going to be an important one that Craig Counsell's going to have to make. So I'll address what that is, and also let's get into the Caleb Williams story from the week as well, after the ESPN Seth Wickersham and the whole story with that. And I was at OTAs on Wednesday as well. I'll give you some of my observations, what I saw there, what I liked, what I didn't, all that stuff coming up next. Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Today, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
All right, Abdallah, here's a stat for you. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America, was founded in 1829. Baseball, 1839.
So before baseball, people were already drinking Yuengling?
Yep.
And in their free time, just standing around with a beer? No home runs, just vibes?
And clearly, 196 years later, Yuengling is still going strong, and baseball is still playing catch-up.
Chicago, next time you grab a Yuengling, remember, you're drinking history, literally.
And baseball, you're welcome for the inspiration.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
FX presents Welcome to Wrexham.
For the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
The Emmy Award-winning series returns.
Come on, Wrexham!
With an all-new season.
We're going into a really tough division.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Oh! Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham. All new Thursdays at 9 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Shea's off today. He is currently on his way to Indianapolis. We'll check in with him, though, about 15 minutes from now. He is headed to the Indy 500 this weekend. So we will take a listen into that, and he'll give us his pick for the Indy 500. He goes every single year. He knows this race very well. So we'll get that Indy 500 pick from him in about 15 minutes from now. You want to join us, 312-332-3776. I'll give you my Bears OTA observations from earlier in the week as well in just a moment. But I did mention there is one significant change that I do want to see be made for the Cubs. And maybe you don't have the right personnel for it, but I think this will still work out. Ben Brown has had his moments this year where he's looked like he could be a starter for the future. He was fantastic against the Brewers, had a great start against the Dodgers earlier in the year, but I think he is best suited as a bullpen arm, perhaps even a closer for the future. But I think Ben Brown, two-pitch guy, I know he's working on the changeup a little bit. He's starting to get some swing and miss with that. I think that he's a guy who needs to be sent to the bullpen. He's supposed to make the start tomorrow. Wouldn't mind seeing that be the last start he makes all season long. Because the stretches that he goes on, he can be really shaky. But he also has these stretches like he did the other day where he sets down 14 straight in that game against the Marlins. He let up a couple of solo shots, kind of put the Cubs in a little early hole there, but was able to recover out of it and can put together solid runs. But it's just, I don't think it's sustainable, especially you're going third time through the order there. I think Ben Brown is best suited as a bullpen arm for now. And Chris Flexen has been tremendous for this team out of the bullpen. He was a quality starter for this White Sox team a year ago. Maybe didn't have the wins and losses to show for it. He had plenty of losses. Didn't have the wins to show for it. But I think that you could slot Flexen into this Cubs starting rotation. He can get you 5-6 innings a pop. And Ben Brown would be much more effective using him out of the bullpen. Maybe even in some long relief stints, too. You give him 2-3 innings at times. But I think that would be the best course of action for this Cubs bullpen moving forward. I think you're making a significant addition, especially when Shota comes back. You're going to get Javier Assad back at some point, too, hopefully like June-ish. There's help on the way internally in terms of guys just getting healthier. But I think if you're going to shuffle some chairs around, Ben Brown is one that I would give a hard look at, putting him in the bullpen, because I think he could be a super, super effective bullpen piece for this Cubs roster. So that's my 2 cents on that. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here, talk a little Cubs with us. I'll get to my Bears OTA observations because I was up at Hallis Hall earlier this week, taking that in with Waddle and Sylvie. And I think that there was one glaring thing that stood out for this Bears team and how this new regime is operating. It is a no-nonsense group. No nonsense from the head coach to everyone down all the way to like the ball boy. No nonsense with this team and the way that things are running now. Now, does that mean they're going to be, 10, 11 wins? I don't know. I hope so. I think you have the potential for that. Schedule's a little daunting, but I think when you look at how the ship is being operated, and I know we've probably said this time and time again, but it does look and feel and everything is sort of different in terms of the operation standpoint. Caleb Williams, it's OTAs. I'm not taking away any grand observations in terms of player performance, because in the OTAs, it doesn't matter. If you were going to use OTAs as the be-all, end-all for everything, well then what you saw this week is that Drake May is going to be the worst quarterback in all of football and Justin Fields is going to be the greatest quarterback in all of football. And I think we both know those two things will both not be true when it's all said and done. But the way that Ben Johnson is coaching up his guys, he got in the face of Cole Kmet. Ripped him a new you-know-what. And I don't think I've ever seen Cole Kmet get yelled at. I've been to a handful of practices since Cole's been on the team. I don't think I've ever seen Cole get chewed out like that. Especially when there's people there to observe. And I think that with the way that things are being run now, I mean, the coaching staff that got brought in, let's call it what it is. I don't know how many wins and losses it's going to lead to, but you brought in an all-star staff. You brought in one of the most sought-after defensive coordinators with Dennis Allen. You brought in a guy who has big-time experience and success with the Kansas City Chiefs in Eric Bieniemy. You brought in some significant pieces from that Lions coaching staff from a couple years ago with Antoine Randall and JT Barrett. There's high-profile. Al Harris coming in from Dallas, I think, is going to be one of the most significant pieces that's brought in from a coaching staff standpoint. And then the big piece of it all is you got the highest profile, most sought-after offensive mind on the market to be your next head coach with Ben Johnson. Feels different. It's felt different before, and it hasn't been different. But I'm hopeful. I'm more optimistic than I think I've been in years past. Even though my win total may not be all the way there, I think at the end of the day, I'm going to pick this team for 9 wins. Even though my win total may not scream, this is the most optimistic I've ever felt about a Bears team heading into the season, I do think it's going to be a 9-win team that maybe has like an 11-win feel to it based on some of the games that you do end up winning and maybe the way that you close the season out as well. This team's going to steal a couple games that they would not have won in years past. They'll probably lose a game early that you wouldn't like to see them lose. One that probably stands out to me is the game against the Cowboys. I think is a very losable game that we're not giving it enough credit for being a losable game. And that may be one of the early frustrating ones for Bears fans. But I do think this team has the potential to really make some noise. I do. I think that they've got the coaching staff in place. It's now the onus is on the players too. Like last year, there was a lot of talking, lots of talking about what this team thought they were, and they were far from that. 5-12, and it really felt like more of a 4-win team until the final kick went through the uprights from Cairo Santos out at Lambeau. Now it's the next step is the players have to put it on the field. They have to be the ones contributing to the action now. That is the next step for this team, and it all starts with the quarterback. And I know there was a lot to be made about Caleb Williams did not speak this week. I could not care less. I could not care less if he never spoke again. I want to see a quarterback go out there and produce on the field. If Caleb Williams goes out, balls out in his second season, eliminates a lot of the questions that people may have about him as a quarterback, all of this stuff that you heard from the past week and a half, it's going to be nothing. Nothing. It's not going to matter who his dad and him wanted to play for before the draft. It's not going to matter what happened that rookie season. None of it will matter. Just go out, perform on the field this upcoming year. All right. When we come back, Shea is going to join us live on the road on his way to Indianapolis for the Indy 500. He'll give us an Indy 500 pick, and maybe we jab him a little bit about his Detroit Tigers, who lost last night. All that coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Rangers.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
The search for Chicago's best foosball player is happening. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. The Mick Ultra Foosball Tournament is back in Chicago this weekend. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, is inviting all EPL fans to watch football, drink Mick Ultra, and compete in the May 25th foosball event at the Greystone Tavern. So play foosball and try to win a messy Mick Ultra jersey. Get to the Greystone Tavern on Sunday, May 25th at 10 a.m. Presented by Mick Ultra. Please enjoy responsibly.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
producing today's show. You missed anything today? Check it out on the podcast. You can find it on the Pick a Side feed on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcast. Let's go on out now to the Yingling hotline. You may notice half the show is missing today, and that's because Shea Norling on the road right now on his way to the Indy 500. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. Shea, I've been following your dot, too. There's a new development in our relationship. We are officially sharing each other's locations. And I see you're just passing by Fort Wayne.
Yeah, well, thank you for stalking me. Yeah. I didn't realize this is how that was going to go.
Well, I'm going to keep tabs on you from now on, so that's the way that this is going to be.
Beautiful Fort Wayne, Indiana. I've got to look at the most uninteresting factory that you have ever seen.
Well, you got the airport coming up, so
good.
To see
Thank
that.
You can be my tour guide.
Yeah, I will. Don't tempt me with a good time. Don't tempt me with a good time. You're going to the Indy 500 right now. You go every single year, and it is on my sports bucket list. I think that just the spectacle of racing. I've been to like IndyCar races before, but I've never been to the 500. So, can you just, for everyone out there who's never been, tell us what it's like?
It's a thrill ride, and it's an incredible weekend. We do it kind of different, I think. I mean, we do it the way that we do it, and it's a guy that we know has been going for probably 50 years now.
Damn.
Went with his dad when he was a kid and literally just goes to a backyard at a house across the street from the racetrack. And we get there today and we sleep in this guy's backyard where we park the cars, and we wake up tomorrow morning after hanging out and getting drunk today and go to the race. And it's one of my favorite weekends of the year. It's a great way to spend Memorial Day weekend. I started going probably 6 or 7 years ago with my dad, and excluding COVID, have gone every year, and I can't recommend it highly enough. The race is fantastic. As somebody who doesn't care about motorsports, really, the race is phenomenal.
So wait, you're basically camping in someone's backyard?
Yeah, pretty much.
You don't strike me as a sleep outdoors guy.
Oh, really?
No.
I love to camp.
I'm actually shocked by this. This is a revelation. I didn't.
I'm full of surprises, man. I don't know what to tell you. The whole station couldn't believe I was on skis. Now you can't believe that I sleep outside.
I actually believe the skiing part. I could see you skiing, but sleeping outside, I was unfamiliar with your game.
Well, there you go. Now you know. By the way, can I also just say before we get to my pick, I've been listening to the show. Thank you for not doing an hour of, why didn't Caleb Williams speak?
Dude, he could never do another press conference the rest of his career. I wouldn't be bothered.
Well, obviously, I'd be a little bothered if he didn't speak after a bunch of losses.
I wouldn't care. Would not bother me one bit.
Who needs him to speak on this? Who cares?
Yeah, he'll speak. He'll talk about it at some point. Doesn't matter when it is. Really doesn't. By the way, how was the Tiger game last night? For some reason, it's you in Cleveland, man. When you go to Cleveland games, it doesn't end well.
I hate that team. I have to tell you, that team is just the Detroit killer. I don't know what it is, because they're bad. They're actively not good this year, but they play the Tigers, and suddenly Tanner Bybee looks like Cy Young. And then last night, Slade Ciccone is pitching like he's prime Justin Verlander. I don't understand what happens when that team plays the Tigers.
33-19, second best record in all of baseball. If you saw some of the power rankings this week, your Tigers were number one in some MLB power rankings, and deservedly so. And you have, in person, seen more than 5% of their losses.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
That's the Snorling curse. It follows you everywhere.
I've in person seen one loss. Are you saying that's more than 5% of their losses?
Yeah, it is.
That's an astounding start to the season. I can't hear Cubs fans chirping way down there in the standings.
Well, that's why I'm looking forward to the show in a couple weeks. I actually was going to take the day off, the 7th, but then I saw it's Cubs Tigers on the schedule. And I'm like, all right, I'll be here because I need to be here for that. Both of us need to be here. So now you can't take it off. I've locked you in.
I'm not taking it off. We are going to war.
We are. It is going to be. It's the Cubs for first taste of above 500 baseball too, in terms of the opponent that they're going to be facing in a couple of weeks. So they may have to shake off some of the cobwebs, but that'll be a fun series for the two of us. All right.
Yes.
Do you have your Indy 500 pick? And do you have any sort of track record of success betting on this?
Sorry, do you have me? I think I lost you.
I got you. Maybe it's the airplanes.
All right. Yes, I have a pick. I believe the latest odds are 14-1.
Well, okay, before you give out the pick, do you have any track record of success picking this race?
I think it was the second year I went. My dad and I put a 35-1 bet on Helio Castroneves, and he won the race.
Nice. All right.
So we just do outright winners every time.
Okay.
And I lean a lot on my dad because he follows the sport very closely.
All right. So is this a joint pick for both you and your dad, or you guys have different picks?
Joint selection.
Okay. What do you got?
All right, so we're going 14-1, Felix Rosenqvist to win the race.
He's won before, hasn't he?
Has he won before? I don't think so. He's not won one that I've gone to. He's been in the mix.
Okay, the name rings a bell.
He's qualified fifth, so he'll start from the fifth position. 7 winners have come out of the fifth position and ran the fastest time at Carb Day practices yesterday. Had a fast car for qualifying, just in the top 6 qualifier. Didn't run his fastest lap, so he's sitting fifth. But he was the fastest in the top 12. So we like Felix Rosenqvist a lot today.
Okay, I've got the practice going up right now on the TV, and I see him racing around right now. So okay, Felix Rosenqvist 14-1 is the official Snorling Indy 500 pick. Anything else?
No, I think I'm all set. I don't need to hear Caleb Williams speak on Seth Wickersham's book. That's my big opinion of the week.
There you go. Shea Norling, enjoy the race. Tell your father I say hello, and have a great time out there, all right?
Thanks, buddy. Good show.
I'll be tracking you. Shea Norling on the Yuengling Guest Hotline. All right, that's going to do it for us today. You miss anything, check it out. Pick a Side podcast. Shea and I, you can find all of our stuff there, all of our shows, all of our picks and podcasts for the week, too. All that is on the Pick a Side feed on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you find your podcast. The CDGA Golf Show is coming up next. We will talk to you next week.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yuengling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yuengling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yuengling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Yelligan and Tyler Rocky.
Welcome on in. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Alongside Mike Gilligan, I'm Tyler Rocky. We talk all things golf with you. As always, we're brought to you by the Glenview Park Golf Club. We have our second major of the year in the books, Mike, and it is none other than Scottie Scheffler emerging victorious. I think we pretty much hit it on the head last week when we were talking about him. We kind of could see the sharks saw the blood in the water, and Scottie, an immaculate finish for him Saturday. Sunday he just had to do just enough. He was tied at one point with Jon Rahm at 9 under, but then once things got close, he put his foot on the gas, separated while the rest of the field seemingly crumbled, and he wins a major by 5 strokes.
He does, and good morning, and happy Memorial Day weekend to you.
You as well.
And to everybody else.
One of the best golfing weekends of the year.
Let me tell you, the golf courses were packed that I passed coming by. So, we're in for a great weekend. But, PGA Championship did not disappoint. I think if you went back and played the tape of our show last week, I think we actually hit it on the head, even down to the final number, that we wouldn't surprise that he'd have a 3-shot lead and then ultimately win by 5. And I think that's exactly what happened.
The thing is it was a 5-stroke victory for Scottie, but that doesn't mean that it was not entertaining.
Oh, I know.
And 5 strokes for Scottie, it feels like 10 for any other golfer.
No doubt.
But the way that he just kind of it narrowed and then he expanded his lead, and there was still drama despite the fact that he did win in dominant fashion when you look at the final leaderboard.
No, there were those moments, and I think this was a clear indication of why Scottie is going to be considered one of the greats, because he was able to have a game that wasn't his A game. In fact, I wouldn't even say it was anywhere in an A-. It might be a B+, but he still won. And for him to be able to overcome what he was fighting, and you could even see some of the lessons that he was having Saturday night on the range, trying to get that left hip to clear. So he's still tinkering going into this final round. And yet he forces the likes of Bryson and Jon Rahm and any of the others who eventually got close, but they knew they had to make something happen. And he, just like some of the greatest tennis players, forced the rest to make the mistakes. He didn't make the mistakes. They did. And he forced their hand because that's what Scottie does and does so well.
And that's exactly how he won his last major before that as well. The Masters from a couple years ago. It's the same sort of game plan. He let everyone else fold when they came around Amen Corner.
Right.
And Scottie just held serve. It wasn't anything flashy.
Nope.
It wasn't a birdie fest down there. Not that that's something easy to do. He just par, and everyone else went bogey, 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 and that's how he really separated himself from the pack. He does it again this time. The Saturday was fantastic for him. He goes 65. And then Sunday, it was just, all right, if I can get to par, I know I'm going to win this thing and win it comfortably.
Yeah, it was like go out and have a continental breakfast in the morning and go on out and just play just a regular round of golf and walk away with $3.6 million in your pocket. But I think what this did for Scottie more than anything is it gave him even more confidence on how to win a major that's maybe not at the same golf course, i.e. the Masters. And I also think it shows him that he's ready to go out and complete a career Grand Slam, because he now knows how to win majors in ways when he doesn't have his best game. Because whenever we watch Tiger was dominating. It was done in such exciting theater and dramatic theater. Scottie just sort of, plugs along and hits consistent. He consistency to a boredom like no other, but it's so cool to watch.
Right. It is dominant. It really is, the way that he goes about it. And I will say this, too. When we were here a week ago talking about the leaderboard that was up there, it was nothing flashy. It was nothing impressive. Scotty and maybe a little bit of Bryson that were the big names. And then all of a sudden, the leaderboard got kind of good at a certain moment on Sunday. You had Scotty, you had Bryson, you had John Rahm in there, Matt Fitzpatrick, a one-time U.S. Open champion. Keegan Bradley was in the mix as well. Like, there were some big names that were hovering around the top there. And then all of a sudden, Scotty just separates from the rest of the pack, and you saw some other guys make their way up the leaderboard. The implosion that John Rahm had, too, on Sunday, especially after he had this thing. He was tied for the lead once upon a time on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was one of the, I don't even want to say collapses, because he was never winning this thing, it felt like. It always felt like Scotty had this thing in the bag. But to go from having a runner-up to 5 over through the final 3 holes and finishing 8th instead of 2nd, it's a significant amount of money. Not that he's hurting for money with his LIV contract, but it's a significant dive in terms of earnings.
Yeah, I mean, their round 4 scores were nothing to really brag about. If you start looking really at a lot of the folks in the top 10, they're all around 73, 72, 71. Gerard had a 70.
Although shout out Harris English, who's 65, catapulted it. Between him putting up a 65 and the way that the field really didn't play 14 through 18 very well.
Not well at all.
But he did. He was fantastic on Sunday. He made himself $1.2 million on Sunday going up the 34 spots that he did.
Oh, and let me also tell you, he improved his opportunity to make the Ryder Cup team in dramatic fashion. So now he becomes somebody that we might be considering and will be considering. But to me, this championship has done a few things. It's changed the outlook on the Ryder Cup team. But believe it or not, we're already halfway through the majors, and now all eyes go to Oakmont. Mm-hmm. And with Scotty winning, now Scotty becomes the next guy who could still conceivably win a career Grand Slam if he closes out the next 2 Opens.
Yeah.
So a lot happened this past weekend, and some of it was very predictable, but it also puts the game in a very unique place as we start to go into the final 2 majors. And as I watched this whole leaderboard, expand and contract, it seemed to expand with the LIV guys. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, they all faltered on the last day, including Bryson. And I'm wondering if, in fact, this format is really dulling their ability to perform for 4 rounds, and namely a guy like Bryson DeChambeau, who was able to do it at the Open. But since then, he seems like on the 4th day, he's having closing issues.
But even that, did Bryson win or did Rory lose that U.S. Open at Pinehurst?
That's true, and that's very true. And I think what we saw with Bryson, more than ever, is how his one-shot pattern, high ball hitter, I try to force this into every single golf course and every way I play. His inability to hit really knockdown shots is being very much, I think, exposed, and why he doesn't win more major championships. He's got to learn to flight the ball better like the rest of these guys. And I know there was a lot of discussion during the week that maybe Bryson should get away from all that one-length stuff. Maybe the 8, 9, and wedge, it should be the length of a 8-iron or a wedge, and then go and, step it down. But I think his short game, where he loses it, strokes gained, is when he's going into the greens. He is just not controlling the flight like Scotty can. And Scotty is an absolute magician. He very rarely goes long. But how many times do you see Bryson DeChambeau go deep right, deep left? Mm-hmm. That's where I wonder between the physical, the mental, 4 days, plus all the practice versus 3, if it does in fact take its toll. I didn't think it would, but now that these guys get to ride around in carts and they get to play in shorts, their life has become a lot easier and softer in that regard. So when they have to flip the switch and play as a major championship, I think they're finding it tougher as the LIV product continues to wear on. That's just my advice.
And the other part of it, too, is we talked about this a little bit leading into the PGA Championship. The travel schedule was not kind to those guys either.
No.
You know, like everyone thought LIV meant you're dialing it back, you're playing less golf. And to a degree, that's true. But you're also going international a lot more than any of these PGA Tour guys. Like, when it all boils down to it, the LIV guys probably are traveling more miles during the course of their season than the PGA guys are.
Oh, I would think so.
Going up to the Philly Cricket Club for the Truist a couple weeks ago was probably one of the longer trips any of these guys are going to have to make.
Yeah, and then they had to return to Charlotte from Philly to Charlotte. I mean, you can drive there in very short order. But when you're going from Mexico City over to Singapore, then to Korea, back to the United States, I mean, it's just it's wonky. Now, you'll say that, oh, well, they only play 13 events a year. But they have to play in all 13 events a year. They're under contract. But then they're going to want to play in the majors. So there's 4 more. And then they're going to need to get these points, whether they're trying to play for their Ryder Cup team, their American team, the European team. They're out looking at other events to gain world ranking points. So when it's all said and done, I don't know if they're playing necessarily less golf as much as they thought they might. I think that they thought they could play the 13 events, make the majors whenever they qualify or otherwise, but they'd still be making world ranking points that would then would allow them not to have to play anywhere else but there. But I think it's going to be interesting where the PIF and LIV product goes now that PIF is getting involved with the women's tour. And, you know, there's a lot of people that just think this LIV product should go away. And you wonder, do these guys start getting so caught up on the team aspect of this that they don't necessarily pay as close attention to the individual piece of this because the team aspect is as lucrative for them as the individual. So again, when you're making that transition back to a major championship and being able to just flip it on at will, I'm not seeing it happen. And in fact, I'd go so far as to say it's getting worse because you're not seeing anything from Brooks anymore, Phil anymore. You know, Joaquin is flirting, but Bryson, you know, I guess to your point, yeah, Rory gave it away last year, but he did close a deal. And I thought Jon Rahm was going to change things. I thought as he started to shoot up, I thought, man, Tyler's going to be right. Tyler, I think this is when Jon Rahm might actually light the fuse where he starts an amazing run. But then he wilted. And that really showed me that I think these LIV guys are doing themselves a disservice when they don't even know they're doing it to themselves.
That's interesting. I think, the real fascinating case study is the guy that you brought up first there, Brooks. Because he has completely fallen off.
Right.
Completely fallen off since winning the PGA a couple years ago. And really has put together some non-competitive runs. And he looked like he had finally fixed his career after dealing with injuries and the rigors of the PGA Tour. And it looked like he had become back to the guy that he was when he had first burst onto the scene. But now it's like, to say that he's been lived, like it feels like he's almost fallen into the trap that people wanted to stereotype a lot of these LIV guys of what they will become once they go over, take the money, and start playing less. And it almost feels like, to a degree, he's starting to become closer to Dustin Johnson than he is to Bryson and Jon Rahm and guys like that.
And it's funny you bring up Dustin Johnson, and I honestly thought this golf course and this situation was going to be a perfect situation for that guy. He wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And to see Brooks now, and I'm just wondering if these guys, you know, because they're coming up on their contract year, if you will, for some of these guys. And I think Brooks is one of them. You just wonder, are they just mailing it in till they can just move back over to the tour and hope that all goes well in that regard? Or, you know, I just... a guy like Brooks, I just feel like he's almost in a way going through the motions just to finish out what he started, because I get the feeling he's just not into it.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, I think he was grateful when it was there, when he needed it most. But now that he was able to show the world, I can practice and I can get my game up to that level when I know I need to. But I don't know that he's motivated right now because he feels that he needs to. But if once he leaves this tour and all he can do is play the PGA Tour, if they allow him, then maybe his good habits and practice habits will come back. Because I just think that these guys with these long breaks take breaks. And golf is a funny game. You never really own it. You rent it from time to time, but then that swing kind of goes away, and it's always a constant fight. And if you're not staying on top of your game, especially at the level these guys play, then you're going to have mediocre to below average results for very top level tier elite type of players. And Brooks Koepka, Dustin Johnson are guys that you don't expect to miss cuts and to play poorly as they are. They're generally big game hunters, and they're not showing it anymore.
I wonder, too, for Brooks, if it becomes I feel like we've seen this at times throughout his career, but he needs something new in life. And if a pivot back to the PGA Tour is that newness that lights or reignites a fire underneath him.
I do, because I think he's been pretty honest with some people who have come out and shared that honesty. And I don't know that they were supposed to do that, so I know that we're getting the true feeling of how Brooks feels about this thing, and he wants to come back. Yeah. I know he does, and he's got the game to do it. And honestly, I don't know if he's just, load management and just waiting. I don't know if he doesn't want to get too deep into this now, but I would think that during the major championship season, this is the time that he needs to make hay. If he's going to pick up any world ranking points, have any expectation of playing any form of Ryder Cup, whether a wild card or otherwise, he's got to perform admirably in these next two.
Yep. All right. If you want to join us, 312-332-3776. Andy North is going to join us coming up at 9:35 to recap what he saw from the PGA Championship. He was on the coverage for ESPN, so he had an up-close front row seat for all of that. We'll get his thoughts on Scottie Scheffler, the rest of the leaderboard, all of that and more. This segment's been brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality, with over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois. Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
The 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dionne, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com. Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin. Tyler Rocky, Mike Gilligan, talking all things golf and the PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler captures his third major of his career, and now all the question goes to, well, we saw Rory just do it at the Masters. Can Scotty Scheffler now capture the career Grand Slam? Is he next in line for guys that are going to have that claim? And some people thought, okay, Jordan Spieth, was he next in line? He didn't even make the cut at the PGA Championship this week. But Scotty's got a Masters, he's got a PGA, he's halfway home, and still has the runway of an Open Championship and the U.S. Open here in 2025. Now, if he does it, I don't think it would be this year. That's asking a lot for a guy to capture 3 majors in a single season. But do you ultimately think when his chapter is written in golf history that he will have that claim that he has won the career slam?
Oh, most definitely. There are some sure things in life. This may not be a sure thing, but it's darn close. Just because he's only 28 years old. He turns 29 on June 21st. He has got a solid decade to maybe a decade and a half of good golf if he keeps himself healthy. But if nothing else, he's got a solid 10 years. That's 40 attempts to try to get actually 20 to get the other 2. But I just think he can get it done. And I would agree, doing it this year would be awfully a tall order.
It'd be one of the best seasons the sport's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it would rival Tiger and what he did in 2000. But at the same time, I just think Scotty's got it. I mean, he's got the shots. He knows how to do it. And the other part about this, he is mentally unbelievably tough. Mm-hmm. I mean, nothing phases the guy. He doesn't get dramatically up. He doesn't get dramatically down. And I think that's why he's going to win. He has a mentality that reminds me a lot of Jack Nicklaus. I see a lot more of Jack in him than I ever see Tiger. And I see the way he goes about his process. He reminds me very much of Jack in that same regard. And to me, he's our modern day version of Jack Nicklaus. And I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years we're actually asking the question, will Scotty break Tiger's record? And can he get to Jack's? I honestly think he is going to be a guy that in a few years we're going to look up and he's at double digits, just because I think he's that good a player. Now, all of this with a preface that he stays injury-free, he stays healthy, and God forbid nothing tragic ever happens. So if he, has a typical formidable professional life, I see nothing that can get in the way. I mean, even when he putts bad, he's still better than most. So to me, as long as he putts average and plays above average, he's going to beat everybody.
Yeah. I think you bring up the mentality that he has. I think part of what makes him great is why other people think he's boring.
Exactly.
It's because he is unmoved by anything. Nothing is going to daunt him. And it doesn't matter what the lead is, where he is on the leaderboard. None of it matters. The moment's never too big for him. And it's like he slows life down in his own mind. And it's what allows him to reach the level of greatness that he gets to.
And you know what? What you just said, he slows it down, is so true. Because when the Bunsen burner gets turned up and the heat is on and the heart starts to go, we all tend to rush. We all tend to start thinking and processing faster than, and we can't even control it. I mean, it's just what happens to our bodies. It's our human nature, except for him. I mean, he's got like ice water going through his veins. And that's the part that I really took a hard notice of him during the PGA Championship. And I found it interesting in comparison to Bryson. Bryson, man of the people, doing the high fives, running from tee to green. And I'm like, dude, you haven't won anything yet.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you won already and you haven't. Scotty would not touch a hand. Scotty has a way about him. All their fans, kids, it doesn't matter. All have their hands out. He won't talk. He won't touch. He is so driven and so focused. It reminds me of the time when Jack Nicklaus was playing in a tournament. He was on the first hole, and there was a train track that went by. And as he was about to let it go, the train came by and blew its horn, let it loud and proud, and Jack just swiped it and went right down the pipe. And as they were walking down the fairway, one of the people in the group said, God, I can't believe that train horn didn't even bother you. He said, what train horn? That's how Scotty thinks. He doesn't let anything, penetrate those 6 inches. When he gets locked in, he gets fully committed. He commits. There's no second guessing. I just think we can all take a great lesson on how we should adopt a lot of the way Scotty goes about his business in our own game. And here's the trick to it all. He does it rather quickly. Where you see a lot of these guys sleep over it, think over it. We could time them with a calendar.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Scotty embodies how we all should play golf.
Yeah, I just the level of locked in that he gets to for every single tournament. I mean, last year he was on a ridiculous run through the entire PGA Tour calendar, plus the Olympics, plus the President's Cup, all of it. And then you've got, I think the PGA Championship is almost the perfect encapsulation of it all, too, is last year's, the guy got arrested.
He did.
And still put together, most players, if they got arrested mid-tournament, either withdraw from the tournament, miss the cut, or even if they do play well enough, they have nothing left in the tank for Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, 1,000%.
Like, how many players can get arrested and finish top 40 in an event?
Well,
I think he might be the only guy capable of doing that.
Yeah, the only other one I might say would have been Tiger. But aside from that, you're right. And I think given the egos, the sensitiveness of some of these players, I think they would have gone straight from jail and went to their planes and went home. I don't even think they would have even attempted it. I think they would have been embarrassed. I think they would have not wanted to face the people. I think they would know themselves so well to know that I'm going to be distracted throughout this thing. I'm not going to be any good. Why even do this to myself? But see, that's the toughness of Scotty. That's what reminds me of only a Jack Nicklaus type mentality. And I think it's his 6 inches between the ears are what is going to show us over the next umpteen years of why he is such a special player.
Yeah, I think everything about his game right now, it may not be must watch to the average sports fan who maybe checks in on the majors and that's about it for golf, but there's so many shots that this guy has in his bag that it's just like, it's jaw-dropping stuff, and you're just like, he can't keep doing this for 18 holes, and he finds a way.
Well, and to your point about having all the shots, it's one thing to have all the shots, but then it's another thing to know when to play the appropriate shot, to take your medicine when you're supposed to, when you can thread it through the little eye of the needle. And his ability to manage himself and manage his game on said golf course is extraordinary. And I think he's got something that the rest of the players out there just don't have. And I think that's what we're going to enjoy watching. Now, will it be as sexy as the way Tiger did it? Nope. It's just not. You're going to, it's kind of like the
won't be as entertaining either.
It won't be. And it was like the time when I watched Tom Kite rip about 25 irons at the Bob Hope, and I was the only one there with him on the range, and it was late at night, and I asked him, doesn't that get boring? And he looked at me and he goes, I love boring. And that's what Scotty likes.
Yeah.
He likes boring. And it may be boring, but it's going to be exciting. And the thing I can't get over is how well he can continue to keep his game at such a high level week after week after week. And even this week, he's tied for 29th, and he's just sort of ho-humming it right now. I just think he has an ability to turn it on whenever he wishes, and it's just mind-boggling how long he can play at such a high level and not have that roller coaster effect or the yo-yo effect. And it's just impressive.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we will talk with Andy North, ESPN and two-time U.S. Open champion, will join us to recap everything that he saw from the PGA Championship. He was on the coverage for ESPN. That's coming up next. This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Peggy and Dionne, this morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow @KemperSports on social media.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. Two hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best. As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 11th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
To where you should play. This is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. As always, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch as well, or take us on the go with the ESPN Chicago app. The segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort. As Scotty Scheffler captures his third major of his young career, he has a couple of Masters, and this being his first PGA's halfway through to the career Grand Slam. And let's head on out now to the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. Two-time U.S. Open champion Andy North joins us. And Scotty would like to have one of those U.S. Opens on his trophy case coming up soon. Andy, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
And terrific job. Enjoyed watching you last week on the PGA coverage.
Ditto.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. And there's a good chance Scotty might get that one at Oakmont in a few weeks. The course sets up really great for him. But, yeah, it was a great PGA. A lot of crazy stuff that happened. Tough golf course, particularly finishing holes. So it was a fun week. And, yeah, it's always nice when you get a winner on Sunday night and it's over because it's a long week, too.
Oh, I bet it was. And, a lot was made of the decision that Kerry Haig made early in the week on Thursday morning to play the golf ball down. And we learned a new term, the Carolina Mudballs, and they're not a single-A baseball team.
Yeah.
So
that's...
What are your thoughts on that decision? And, you're a multi-major winner and played in tons of them, and you probably never played the ball down, did you? Or
I'm a firm believer that you want to play it down. I think that's the fairest thing. But I think, there's a way to do it in a way that if it is collecting a lot of mud, and we saw a lot of mud the first 2 days on the golf ball. And, the golf ball's been aerodynamically designed to move through the air in a certain way. And if you put a big clump on the side of it, it doesn't do that, and it goes all over the place. I don't like the lift, clean, and, one club link kind of deal. I don't like that at all. I think you could do a lift, clean, and replace where you mark it like you're on the green, you clean it, and put it right back down. If it's in a hole, it's in the hole. If it's in a divot, it's in the divot. I think that would be a fair way to do it and still keep the integrity of the game.
Andy North with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. So, Andy, you look at the past two PGA championships for Scotty. He has to deal with the mud balls, which everyone had to deal with for the bulk of the first two rounds. And And then the year before, he gets arrested. And I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Scotty Scheffler might be the only player on the planet who can get arrested on a Friday and still find a way to be top 10 in said golf tournament that he was arrested at midway through. What do you see in terms of the ability to overcome adversity when you see Scotty Scheffler?
Yeah, he's absolutely amazing. That he's one of those guys that is so even keeled. He doesn't get too excited about anything. Even when he's doing great, you don't see a ton of emotion out of him. So he's just one of those special guys. I mean, he's the closest thing we've had to Tiger in the last 20 years. And he strikes the ball really well. I mean, last week was a perfect example. He didn't have anything the first 2 days. I mean, he just kept grinding and hitting a lot of wild shots and trying to figure out a way to get it done. And he found something the last 3 or 4 holes, and he played those tough holes really well. And then on Saturday, he came out and played great the whole day, and it was vintage Scotty. Then he's got the lead on Sunday in the first 9 holes. He didn't hit a good shot. He hit it left literally every single time. And then when he needed to, once he got tied, when he needed to, he figured it out again, and he was great on the back 9 when he needed it. So, I mean, he's a special dude, and he can win with his average stuff.
And it's because he can do that with his average stuff that makes now the next 2 events even more interesting, because he could close out his career Grand Slam this year. I mean, now the odds are stacked against him, I'm sure, but at this point, I wouldn't put anything past him, would you?
No, not at all. I think Oakmont sets up just absolutely beautifully for him. It's a really hard golf course. That putting the ball in the fairway and keeping it on the greens is really important. Can he do that? If he plays at his best, I think he'll be the overwhelming favorite. It's a golf course that fits Rory's game, but Rory has not been driving the ball in the fairway. And he had less than half the fairways last week at the PGA. If he does that at Oakmont, it'll be a long, long week, because the rough there is going to be vintage U.S. Open rough. It is going to be thick. It's going to be long. And if you're in the rough, you've got no chance.
Andy North with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. You bring up Rory there and the driving, and one of the big stories from the week was both him and Scotty. They were both found to have non-conforming drivers. Now, this is nothing new. It's happened a number of times. I think the stigma surrounding this is probably a little bit bigger of a... It sounds bigger than it really is, but how much do you think that toyed with Rory having to go to a different driver for when he was playing his rounds?
I don't think anything. These guys all carry 4 or 5 different heads, backup heads. If you can keep the shafts is a key part of that. And, you can just snap heads on these shafts in today's world. And, this testing goes on literally every term of the year. The players are asking for it because they want to make sure their equipment's conforming. And what happens with the drivers, there's this core reading, and once it gets over a certain amount, they're deemed not to be legal. And there's some of the companies that build theirs right up against that standard, and then as the players play it, it goes past that standard. It creeps above that. So if you've got a driver you like that you've used for a bunch of years and you hit it really well, it's probably illegal because it's probably moved. But they test probably a third of the field every week, particularly at majors. And this stuff happens, and it's no one even knew that it happened to Scotty until he said so after the week was up. It's not that big a deal anymore for these guys. They change clubs so frequently, it doesn't really matter.
And to that point, Lucas Glover made a comment this week regarding the driver testing that a lot of the players carry 2 drivers in their bag early in the week. So if they get their name pulled, they give them the backup to test. Have you heard that before?
Well, I would suspect if they ask you for your gamer, I would think the players would give them their gamer. If you're going back and forth between two of them, then I don't think it's a problem. But I'm guessing if the guys test because they don't want. I mean, you get through 3 rounds and somebody says, "Oh yeah, he tested this other driver. You need to test this one." They go test it. It's illegal. You're done. They don't want to take that chance.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Andy North with us here for a couple more minutes on the CDGA Golf Show. So outside of Scotty, what was your biggest takeaway from this PGA Championship in terms of the rest of the field?
I think it was interesting how some of the guys played those last 3 holes that, they're difficult. 530-yard par 5, par 4, 230-yard par 3, and then 490 yards with a creek going up it. Those are pretty hard finishing holes. But Scotty played them great. He played them unbelievably all week long. And that stretch on Saturday, 14 through 18, that he played 5 under, he went from 2 behind to 3 ahead. Most of the guys played those holes over par, and he played them under par. Rahm played them a bunch over. Pretty much everyone, the contenders, messed up coming in on those holes, and Scotty didn't.
And also, Andy, I wanted to ask you, Liv had like 16 guys, 8 made the cut, 5 finished 37th or worse. And we watched Jon Rahm, we watched Bryson, make a push, but at the end of the day, they faded away. Do you feel that the competitive model, as time goes on, is actually hurting a guy like Bryson, Joaquin, and Rahm?
I think you could argue that. I think these guys are great enough players that, it probably has some effect that you get used to playing 3 days. I mean, I know senior tour golf where you played 3 days normally, and then you got to a major and it was 4 days. It was more taxing mentally, physically. It might have some effect on them, but these guys are great at what they do, and I think that the golf course just got them basically at the end.
Well, that's good insight. And one other question I had for you. On Thursday and Friday, the golf course was unbelievably wet. But when the ball would hit the green because of the sub-air, it sounded like it was hitting concrete.
Yeah.
As a player, that's got to be the hardest combination in sports.
It really is, especially if the fringes and stuff are soft. So, there are a lot of holes there. When the greens get firm, you really want to bounce it, just short of the green even. You couldn't do that. But the golf course really handled the water unbelievable. I mean, they had 5 inches of rain from Saturday to Tuesday. I walked in the rain, the golf course on Monday, and it was every step you took, water sprayed. It was amazing. It was in as good a shape as it was Thursday through Sunday. There are a lot of places that it'd have been a mud hole, but it held up really, really well, and you kind of got through the mud balls on the first day, and everything was fine. And everybody makes too much out of most of this stuff. I mean, yes, it's hard to play with mud balls, but there are types of shots you can try to play. I mean, if you got mud on the ball, my theory was I wanted to hit as low as I possibly could, so if it went offline, it was on the ground sooner than just launching it way up in the air. But the way guys play today, they launch it up in the air. They don't play it down, and I think that affects it more. But it's part of the game. It happens to everybody, and it's unfortunate that it can change a championship.
Andy, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it. Always enjoy watching you on all the PGA coverage, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it, and have a great day. Get out there and play. It's beautiful.
Oh, we are.
Yes, it is.
Thanks, Andy.
I'm sure you are. Okay. See ya.
Be well.
Andy North, 2-time U.S. Open champion and ESPN golf analyst with us on the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. I do want to have a bigger conversation, too, on the drivers. We'll do that
Definitely.
at 10 o'clock. And maybe like the stigma that sort of surrounds it. But when we come back, let's dive into what's taking place down in Texas, the Charles Schwab Challenge going on right now. We'll give you the leaderboard and what we're seeing. And Scotty is playing in this event, but he's not playing great. We'll tell you everything that's going on with his game and more coming up next. This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. At IBJI, they're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Hit the road with Cap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Cap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th. Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
segment brought to you by Tour Edge. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan. Always talking golf with you on Saturdays here, 9 to 11 a.m. on ESPN Chicago. Charles Schwab taking place down in Fort Worth as your co-leaders right now at 11 under, Ben Griffin and Matty Schmid.
Mm-hmm.
How about the local guy, too? Doug Gim, currently tied for seventh right now at 6 under, so he's 5 strokes off the lead. He's right on the tail of Akshay Bhatia. And Ricky Fowler in that grouping as well, tied for 7. J.J. Spawn, Tommy Fleetwood also tied for 7th at 6 under. But Doug Gim, the guy is a grinder. It feels like he plays in every single event, every single week. The only reason I know that is because we try to get him on the show, and he's always playing golf.
Yeah,
so we can't get him on the show.
Yeah, and he's always playing golf, and he's usually making the cut, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But you know who's also having not a bad tournament is local Nick Hardy.
Good to see. Yeah, Nick tied for 13th right now. He's had his struggles over the last year and a half or so. I don't want to say we put the curse on him, but we may have.
We may have. But but the guy's got a 10:55 tee time. That's probably the latest tee time he's had on a Saturday all season.
Yeah.
Which is good to see.
Good to see him getting back into the swing of things because he had a lot of things going well for him. He won the Zurich Classic a couple of years ago. And now all of a sudden his career's taken a little bit of, he's 205th in FedEx Cup points. And it would be really, really cool to see him kind of revitalize his career in this, finishing top 20 or even top 10 at an event like this where Scotty Scheffler's in the field. I mean, the leaderboard may not look spectacular, but that doesn't mean these guys aren't in the field.
Oh.
Like, Ricky's in the field. Spieth's in the field. Hideki Matsuyama's in the field. Scotty, who I mentioned, is in the field. Tommy Fleetwood's in the field. There are quality players in this tournament right now. They're just not at the top of the leaderboard at the moment.
No doubt. And I think, having guys like Doug and, our local guys.
Nick Hardy.
I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank there. But Nick, these guys are playing a quality golf course. Colonial is like hitting it down a hallway.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're winning and playing well there, you can just about play well anywhere because it is a very, very demanding and a shot maker's golf course for sure. But the story of interest for me this weekend is John Pock. Not John Pock himself. His caddy. Do you know what his caddy did?
What's that?
His caddy used to be a financial guy for Charles Schwab.
Oh, yeah.
He walked away from a big-time corporate job at Charles Schwab, and he might get his first PGA Tour victory as a caddy at the Charles Schwab.
Everything is cyclical in life.
I know. So I'm rooting for John Pock just because of that little innuendo, but it should be a good event. And having a chance to play Colonial a few times and be down there for their event a few times, it's a wonderful, wonderful club and a very historic one in the Fort Worth area. And if you ever have a chance to play it, please do. It's a great one.
Did you see this story too? Michael Kim, who is playing in the Charles Schwab, he went out on Thursday, and you mentioned John Pock with a 63. Michael Kim also fired a 63 on Thursday as well, and he said that round of his was fueled by his frustration from the New York Knicks collapse from the night before.
Now that's a fan.
And that was one of the all-time, it was John Pock. He is the big Knicks fan, and he went out and fired that 63 because of the Knicks loss from the night before. That right there, it's funny too because we were talking a little bit earlier in the week about like some of the greatest collapses in sports, and a lot of them are golf.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is no one to blame but yourself. Whereas team, there can be a moment here, there. You can at least explain some of those away. Golf, it's you in the course.
Right.
And when we talked about Greg Norman. We talked a little bit about Jordan Spieth, all that stuff. So it's something. But yeah, John Pock, inspired by the New York Knicks collapse, and he's hoping to not have one himself, as he is currently sitting third in the standings right now. All right, when we come back, we'll discuss the drivers, and is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal, the way that the PGA Tour is testing? That's coming up next. This segment brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve, right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Hey, Chicagoland, play the best golf course the western suburbs has to offer. Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. Book tee times at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Show. It's all brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club here on ESPN 1000, talking all things in the world of golf with you, 9 to 11 a.m. every single Saturday on ESPN Chicago. This segment is brought to you by Geneva National. It's time to have the driver inspection conversation, because this was maybe one of the lasting things that we'll get out of this past PGA Championship. Not only did the champion Scotty Scheffler say that his driver was inspected and failed inspection earlier in the week, but also Rory McIlroy, the Masters champion, same thing with him. His driver failed inspection. And some people are saying, oh, that's a reason why his driving suffered as much as it did. He was not hitting fairways over the course of his 4 days in the PGA Championship. But we're talking a little bit about this with Andy North. Is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal? At the end of the day, I think the best comp for the average sports fan is it's kind of like random drug testing in sports, where some guys, they get a note in your locker when they get into the stadium and say, hey, you got to go do the random drug test. And it's pretty similar here. Hey, you get a slip at the beginning of the tournament. Not everyone gets it, but hey, we just got to inspect your driver to make sure that it's up to standards with the COR, and make sure you don't have this quote-unquote trampoline effect where you're really going to be springing the ball and have a equipment advantage per se. But what did you make? Big deal, not a big deal? Because this was one of the biggest stories coming out of the tournament.
Well, at first I didn't think it was all that big a deal. But then as the weekend moved on, then I realized just how much of a bigger deal this truly is. And then after the event was over and listening to Lucas Glover make comments about it, that really then opened my eyes to just how much of an issue we may actually have. And yeah, early in the week, you get that notification. And here's my problem with how they do this testing. You could be asked to test your driver Monday, Tuesday. Your driver passes. You now go ahead and hit hundreds of balls Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. By Saturday, that driver could be illegal, and you just don't know it. So to say that these guys are cheating is not accurate. It's just the way the equipment is made. There is a kind of a life expectancy on the trampoline effect. It can trampoline, but only to a point. And by fatiguing it and wearing it out, you're making that trampoline effect even deeper and more robust. And that's what they're trying to measure. So Lucas Glover shared on PGA Tour XM radio this week that he knows a lot of players that carry multiple drivers for the mere fact of when their number gets pulled, they give them the backup, not the gamer. And he also knows that guys also give a different driver, and when it passes, they throw it in the locker and then pull out their other one. They don't even have the second one in the bag until it's time to go. Because what Lucas said is they do not test on the first tee, which I find that absolutely mind-boggling to me, because to me, it would be almost like what they do with the maple bat in baseball. How they approve a bat that a major leaguer can use, if it's of a maple, ash and birch doesn't matter, but it's maple because of the amount of grain and how tight that grain needs to be, because otherwise, when the maple bat first came out and Bonds made it so popular, everyone got into the maple bat business just thinking, hey, maple's the new wood. But they got inferior wood, and these bats started breaking. And if you remember the amount of bats that were breaking, and when they would break like a knife, and they were dangerous. In fact, there was reports of different players getting speared. Their own base runner on third wears a bat into his chest. There was a situation there. So what they do is, if you watch right above their hands, there's a spot, and it's a white spot on a dark bat, and it will have a dot in the middle, and that's the ink dot, and that shows whether or not the grain is in fact tight enough and approved for Major League Baseball. Golf needs the same thing. It's like after your driver's been inspected, it needs to be marked so that when you pull that thing out, if I was a competitor, I can look to see, yep, that thing was tested and you're still playing that one. Because at major championships, what Lucas explained, and this makes a lot of sense, you're bringing 4 of the major tours around the world together. You shouldn't be testing 30% of them.
No.
You should test all of them. And it should be on the first tee. And I agree wholeheartedly with that. And I know Andy said it doesn't bother these guys. I think it probably doesn't bother most, but it does bother some, because I know it's bothering me right now. I'm going through a driver change right now, and I can't seem to find the one that I like. And when I'm playing with the one and I know it's not the one I like, it's in my mind. And so was it the reason that Rory hit so many or missed so many fairways? Probably not, but was it in his mind? I think it was. I think it was there somewhere. I think if he would have had his regular driver in his hands, I think he would have felt better about things on day one.
Yeah, and I get what Andy's saying, too, when we were talking with him about half an hour ago, where it's so easy to just snap a head off of a club, and as long as you can keep the shaft's not ultimately what's being inspected. It's only the driver heads that are being inspected here. I get that part of it, but I think it is the mental part of the game that really could mess with these guys. And I do think that part of the issue, too, is maybe the stigma that goes around with it that isn't true.
Right.
That, these guys are cheating. Xander's talked about this in the past. Xander Schauffele, who's won a couple of majors, and it's like, now people think I'm a cheater.
Right.
When at the end of the day, you would never know your drive unless you've worn the ever-living heck out of it, but you would never know this thing isn't conformed to the PGA Tour standards.
Your driver right now could be illegal.
It
Tyler.
Probably is.
It may be, and mine might be too, because I've only hit about close to 1 million balls with it. It's probably the closest thing to a real trampoline, and I don't even know it. But is it making that big of a difference for me? No, because I'm looking for a different driver. But at the same time, It's going to be in your mind, especially if you know your driver was illegal and you were using it as such and you were purposely trying to do this. But if it was, I can hit that one just like that one and it's no big deal. I'm sure some guys are like that. For some reason, I think Rory isn't like that. I think this was in his mind.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I'm with you. Now, I do think to say, like, if we were going to do this Thursday, first tee, I almost think you'd want to do it Wednesday. Because we're talking about it now can you imagine taking a guy's driver out of his hands, like, on the first tee, or even like an hour before their tee time? Like, what that would do to a guy mentally would probably turn a lot of these guys into a total wreck. I almost think Wednesday, you could still do it on Tuesday. To be honest, it doesn't bother me a whole heck of a lot if it becomes an illegal driver over the course of the tournament.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't bother me. But what does bother me, and I think it bothered Lucas and a lot of other players, is they know that there are players out there that are duping the system purposely for this.
Yeah.
And so while people say it won't bother them, well, then why are they carrying backup drivers and giving them the dupe?
Yeah,
because I know what Andy said. He said, if it gets discovered, but are you really going to, on the fourth round, tell somebody that, I think my playing partner's hitting the ball a little too far?
There won't
check
be
out that driver.
Yeah, there will not be policing of your peers in this.
I don't
and if there is, then that's a bigger issue.
But if they did measure it on Tuesday or Wednesday, that's fine. As long as they put a mark or can tell that is the real driver at any point during the competition. So much like I can't ask you what club you hit, but I can certainly walk over and look down in your bag. And if your head cover's not on your driver, I should be able to look and say, yep, I can see the mark. You're good. Just like I can see that mark on that baseball bat that you're coming up with, and I'm a pitcher. I'm glad to see you've got that mark because now my life is not in jeopardy.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it is something that's it's become a story out of this PGA Championship, and I didn't think it would be we'd be talking about some sort of rules technicality based off of what we heard and saw from the past weekend. To me, it's interesting. It's probably being made a bigger deal than it really is, but it does feel like there is a simple fix to this.
And there is. And, and it's funny, too, because coming from baseball, I was a GM of a minor league team in West Virginia, and, they had the bat controversy when we were, drafting the collegiate players because of this coefficient of restitution. So they went to this BB core.
Yep, remember that.
Yeah, remember that. And they made the products inferior, and then people were breaking those because they didn't do quality control. So it's interesting how that sport policed itself. The umpires check the bats literally before every game now. And you have to have a stamp on every one of these bats.
Yeah.
And if it's not, you're literally taking the bat and taking it out of play.
I remember my first year of high school was when this happened. First year of high school baseball, and it was like everyone had to make the change. They gave you probably like a 2 years notice, I think, to make the change. And yeah, like all the bat manufacturers you would see on all their, like if it was a DeMarini or something like that, it said BB Core certified on all those different bats.
And we needed to, and I'm also a baseball umpire, so I was always checking bats.
And it sounds different too. If you're hitting, what was it, like an A Core or something like that before? You knew if you were hitting something different.
Yeah, and you could feel it, and it's actually a good thing that they did this because third baseman and pitchers' lives were literally on the line because of the rebound was faster off the bat than it was arriving to the bat, and that gets to be very, very dangerous. But as far as the baseball and the way they, manage it, it's because everyone's trying to get an edge. And again, you go back to what Lucas said in the 4 tours. Who's to say that somebody over in the Far East or over in Europe or somewhere halfway around the world isn't doctoring up their club in some way, shape, or form? Because what I learned, what colleges were doing just before all this BB Core came out, when the BB Core first came out, there were colleges that were making a pinhole down in the knob of the bat and injecting mercury. A syringe
I remember this, yeah.
of mercury into the bat and plug it. So that thing starts running around. The mercury inside the bat creates energy. And it added 40 feet to your ball. If you hit a fly ball, it went 40 feet further. So
That's
these are the kinds of
significant, too.
in baseball. That's nuts.
40 feet. I mean, you're talking about in most places dead center field. You're talking about 10% of the distance for a home run.
I know, and that's why we are where we are with the BB Corps. But do we have in baseball? There's always that getting an edge, trying to steal the other team's signs.
No one's trying to necessarily get an edge with this.
No,
a lot of this is your own oblivion.
Yeah, you just don't know. And I want to stress again, it's not cheating, because Xander, you brought up a great point. He's at a Pro-Am, and one of his guys, after he was found to have a driver that didn't conform, they said, "Oh yeah, there's the cheater." But yet there were 200 amateurs standing around, and now they think Xander Schauffele is a cheater when he's not. It's just the metal, the titanium, it fatigues. And that's really what they're watching, so that they can keep a certain amount of fairness across the field. But I do think if you really are going to measure this thing, you got to do it for all and not for some. At the majors, the tour events, I'll go with that 30%. But majors, different story. I appreciate what Lucas Glover said this past week. I just didn't know how much of a problem it really can be and is out there.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the driver inspection? Has this become too big a deal? What would you do to try to curb the issue that the PGA Tour and the majors may have with this? 312-332-3776. We'll take your calls when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like a good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me next Sunday afternoon. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Yurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you at Birdie's Sports Bar in Oak Lawn next Sunday from 1 to 3. Please enjoy responsibly.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club. Tyler Rocky, Mike Gilligan, talking all things golf with you on the heels of the PGA Championship. And one of the big storylines coming out of it, driver inspection. Some guys had their drivers inspected, including Masters champion Rory McIlroy and PGA champion Scottie Scheffler. Both were found to have, in the inspection, illegal drivers, so they had to swap them out of their bags. And this is something that's kind of come to the forefront now. And they only test 30% of the field, but should it be 100%? And it feels like, I think you bring up a great point, Mike, like for the majors, this feels pretty easy. You should be testing them all for these majors. PGA Tour events, I would still even say you probably should be testing more than 30.
You would think.
It almost feels like it has to be an all or nothing proposition. Why do only 30% have to have their drivers inspected and only 30% of the field has a chance of finding an illegal driver?
You know, and it's probably something that players have argued and don't want to be bothered with every single week. And I'm sure it's just a lot of belly aching. It's time. But at the same time, they have somebody at the tee every weekend looking at every single bag, checking to see exactly what clubs are in the bag for all the statistics. I mean, that's how Titleist tells you that they're the number one ball on tour, because somebody literally checks every single golf ball that goes out on the first tee. And they know who's got the most popular wedge on tour because they look in the bags. That's what somebody's sole responsibility is every single week. So to have somebody just, hey, while you're at it, test the driver, because it only takes a matter of seconds, and then you're done.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I'm sure that, you know, there's belly aching about, well, what if it happens just before, and then that's unnerving to the player, and he wouldn't know. How would he have known until that point? I get it. So to your point, yeah, a Tuesday or a Wednesday test is fine, but they should be able to ask, let's see your driver, and you show the stamp, and I go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. Paul's in Wisconsin. Good morning, Paul.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, Paul.
Hey, a couple things. I think one thing is just if someone's breaking the rules, whether they know it or not, just giving them a different driver, that's not much of a penalty. I mean, there needs to be some sort of fear if I get caught, I'm going to be penalized. So one of the things I would try doing is saying, and maybe all or at least the top 10 at the end of the tournament, and I think race cars do this, they inspect all the clubs, and if there's anything wrong, you're disqualified.
That's an interesting take as well. It's almost like the pitcher after he's done.
Yeah, with the
like, let me check your glove. Let me check your hands.
Belts, yeah.
I
think that to do it after the turn, like, are you going to take a trophy out of someone's hands like that? Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to give it to the runner-up at that point? I think you'd be taking a lot of the drama out of golf. And to be honest, the advantage you would be getting is so minuscule. It's an advantage that probably the guy in fourth might have a bigger advantage than the guy who ends up winning a tournament in some of these cases. And
No,
the
I
fact
would
that
agree.
you can probably create an illegal club over the course of a golf tournament and range sessions and practice rounds leading into a tournament, like it's too hard to police it to that level, I think.
Right, and I think it's only because the driver could have converted over the days of use into going from legal to now being illegal. And I think that's why in this sport, they would rather you know that everybody is leaving the first tee before they play their first of 72 holes if they make the cut with approved equipment. Now, what happens on the way in? Are you hitting trees and branches with clubs and things got bent? And, you know, what your clubs look like at the end of the week could be a little bit different than how they started. But assuming just regular use, the driver will fatigue as it normally would week to week. And did you catch it right in one of those times that it was good on Monday, Tuesday, but not so good on Sunday? And I think then as a golf fan, if you said, oh my God, Scotty won, but guess what? Legal driver, now we're going down to number 2.
Right.
I mean, that to me would be like, really? I just watched all that excitement for no reason?
Right.
I don't think they'd want to risk that.
No, it's not worth it for the entertainment value.
The
of
entertainment
sport.
value
At
would
the
be
end of the day,
horrible.
this is an entertainment business.
That's exactly
and if you're going to pull that out of the game, it's not interesting to me. I don't care enough about it. And like that's where this differs from baseball a little bit in the sense that you can't create an illegal bat from use in baseball. You can in golf from
Yes.
use. If you're going to create an illegal bat, if you're corking a bat, that is someone going in and doctoring this thing up.
That's right.
You're not doctoring these clubs up. It's wear and tear, and it's creating this illegal club. And to me, it's tough for me to really be all that upset or triggered by something like that. Because at the end of the day, the guy who wins and maybe is using an illegal club, the guy who's in 12th may have an even more illegal club than the guy who wins. So the advantage, some guys week to week are going to have an advantage. Some guys week to week aren't. And it's going to change. And largely over the course of a year, it's going to even itself out.
I would think so. And, you know, unlike in baseball where you drive the ball as far as you can, it's a home run, it's the ultimate. You hit a bomb of a tee shot, your work just got started. You still have to get the ball in the hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you could hit a 370-yard drive. It may be no good.
Yeah, because it also, maybe you hit it too far or you hit it into that throw-up zone, the old 35 yards away from the green type of shot that you don't practice hardly ever. But I do think it's a little bit different in like those sports because there's other pieces and parts to finally completing what the game is or a hole. I mean, it's going to require a putter. It's going to require some mid-irons and a wedge maybe to finish. So it's going to require other clubs that aren't necessarily being tested, so to speak. So I just think that, it's the old saying, you drive for show, but you putt for the dough. And I agree with you. It's something I think that needs to be, monitored and managed and, kept fair because, again, you don't want them to be just limitless on what they want to do with these drivers because then you will start to see a difference. But at the end of the day, it's still about who can get it into the hole. And at that point, the driver doesn't matter. And I think we're rewarding great play for all the clubs, not just being hyper-focused on the one club. It does not do everything like a baseball bat could do everything in one swing.
All right. Phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. If you want to get in driver inspection conversation, how should the PGA Tour and all of the golf majors be handling stuff like this? Craig in Lansing, Michigan. Morning, Craig.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to talk about the U.S. Open coming up, but I can hit on this subject because while I was on hold, I thought, if I was going to try to decide a penalty for something, I should understand what's illegal about it. And, of course, while I was on hold, you just went over it. These guys aren't trying to cheat. These drivers become illegal after use. Right. I look up, let's see here. It says characteristic time. and coefficient of restitution, which is bounce, and how long does the impact stay intact after it, makes impact. And these are what makes the driver more flexible after time. So these guys aren't really trying to cheat. So I don't think so. Because initially I was like, they really ought to penalize them. That'll get rid of it. But if they don't know it's illegal, they don't have their own testers. So it's kind of hard to regulate at this point. But at least it's different than when somebody absolutely knows they're banging a trash can, Houston Astros.
Yep.
They know they're cheating. So
That's
these
right.
guys don't.
Corked
And I think
bat,
that's
like you're cheating. Yeah.
Right. It's an intention. It's intentional.
Mm-hmm.
But so to move on to the U.S. Open, I was looking at a couple of early numbers, and I think it's interesting because I always try to do my homework. And with the Masters, it's the easiest because you can look who's played on that course traditionally in the past several years. And like for instance, Patrick Reed hasn't missed a cut since he won it. So that's important to pay attention to. Now, you can't do that with the other three majors as often, but this one, they played at Oakmont in 2016, and Dustin Johnson actually won that. But if you look at some of the scores, the next three guys, Shane Lowry, who I was going to bring up, he had a great tournament, but he bogeyed 7 bogeys on the last round. So there's a guy that could step up. He's played well this year. I think he's only missed 1 cut since the first of the year, a couple second-place finishes, some top 10s. But if you look at that course, man, I mean, you had guys like Cam Smith, 15 over, DeChambeau, 5 over, Rahm was 7 over, all these big names. We didn't have Colin Morikawa, Scheffler yet, but it's a tough course, apparently. And so, when I was looking at the preview, I'm thinking Lowry, because he's played so well recently, and he's shown that he can play on that course, I'm kind of looking at guys like him if I want to think about maybe slapping about $1 or $2 down. And what do you guys think about that? I mean, the course better than I do, I'm sure, because I just recently became a golf fan and tried to take in all I can in the last 4 or 5 years. But that's why I listen. That's why I'm all ears. And thanks a lot. I appreciate it, fellas.
Yeah, Craig, good call. Thanks for the call, and we'd love to have you back again. But I would say this about it. That's 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago.
It is.
So much changes. I mean, the technology, just all of these, everything, it feels like changes between now and then, that it's tough to really take anything from that 26. I mean, Dustin Johnson is a non-factor.
Well, I was hoping he wouldn't have been after last week, thinking going into Oakmont that maybe this will revitalize, his career. But, to Craig's point, the U.S. Open at Oakmont. First off, Craig, I've played Oakmont multiple times, and I've been to a few of the U.S. Opens. In fact, I was at the 94 U.S. Open when that was Palmer's last one. Mm-hmm. Could be the hardest golf course I've ever played without any water. I mean, It is a difficult golf course, and it is the one course, and I've played close to, the latest top 100 came out, and I think I'm at 50-some, but I've been up as high as 60-some in the top 100. But Oakmont is the only place that I truly got goosebumps when I went to the first tee, because all of the greats have all played there and have won there. And they take that member par 5, the first hole, and you're playing downhill down towards the Pennsylvania Turnpike, because you actually cross the turnpike when you're playing the golf course. But you go down one, and it's a member par 5, but they'll play it as a par 4 for the Open. And what's unique about that first green, too, is it slopes away from you. So these greens at Oakmont, they pride themselves on how quick they can make them. And it's the only club I've ever been to, when you walk out of the men's locker room, on the side of the door before you push the little doors open like you're going into a saloon to go out of the locker room, it says today's stimp meter, and generally it's about 14 and a half, 13. They pride themselves on how fast they can keep these greens, and it will be the story, the rough and the speed of the greens. And between the breaks, you and I were talking about the massacre at Wingfoot. We could see another modern day massacre if the USGA doesn't cut that rough, because I saw a video yesterday of what the rough looks like today, and with all this rain the East has been getting,
right? Yeah,
it's not growing grass; it's like growing stalk. that grass is standing straight up, and it's like 6 inches high. Usually it starts to fold, but the strand of grass is so robust and thick, it's not folding right now. So when that ball goes down, it's settling down, and we could actually see, if the USGA doesn't step in here, that is, guys that miss the fairway will literally have to take wedges and like hit sand wedges out of the rough to get the ball back into the fairway so they can advance it. They will not be able to advance the ball if they keep the rough the way that it is with a mid-iron all the way down. They'll have to go 8, 9 and wedges just to do all they can to get that ball out, and I will not be surprised if you see situations where guys don't get it out of the rough.
And it's crazy because they've cleared a lot of trees on that course too. Mm-hmm. You'll still see guys punching out.
Oh, yes.
Out of necessity, out of that rough. Some guys used to have to just punch out because you got a tree in your way. Not this. You're going to have to do it just because the rough is as thick as what it is.
And what I saw at the PGA Championship was a lot different. I was watching guys hitting par 5s over water in 2 out of the rough. You will not see that happen at Oakmont. Well, first off, there's not going to be any water for them to have to carry.
Right.
But the rough is night and day difference between what we just saw down in North Carolina and what's going on in Pennsylvania. And again, they have had more rain there than the law should allow. They had a issue with the tent 2 weeks ago, got blown down. And
right.
They've just had,
that was a
that
disaster.
part of the state has had some tremendous amounts of rain lately. So it is going to, unless we go into a drought between here and Father's Day, which I don't think is going to happen, you're going to see probably one of the tougher golf courses we've seen in the last, call it 5-10 years.
Wow. Yep. Looking
That's
forward
my
to
prediction
that.
anyway.
312-332-3776 is the number to reach us. When we come back, we'll continue to go through some of the other stories, give you an update too. Is Scotty making a charge at the Schwab? We'll keep you updated on what's taking place down in Fort Worth. This segment's been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Rangers.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
You strive for more. In life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com. Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Segment brought to you by Republic Bank. Tyler Rocky, Mike Gilligan. You missed any part of the show today, including our conversation with Andy North. Talked a lot about the driver inspection as well on the PGA Tour and with the majors. That's been a big story coming out of the PGA Championship. You can find all of that on the ESPN Chicago app or find us wherever you get your podcast, the CDGA Golf Show. So let's take a quick spin on what's going on at Colonial right now, Charles Schwab Challenge, where Ben Griffin and Matty Schmid are your leaders at 11 under. You've got John Pock, Chris Gotterup at 9 and 8 under, respectively. And then some of the local guys doing a pretty nice job so far. You got Doug Gim out of Buffalo Grove. He's tied for 7th right now, 6 under, 5 strokes off the lead. And then Nick Hardy, currently tied for 13th at 5 under. He'll tee off in about 15 minutes from now. Doug Gim goes off today a little after 11:30. So you can catch all of that on ESPN Plus, and they'll have the coverage as well on CBS. But you and I, we were just talking, this leaderboard's pretty jammed up right now. There's currently 22 guys who are tied for 21st right now. So if you are 3 under, you can jump from 43rd to 13th with a couple of birdies right now. That's what the logjam is. And inside that logjam is Scotty Scheffler. He's 3 under today, 4 under for the tournament, was in danger of missing the cut, and even still had 30-1 odds, despite the fact that he almost missed the cut. For context, anyone else would probably be like 150 or 200-1. He was 30-1 after narrowly making the cut. But he's having himself a nice day so far. He's 3 under for the day, and he's through 8, tied for 21st right now. Crazier things have happened, and you can't put anything past Scotty Scheffler, who was dealing with, it looked like a little bit of an injury as well earlier in the day. He tweaked something in his shoulder
or back or something. He made
one of his
unusual swings. He grimaced in pain and grabbed the kind of sort of his shoulder and back area
after a tee shot on 2, I believe, yesterday. But
so that's always, because you never know. I mean, your next swing could be the one that, oh no, my back. And for anyone that's had a bad back, golf and bad backs don't go well together. So, but here is Scotty doing what Scotty does best. He's just percolating up the leaderboard. 28 spots thus far. He's 3 under for the day through 8. And I wish I would have taken that bet at 30-1, because I'm telling you, he'll probably get it to about 7 under today. All these guys got to do is come back a couple of shots, and it's game on tomorrow, and we're back to seeing another Scotty Scheffler rerun. And I know it's a Scotty Scheffler love fest on the show, but he's just dominating everybody.
Yeah. And to be honest, if this tournament's not in Texas, who knows if he's even playing in it.
Yeah. No, he's sleeping in his own bed, driving down the road.
Going to the Stars game the night before.
Yeah, I mean, he's living his best life.
Exactly. Another one of the big risers today, we've talked about him a little bit because he was very vocal about his thoughts on the driver inspections, but Lucas Glover up 49 spots today. He's 5 under through 14. So he's got a chance to make a little bit of noise. And Jordan Spieth, after a disappointing PGA championship, Jordan Spieth currently 4 under for the day. He's up 41 spots. He was even through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, but he's making a little move, tied for 21st right now in that cluster with Scotty, but 4 under through 15. And it's just Jordan Spieth succeeds at the strangest moments. It's like when there's all of the attention and everything, you'd think that's when a guy like him would rise to the occasion. He really hasn't for the last handful of years. But then when you're kind of counting him out or forgetting about him, that's when he sort of steps up. And on the heels of a disappointment at the PGA Championship, going for the career slam, he ends up missing the cut. But here he is now with a chance, maybe not to win this golf tournament, but find himself maybe in the top 10.
No doubt. And there's a lot of people looking for that first win, if you will, this week. You know who I'd like to see win this week?
Who's that?
Tommy Fleetwood.
How about, yeah.
I mean, he's always around. He's got a pair of 67s, and, he's going out at 11-22. He's only, 5 back. So he would be a great win, and I know Colonial would love to see that happen. But these scores right now are telling me that the wind is down currently, so it's a good idea to make some hay, because I have a sneaking suspicion after the noon hour, the winds are going to start to pick up as they do down in Texas. And I think the guys going off later in the or early afternoon are going to have a different type of golf course to play. And Colonial gets real tricky when the wind blows because it is so narrow, but your ball does go above the tree line. And that's where things get dicey, when you have to hoist that thing up above the tree line at such a tight venue like that. And the winds have nowhere to be blocked that start out in New Mexico, come blowing across Texas over to Louisiana, and it provides a nightmare for the players on the course. That's why I think that these guys going out early that are doing well, I think are going to find themselves even in a better position when they get done with the day, not with their round, because I think these other guys are going to come back a little bit.
Interesting. You bring up Tommy Fleetwood. We always talk about the conversation, who's the best player without a major?
Mm-hmm.
How about the conversation of who's the best player without a PGA Tour victory?
That's why I think Tommy needs to win, because he's better than what he's
got.
Did you know, until you just saw that, did you know that he had not won over here?
So I was trying to remember. I was like, I knew he was in the thick of things, and then I saw his playoff record. And
not good.
Well, he's only had the one, but I remember the Canadian Open a couple years ago. This was right after the LIV PGA Tour announcement too, and he lost on one of the best putts I think you'll ever see to win a tournament from Nick Taylor.
I know. That thing was
on his home turf too for Nick. Like it was one of, I'm trying to remember the exact how many feet it was, but like it was
long. It was inconceivable that he was going to make it.
And Tommy made a long one to birdie the hole, and he just got screwed because Nick Taylor putts his in for eagle.
But what I like about Tommy Fleetwood is how he handled it. He got snake bitten in a way that's golf. And his attitude about it was so great. That's why I want Tommy to win, because he's not won in America.
Yeah.
And he deserves it. He's too great a player. He's won, worldwide, but he just hasn't won in America.
8 top 10s in majors, another 2 top 10s in the players. Like, he is one of the best players in the world. And he shows up at the Ryder Cup too. Like,
he does.
He's got the accolades. It's mind-boggling to think a guy like that doesn't have a PGA Tour win.
I know, but then it goes to show you just how hard it really is to win. And when you look at a guy like Tommy Fleetwood, and then you consider what Tiger did and what Scotty's currently doing, it just makes you shake your head like, how? How are they able to sustain this and keep this going? Because the talent pool out there is extraordinarily good.
Do you ever think that hey, for a guy like him, maybe just go play one of the easier events on tour. Crush the comp. It's like one of those ones where there's like nobody in the top 20 in the world playing in it. Just crush that competition just so you can see one go through the hoop.
Well, you might think that because it might take you to some faraway places like Puerto Rico, or you got to go down to Mexico or wherever. But, being from overseas, he's accustomed to all the traveling and playing far, far from home. So I just think Tommy just needs to have the golf gods be kind to him one time. And when it does happen, I think you're going to find him winning more frequently. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to go off and win 10 majors or anything like that, but I do think Tommy Fleetwood is a guy that will have multiple tour victories when his career is done because he deserves it. He's too good a player not to. Yeah. But again, it's a stark reminder about how hard it is to win on the PGA Tour.
It could end up being like a Schauffele thing where you see one go down and then it just starts a little bit of a snowball for you too. So, all right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's OrthoAccess Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries with no appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, OrthoAccess provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for OrthoAccess locations and hours.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our two Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Yurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Yurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Thank you to Hannah Lamana for producing today's show. This segment brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort. At this time every week, we go around the CDGA. Mike, what's going on this week?
Well, first and foremost, we've got a big shout out and a congratulations to our Northwestern Lady Wildcats.
How about that?
Eric Ciotti's team, they did it. They got it across the finish line. They are national champions. They beat Stanford in some of the most exciting golf that I've seen in quite a while this past earlier in the week. So congratulations to the Lady Wildcats. Job well done. Also, from the Wild and the Zany, how about Joel Damon? He made a hole-in-one this week, and he has played 2,846 par threes before he finally made his first PGA Tour hole-in-one. And I must say, looking at his reaction, it was rather, I would have been dancing from here to Timbuktu if I would have done that. But congratulations to Joel Damon. And speaking of aces, at the last Live event, Dean Burmeister and Mark Leishman both made aces within an hour of each other. Oh, that's pretty amazing when you consider the odds of making one is like 12,500 to 1 and then doing it within an hour. Oh. But it still doesn't hail to the 4 aces at Oak Hill, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get closer to the U.S. Open. For those CDGA members, be on the lookout. Your June magazine should be arriving. The other day. Did you get yours? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got mine. And there is a lot about the National Open that's coming up. It's packed with a lot of great articles. Casey and the boys did another great job. Be on the lookout for that. And then I want to congratulate the various CDGA fantasy golf winners. Patrick Howell of Buffalo Grove turned in one of the most amazing performances because of the leaderboard that we had, but he took first. Joe Beaudry of Homewood and Landon Holtman of Lake Barrington were their top 3. But then we had the beat the CDGA, beat the ESPN, and beat the Tour Edge teams. Well, Philip Crittenton of Skokie, he beat the Tour Edge team. David Browning Sr. of Joliet beat the CDGA team, and they won their appropriate putter and prize packs. But get this, David Marzullo from Addison beat the ESPN team. Now, you may think that that's not a big deal in beating Yurko. Well, they finished 12th out of over 3,000 people. So congratulations, David. We sent you out a Cutter and Buck shirt similar to the one I have on. I hope you enjoy it, and job well done. And if any of you want to join in all the fun that we have at the CDGA and want to become a member, there is no better time than to join now. Go to cdga.org, go to membership, and click on becoming a member. And that's all it takes. $50.
Yep, and it pays for itself.
It certainly does. Certainly does.
That's going to do it for us. We will be back next week talking all things golf. Peggy and Dionne is coming up next. The segment brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses smart follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Fox Bend Golf Course is a proud CDGA member club. Fox Bend offers country club conditions at public club prices. Fox Bend is just 45 minutes from downtown. Check out the best kept secret in the western suburbs. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky. Hey, ladies!
Oh, well, happy Memorial Day. It's a long weekend for some of you, but not all of us, right, Dionne?
It is my Thursday, I believe. Like, it's Thursday. How are you?
I'm great. I was filling in with Sylvie yesterday, and I honestly, Dionne, did not even know that this was Memorial Day weekend.
Stop it, you didn't?
No. I completely spaced on it. I think I was expecting it to be last weekend, or no, it's the 24th. So I think I was thinking it was going to be next weekend. And I was like, oh, no big deal. But oh my Lord, when I tried to get downtown yesterday, forget about it.
I know,
that was crazy.
Well, and we should, full disclosure, we're not downtown right now because there's a parade on State Street, which I didn't even know about until last night. That's how much I've not been paying attention.
So
it is a little bit earlier for Memorial Day, but at least it's nice out. Like, the sun is shining. Like, it feels like, I don't know if it feels like the kickoff of summer, but I mean, I think it's feeling like it's coming, I guess. I don't know.
It doesn't feel like it's coming. It doesn't. This has been a cold, wet, rainy spring. I planted my garden almost 3 weeks ago. And I can only hope that it's going to be okay, because I keep looking out there. I mean, the rain's great for it, but it's the cold weather that's just been nasty. And okay, here's the other complaint I have. It has been awful for my golf game. I was really hoping to work on my game this year, and I committed to the month of May. Well, most of the lessons, it's been too cold to go. And most of the weekends, it's been too cold to play. So there's my rant that nobody wants to hear about. But anyways, how are you?
Oh, gosh. It's been a long week. It feels like it's been a long week. I actually thought of you the other day because I really want to dust off my golf clubs and work on it. Like, at least swing of them and see how that feels. So we can talk about that at a different time. How am I? I'm good. Life is so busy right now. And I know they say that about every May, but gosh, Peggy, Memorial Day, that's might as well be June, right? And we've had so many things going on at work and with the sports that we're covering. And it just feels like one thing leads to another so fast that time is flying by. Like, I just don't feel like I'm catching my breath anywhere. That's real.
I know. No, I know. But this is a good weekend. Everyone, like you said, it's like our it's supposed to be the kickoff to the summer. People are getting away. You could tell because the highways were packed yesterday for those who did go into work. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I typically would go up to Wisconsin, but I, again, did not plan it. And I think it's because of the weather. I just wasn't thinking that it was really a weekend that what was I going to do up there? It's too cold right now. So, but I don't know, whatever. I could have gone. That's all right. We have something really fun that we're doing today.
We do have something really fun that we're doing today. And do you want to introduce it, or do you want me to, or what are we doing?
You go ahead.
Okay. Well, today we are joining forces with Groupon to talk about their big days out. And you guys, you remember Groupon, Peggy? Like, I remember when I used to, when I was first starting in the business, right? Every time I would want to get my nails done, I would go find a Groupon so I could try somewhere new. Like every time. But then you had to, in those days, you had to print them out and do all of that stuff. But now their app makes it like super, super easy. So now we are today partnering with them to plan like an ultimate day in Chicagoland. Where we have some Groupon credits and we're allowed to create like a day, and we want to show you guys just how easy it is so that you can plan something similar for your families now that we're getting into summertime.
Totally full disclosure here. So for those of us like Dionne and myself who are used to having to clip the coupon from Groupon and bring your voucher in, and this was such in the early days of our cell phones that it was like trying to find them on your cell phone and you couldn't, so you had to print everything out when you went in there. Well, it's totally changed now. It's a mobile marketplace. They're right next door to us here. They're right next door to ESPN Chicago. And I love the fact, as I was scrolling through the opportunities, for me, this is the perfect way to host an out-of-town guest, is to go on Groupon.
Yes.
I mean, you go on Groupon, you are going to find enough things to do. Take them on architectural tours, boat cruises, take them mini golfing, the museums, take spas. There are so many things. If you have out-of-town guests coming and you don't know what to do with them, I'm telling you, Groupon is the perfect way to go because you can plan it in advance. You can just scroll through, find what you want, and voila, there it is. Not to mention, Dionne, with your kids, when they're bored, you're going to find things to do with them.
I told my daughter this morning, I said, during the summer, you need to know that we're not going to have any device time until about noon or 1 p.m. She's like, Mom, that's awful. There's nothing to do in our house. There's nothing to do. Well, I can plan things for them to do. I was like, dude, it's till noon. I'm not, like I said, all day. She's a little dramatic, but you're right. They're bored already. Like, this is a great way to do that. And as I was scrolling through too, Peggy, it's not just like activities. You can really save on some nice dining experiences too, which I know you and I both love. So there's a lot we can do with what we have, these credits we have today as we build this ultimate family weekend. We're going to talk about that throughout the show and let you guys know how you can participate in such a thing as well. So thanks for playing along with us, and thanks to Groupon for helping us to put this together today.
Absolutely. Go check it out, everybody. It's really fun. I know a couple of things that I am going to be looking for because I need stuff done around the house, not to mention just hosting people from out of town. Car washes. There's a lot of stuff I need. So
a lot of stuff.
But I think we should just have fun. Should we not maybe not do anything that we absolutely have to do because maybe our husbands should be taking care of? Let's play a gender role here and totally stereotype and say we're not allowed to buy anything on Groupon that our husbands should be taking care of.
Agreed. 1,000% agreed. I was like looking through some of the things. I'm like, I could Groupon like a morning workout into a spa experience, into a what was the other thing I was looking at? Into a spa experience, into like there's like a beer soak. Did you see this? It's like a place you can go and like sit in a tub with beer. It's supposed to be really good for you. I mean,
okay, that sounds like a Father's Day idea.
Wouldn't that be fun?
That sounds
fun.
like a Father's Day gift.
Yeah,
that is really cool.
One a lot, yeah.
Ooh, I like that idea. Okay, so we'll get into that in a bit. But I have to kind of tell you, I got a little obsessed this morning on YouTube. And
this is so perfect for Peggy and Dionne. This is like, you guys, I know that you listen to us. Our listeners are so loyal and they pay very close attention to the things we're saying. But please tune in now because this story is so perfect for you and I to talk about. Okay, go ahead.
I am telling you, yesterday when we were laughing with Sylvie and Tyler and Jack, and we were telling them, I said, you guys do a really good job of planning your show for the voices of your hosts. So Waddle and Sylvie, like, exactly the type of things they're going to be talking about. I said, Peggy and Dionne, yes, we are two very accomplished, award-winning sportscasters and sports reporters in Chicago. But we like some of the gossipy stuff too.
Yes.
And if you can put sports, rumors, gossip together, make it a little scintillating, then we're kind of all over it. And I have to tell you, I was not all over the Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson story in the beginning.
Right.
I was all over the Bill Belichick going to North Carolina. But I always thought it was like this thing about his young girlfriend was like, okay, until she has really, really taken such a big step in front of everything. Did I really start reading? And I am slightly obsessed with this relationship. I mean, I'm going to be honest here. There were always whispers about Bill, but this still took me by surprise. She's what, 24?
24. I have been obsessed with it simply because it's one of those things, like when I just, even just looking at them together and you're like, what is happening? What is really going on?
Exactly.
Like what is this really about? Because in the end, this is not an everlasting love. This is just, I don't even know what it is. I don't have a label for it. It's so mind-boggling to me that the greatest coach, arguably of all time, is now dating a girl who's 24 years old and somehow she has the power in the relationship. Like, I'm so confused. I can't, like, my brain hurts. I can't do it.
Not just the greatest coach in NFL history, but the most feared coach in NFL history has left his peanuts at the door. I mean, she put them in her hands.
Peggy, people didn't want to ask this man questions. They were afraid to ask just questions about football. He was so intimidating. And now I'm like, I don't even know. What happened? I don't know.
The power of you know what is unbelievable because it is so darn shocking. Yes. So this morning, Pablo Torre, his podcast came out. I think, was it last night that it came out?
It was last night, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. It's called Pablo Torre Finds Out. Mm-hmm. When we come back, I just have to warn you guys. Pablo Torre, I grew up with him in the sense that when podcasts first came out, that's who I listened to, the ESPN 30 for 30 podcast by Pablo Torre. And so his voice and his reporting, to me, he was always this, mysterious man. And he has now moved on to his podcast on YouTube, Pablo Torre Finds Out. And he just delves into topics to try to find out the real story. And what he did was delve into that little clip from Tom Brady's roast, in which Tom Brady was finally speaking, and he said, people ask me which ring I like the most, obviously referring to his Super Bowl championship rings. Yeah. And his answer was, really, it's the Ring camera that caught Bill Belichick shirtless coming out of someone's house. And everyone kind of laughed and laughed. And some people knew about, there was a little bit online about that like a year and a half ago, but not a lot. And so it was kind of like, wait, what is this? Pablo Torre decides to find out the real truth about that Ring camera clip. And it's real. Of Bill Belichick walking out the back porch to his car or a car, shirtless, very disheveled, really bad bedhead going on. But whose house was it? And where was this? When we come back, I am telling you, you are not going to want to miss this. The story behind it is absolutely hysterical. It's Peggy and Dionne on ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dionne, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. From fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. It's Lou Malnati's teaming up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. That's right. It's a limited time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
All right, Abdallah, we talk a lot about baseball legends, but let's give credit to the real MVP of the game.
The ace who never takes a day off.
A hero who always delivers in the clutch.
Beer here. The beer guy.
Ice cold beer. He's out there hustling up and down the aisles.
Dodging peanut shells.
Balancing a tray like a pro.
A legend.
And when you hear beer here, grab a Yingling, a legend that stands the test of time.
Tip your beer guy, drink a Yingling, and let's play ball.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
All right, you've heard this before. I'm saying it again because if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, it is a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location for you to start or maybe looking to expand your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live, Bolingbrook offers something for everyone. If you're sticking in town for the holiday weekend, they have the Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet that you can go find in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it's the home of over 50 corporate headquarters already. Come and visit the experience, the warmth, the friendliness of Bolingbrook, all for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more and join us. Be Bolingbrook.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
FX presents Welcome to Wrexham.
For the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
The Emmy Award-winning series returns.
Come on, Wrexham!
With an all-new season.
We're going into a really tough division.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Oh! Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham. All new Thursdays at 9 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. On 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy Dionne here on ESPN Chicago. Peggy Dionne brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We thank them for continuing to sponsor the fun, and it is about to get crazy here on P&D as we continue to talk about Bill Belichick and the crazy turn his life has taken.
It just blows my mind. It really does, and it's a very I don't know what is the right word. A little bit of an obsession. And I know a lot. Yeah. I'm not alone. You're not alone.
No.
There is something so salacious in this that you can't. It's like a gaper's block on the highway. You just can't take your eyes off of it.
You can't take your eyes off of it. And like I keep. Like last night when I was hearing just a few things, like Pablo coming out with a little bit of it, of like what he was just putting out snippets, right? So you would go to the main podcast, and I was like, oh gosh, give me more, like help me understand. It's fascinating to me.
So this is what we found out on the Pablo Torre podcast. Pablo Torre finds out. Get you up to speed. There was a ring cam video of Coach Bill Belichick walking out the back door of a house or a cottage. It looks like it could be very much a waterfront type of cottage. Mm-hmm. And he is shirtless. Right. Can I just say, just from that video, he totally... could start advertising for a man bra. He has man boobs.
It's not. Yeah, it's awkward to look at.
Oh my gosh,
Peggy, because he's an old man. Like
how old is he? 70?
78? Is it?
No, he's not 78. Yeah. He's like 71, maybe. We have to find out. But so here he is, comes out like most of our grandfathers.
73 years.
73. Thank you, Justin. Justin Pottinger is joining us today.
Thanks, Justin.
Just like most of our grandfathers, he looked like a grandfather. Correct. With the very hairy, hairy man boobs. But man, he is barrel chested. Like you could tell he works out.
Oh, that's not shocking. He wears a sweatshirt.
He has a gut.
All the time. Yeah, he wears a sweatshirt all the time. Like he's a normal looking 73-year-old. He should have a shirt on. That's all.
And he looks like he just woke up off the couch. Yeah. At least that's what we would like to think he was doing. But the reality was, as Pablo Torre found out, by going to one of those geo guys online. Now, I asked my kids about this. Okay. They're like, oh, I know exactly who this group is. They're like geo finders, and it's a group online that you play, try to guess where this is at. And so everyone tries to guess. So my son knew immediately who this guy was that Pablo Torre went to. And Pablo Torre messaged him online asking if he could help him out. And this guy was like in Peru or Nepal or something like that. And he says, let me see. I'll hook you up with some of the other guys that are really good at this too. And it turns out a guy in Germany gets back to Pablo Torre with the exact location of where that video from a ring camera came from. Now, this is scary.
Yeah.
This is really scary, Dionne, meaning anything that we are putting out there on the internet, someone could find us.
I've seen these videos. It's pretty freaky how quickly they can just figure out where you're at.
It's crazy.
That is crazy.
It's very freaky. So this guy in Germany, who is a geo finder, plays the geo games, and he sent Pablo Torre to Winthrop, Massachusetts, and gave him the exact address. So Pablo Torre finds it. It's an Airbnb. The listing had been taken down, but it was back up. And so he rented the Airbnb, and he, the day before, had been at a podcast party and received a Ring camera, ironically, as a gate gift as a swag bag. And so he brought it with him and set it up and took the exact same video that you see Bill Belichick. You see him walk out this back door. You see him stop on this little stoop of a step and then walk down the steps to where this car is parked. It is like, there's no doubt this is the same place.
Yeah.
And he takes you throughout the house, and then he says the owner of the Airbnb lives upstairs, and she likes to meet her guests. And so I'm going to set up this audio clip you're going to hear, and you have to listen very closely because they did not want to go on camera, but they allowed to be recorded. They allowed themselves to be recorded, this husband and wife. And they had just bought this Airbnb because they stayed there. They liked it. And then they ended up buying it when this young 23-year-old woman rented the Airbnb from them. And the wife was getting to know her guest and found out that she is a pageant queen and she does pageants. And she has this conversation with who ends up being Jordan Hudson, talking about the fact that Jordan also likes to play golf. And the owner of the Airbnb said, well, you should come to my country club and play golf with us. Listen to this story that the owner of the Airbnb, and you'll hear her husband chime in, what she tells Pablo Torre upon meeting Jordan Hudson.
As a new host, I tried to make it a point to meet people, and I couldn't meet her right when she arrived. So I came in and I'd come off the golf course, and we were just chatting about different things. And that's when she said that she wanted to know how far Danvers was. And I was like, oh, are you getting married? She said, no, I compete in pageants. And I said, well, we're members at the golf course. Well, you should come and play with us. My friends have clubs they can lend you.
She said she played. That's
yeah, she said she played, and she also said she prefers a men's senior shaft. So I just sort of didn't really think much about that until later.
Could that not be the greatest soundbite of all time? That she tells the Airbnb host.
That's what she said.
Thank you for offering me a set of golf clubs to play with. And those of us who play golf understand this. A women's golf shaft can be a little bit whippier, a little bit, softer. A men's shaft can be. No, it doesn't matter what I say. It's not going to come out good. It can be stiffer. Okay. So the fact that she says, thank you for offering me a set of clubs, but I prefer a senior men's shaft.
That's what she said. Now, didn't she also say because of the age discrepancy, she thought it was like a relative, or when she saw...
They got a little worried.
Yeah, they thought he was either her drug dealer, which is hilarious, or that it was a relative or someone, because there was such an age discrepancy, like it would make that nothing else made sense. They
were looking at the Ring camera the next morning, and they saw this older gentleman walk out the back door and went to a car, and the car was parked in an area where there was no parking. And so they told her, hey, you can't park there. You got to move that car that's there. So that's why Bill Belichick is going out the back door. And they didn't realize who it was. And this couple is from the Massachusetts area. And the husband realizes that's Bill Belichick. Mm-hmm. And that's when they thought, what is going on here? And they had video gold of Bill Belichick being with Jordan Hudson at this Airbnb in Winthrop, Massachusetts, and him walking out in that with no shirt on. It's not a pretty picture.
No,
it's not.
No, it's not. And I don't know if we'll ever get, and like just the more we find out about Jordan and her inserting herself in that Super Bowl commercial and even the interview he did with CBS this morning, and it was like she was inserting herself so much into that. And what they were talking about, what Pablo was talking about on his podcast, was that there was even more footage of Jordan making herself the story when it was that interview with Bill with CBS this morning. So I'm very interested. I have so many questions as to like why are we so afraid to say exactly how they met? Why are we so afraid to, if you're so proud of this relationship, why are we hiding all this stuff? Why is she being the focal point of it?
Listen, she obviously, she claims she works in marketing, and that she is the CEO of Bill Belichick Productions.
Please, her brain isn't even developed. Like, can we just talk about that? Like, she's not how this man, this powerful NFL giant, looked at this young little child that could literally and was like, you know what? Yes, you be in charge of this, and you be my, like, what?
If there has ever been friends with benefits, this is the very definition for both sides.
Right.
This is a friend with benefits on both sides. She's like, okay with being his girlfriend. And in the meantime, she is getting as much publicity that she could possibly want on social media. And she can put her hand up and claim no and stop. We're not. But all of that is just making us watch it more.
Of course. Now, did North Carolina say she is not allowed to be around, or she is? I've heard both. I feel like I've heard both. I haven't done enough.
She has not been banned. She has not been banned, but she is welcome at the facility, but that she is not allowed there at all times. And here's a nice little local twist, everybody, to the story of North Carolina football and Bill Belichick. Their new PR person, drum roll please, who is the spokesperson for the firestorm at North Carolina football, is none other than Brandon Faber, our friend from started with the Blackhawks during the Blackhawks Stanley Cup runs and moved over to the Chicago Bears when John Fox was the head coach. Brandon Faber is now the PR spokesperson for North Carolina football. And let me tell you, this is going to put him into a brand new stratosphere.
Now, I would love to say that he did. I mean, when you put the Blackhawks and the Bears of the last 15, 20 years, crisis management was part of his job already, okay? But not at this extreme level, okay? Like, this is way bigger than that, right?
Oh, it's because it's crossing not just in sports. Now you have news networks who are covering it, and you have all the gossip pages. This is the Dennis Rodman Bulls, which, oh, by the way, Brandon Faber actually started working in the NBA in his career. He is perfectly primed for this job, and I'm so fascinated by it. I absolutely love it, and I just had to share it with you because can we just hear that? I think we need to clip, Justin, she said she prefers a senior shaft, because that might be the greatest line of all time. I love it. And there you have it. There you have it. That's our update. That is our update on North Carolina football.
I have a feeling this will be a recurring update through Peggy and Dionne. We should do a Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson update each and every week until that relationship fizzles out, which we know it will. I'm sure in catastrophic and devastating fashion, but I think we should monitor. And each week we just have a little update.
I think maybe if our friends from Callaway want to sponsor this segment, we'll call it our senior shaft. Here's the you know what on the senior shaft. Shifting now to the senior shaft. Yeah, right. I think we got it. Hey, we have a lot more to talk about. Actually, we have Bears OTAs that took place at Hallis Hall this week. How about the Cubs and PCA? I have to tell you, I'm watching. Yes. I am actually watching. I don't know how you cannot be watching what PCA is doing for the Cubs. Is so unbelievable. It has the whole country now talking about. So let's talk a little Cubs, maybe a little bit of White Sox as well. They made some news yesterday and then went out and eked out a win as well. And we have Bears talk as well. We have so much more to cover. It's a holiday weekend edition of Peggy and Dionne on ESPN 1000. Our senior shaft.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
I was on the hunt for a new car, and I knew what I needed. I needed something that was luxurious and practical, and I wasn't sure where to begin. So I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville. They sat down with me, they listened to what I needed, they worked their magic, and found me the perfect ride. The Acura MDX is next level. And from start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. I feel so cool in this car. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me, but that's not just for me. They will do the same thing for you. They want to help you find your perfect vehicle. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they will help you find your perfect match.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Pete out to right field. Connor Joe at the wall. It is gone. Pete Crow Armstrong, home run number 13. Two-run shot puts the Cubs on the board. Deficit cut in half. It's a 4-2 game. The pitch. Pete skies it. Right field. Benson at the track. The wall. If it's fair, it's gone. It is! Grand slam. Pete Crow Armstrong. And PCA playing like MVP. What a beast.
It is just remarkable what he's been able to do, and
It's unbelievable.
Peggy, he's must-see baseball right now, and you can't turn away. And even last night when they're down 4-0, I'm like, you have this feeling of like they're gonna come back, and then he hits the 2-run homer, and then the grand slam, and you're like, oh my gosh. And he doesn't usually. I heard Taylor McGregor talk about it during the broadcast. She's like, he doesn't usually show a ton of emotion. He was so fired up in that moment. I don't even know what it must feel like to walk to the plate with confidence the way that he is right now, because he knows what he's capable of and what this team is capable of. It's remarkable to me. He's 23, Peggy. He is very young.
And a young 23, right? Like he just turned 23.
Yes, he's very young. And it's unbelievable that he's made this turn. And not only at the plate though, Peggy. One of the best defensive center fielders in baseball right now. Like it's remarkable. I love the fact that he was in the lineup, later in the lineup, and that was fine. Then he fills in for Ian Happ leading off. That worked out well for him. Now he's batting cleanup, and I'm doing things like he did last night. He's had 2 6 RBI games in a week. It's insane. It's insane.
He has 14 home runs on the season already, and he is just 3 behind the leaders, Aaron Judge, Ohtani, Cal Raleigh, and Kyle Schwarber. Seriously, think about that. It's so incredible. And I was watching the interview after the game, and you're right. Like he's, for someone who's as demonstrative on the field, and he loves to turn to the crowd and the PNC Park crowd, or not the PNC, they're in Cincinnati, right? Yeah. So the crowd is just chanting for him, the Cubs fans in the crowd, and he's like turning around and getting them fired up and stuff. And so I thought, I got to see this post-game interview with Taylor McGregor. And it was not bad, not terrible, because anything Taylor asked him, he's like, yeah, no, nothing. How do you feel about this with where you stand with the home runs? Yeah, no, I don't really. I'm sorry. It's a bad answer. I just don't have anything really. I don't feel anything about it. I'm just going up there each at bat, just doing, how do you feel about, the way everyone gets behind you? Yeah. Well, Justin Turner's gets behind everybody on the team. It was so funny that it was such a juxtaposition of what you see on the field. You expected him to be like this one of those in-your-face post interviews, and he wasn't. He was just pretty subdued, and I love it. I'm back. I'm watching baseball again. I am, because this is exactly what baseball needed. Everyone talks about De La Cruz with the Reds and how exciting of a player, a young player like that, and how he draws people to want to go to those games. This is exactly what baseball needed in Chicago, was a player like PCA. It's so exciting to watch.
He reminds me somewhat of Javi Baez, and not in the same way, but he has that swagger about him that he knows what he's capable of, but also you have to watch because you never know when it will look magical. And that's what I think about when PCA is in the lineup, when he's in the outfield. Like you never know what he's going to do. And I think that is what makes it such entertainment. And it is what baseball needed. It's what the Cubs needed, but also his perspective on look, I mean, I asked him last week after he had that 6 RBI game, and you're like, what? I said, what is it like to walk to the plate when you're seeing the ball as well as you are right now? And it was the same kind of answer. it was like, I just know baseball and I know it can go away at any moment. And I think he has that perspective about it where he's just like, I know that this is not sustainable, like at this high level all the time. So I'm riding it out. I'm not overthinking it, because if you overthink it, this is such a hard game to play. If you overthink it, it can run you off your rhythm. And the next thing you know, you're not making contact at all. Right. So he's just not overthinking it. And I think that's a sign of maturity for 23 years old. I really do. Like, he just is letting it happen.
Ride the wave while it lasts. Remember last year how much he struggled offensively.
Yes.
So it's fun to see this. It's fun that he recognizes it, that it can be fleeting. And it's fun to see the national baseball writers and announcers talking about it and saying, wow, can this guy actually sustain this? Like, have the Cubs found a future star with PCA? It's truly amazing.
Well, and he's in that year, I mean, where he's going to get paid. And with the Cubs in these conversations about, are they going to pay Kyle Tucker and what are they going to pay PCA? Because what they offered him before the season started is going to go up astronomically. It's going to have to, because of what he did betting on himself. And 45 RBI, that's tied with Aaron Judge, one behind Seiya Suzuki. It's third in the league right now. Like, it's insane. It's awesome.
It's unbelievable. The Sox also made news yesterday sending Andrew Vaughn down. That was a long-awaited move. A lot of people were waiting to do that, because Andrew Vaughn has dead last in WAR in Major League Baseball. 1,122 players. He is dead last. So like negative 1.2 or something. It is awful. And a guy that was brought in by the former regime at 35th and Shields. Everyone's been wondering why they've been hanging on to him for so long. And yes, I get it. It's because he's, the high draft pick that he was. But boy, it just looks awful. It looks awful. And the Sox had a win last night.
They did. And for Andrew Vaughn, this has to be difficult. I mean, you were the third overall pick like 6 years ago. Top prospect in 2021, right? And just hasn't been able, he's just been struggling, like so evidently struggling, like none of that was a secret. But I think it could be a good thing. You think about the guys who have gone down and come back and had incredible moments in their career moving forward. You think about Ian Happ, had to go down to the minors. Kyle Schwarber went down to the minors. Jake Berger, who's in town with the Rangers, he just got back from a minor league stint, and we all know what Jake's capable of. I think sometimes it is helpful to take a step back. Hopefully that means that Andrew Vaughn will become himself again. And he seems, I don't know him at all, but I think that from the way he approaches the game, like he seems to be the kind of guy that would understand and put in the work, because he's wanting to get back up with the big league club. But they reactivate Andrew Benintendi and Mike Tauchman yesterday too. So they've got some. I was surprised a little bit about Tim Elko. I really liked what he had done in his time up here, and I love that story. But
they need those at bats for Benintendi and guys that they're trying to trade. So they need those at bats, and they can afford the service time in the minor leagues with Tim Elko. Hey, you guys, we were talking earlier at the start of the show about Groupon, and Groupon has totally transformed. They are not the Groupon of the past. They are now a nonstop mobile marketplace with great deals, all here in Chicagoland. If you are in Chicagoland this weekend and saying, what am I going to do for the holiday weekend? Well, they have a massive sale going on. I was just scrolling through, Dionne, because you and I, we get to go shopping on Groupon today, and scrolling through so many of these places to go and things to do. They are having a flash sale that is this weekend only. And I know what I'm doing. I already picked out what I am going to do. So when we come back, Dionne and I are going to reveal our first purchases on Groupon and what we are suggesting you can go do, because there's things for the family to do, things for the kids. You have out-of-town guests. You want to go somewhere to eat. You look to do some miniature golf, or you want to go on a boat cruise. There is so much to do. Groupon is the place, and they are totally new and improved. When we come back, our picks for some of our Groupons this weekend. All right, we'll do that when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Rangers.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You know, a lot of companies are really looking for some extra space, and I have the perfect place for you. If you're looking to elevate the future of your business, what about Bolingbrook? That's right, B Bolingbrook. They remain the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or even expand your business. They're rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook has something for everyone. The Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. It's the perfect space for you. Bolingbrook, conveniently located off I-55 and I-355. It's already home to over 50 corporate headquarters. You can go and experience the warmth and the friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bbolingbrook.com to learn more. And join us, B Bolingbrook.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
FX presents Welcome to Wrexham.
For the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
The Emmy Award-winning series returns.
Come on, Wrexham!
With an all-new season.
We're going into a really tough division.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Oh! Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham. All new Thursdays at 9 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on this holiday Day weekend. We hope you guys are enjoying whatever you may be doing to enjoy this extended weekend before we get into June already, which is crazy. It does feel a little bit early for Memorial Day, Peggy. It's usually like the 26th or 27th, so I'll let it slide that you didn't really know what was going on. Hey guys, we are partnering with Groupon today for their Big Days Out moment. They really are catering to like every budget. You don't have to have a big budget to find some great things to do in the Chicagoland area, and we get to go shopping. They've given us some credits so that we can pick out some fun things we might want to do. I'm still on the fence about whether I'm involving my family in this, Peg. Like I might just...
No, it's not. It's not, because when you go through Groupon, you can find everything from going to semi-pro baseball games to hair removal. You can go to there's a lot of spas. You can have things that you need done around the house, your windows, your air ducts. There are places, kids, water parks, and field museums, skydiving if you want to go skydiving. But this is what I've decided.
You can do anything. Okay,
scuba diving. I saw that. I saw the scuba diving too. So this is what I've decided for my first purchase that I am going to get. I am out in the suburbs, and I love spas, and I will never turn down a spa. And one of my favorite treatments is getting a scalp massage.
Is it really?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. It revitalizes your skin. I am going to get an Azalea spa. I think it's in Schaumburg. So I am going to pick Azalea Spa as one of my first options, because it's going to be for me. It's going to be me time in the Kaczynski household here. Azalea Spa, yes, it's in Schaumburg. I love this idea: essential oil, neck and shoulder massage, a hair mask, hair follicle purification. I really, really love a scalp massage. And then afterwards, I'm going to have my husband meet me at the Palm Court for a steak and wine dinner. I have been to this restaurant before.
You have.
It is like an old time supper club, but really nice. I love the supper club feel of it. The food is excellent. Palm Court, steak and wine. We are going to have a dinner out for my husband and I. And even though summer has already started in my household with my daughter, and we are already on summer break, and I know that most households within the first week, the kids are bored. So I'm starting with me, because we don't get that much of a break over the summer. We are the ones in charge of keeping our kids busy.
Entertained.
So what are you going to do? Yes, entertained.
So I was really on the fence, because I have never had a scalp treatment, and I think that sounds magical. I did have the Palm Court steak dinner. That is happening in my world. Like that is we are doing that. Ray and I are doing that. But I'm kind of I love the spa boutique at the Godfrey. That sounds amazing.
I was looking at that.
Did you see that? A 50-minute massage, a 50-minute facial. For one person, you get to experience their pampering, escape the stress. This sounds like right up my alley. And I love a massage. I love a facial. I rarely combine the two and give myself that time. So I feel like I want to do that for me. And I'll go downtown and do that. And then on a different day, we'll go to the Palm Court, because I think that would be really wonderful. Now, I've looked at the Wonderverse. There's this place out at Oakbrook Mall that is very interactive. So my son is obsessed with VR. He loves it. And this Wonderverse has these, you can get tokens. It reminds me just of a Dave & Buster's kind of place, but on a next level kind of way. They have all of these things you can do there. It's very interactive with Ghostbusters and Zombieland, but they make it like a multimedia experience. So that might be something fun we could do as a family, or maybe just he and I could do that, which would be really cool.
I saw on there the Chicago Actors Studio.
Yes.
When I left television, I actually took classes at the Chicago Actors Studio.
Did you?
I learned voiceover. Yes. And my daughter, if you have kids, you're looking for something for them to do this summer, it is not your typical summer camp. They have acting camps, acting classes at the
that's
Chicago
cool.
Actors Studio. And my daughter has done it. She did it when she was, I want to say 11 years old. And it was a great excuse for me to come downtown, drop her off at the Chicago Actors Studio, and then I could go shopping for a couple of hours. And then she and I would go out to lunch. So Chicago Actors Studio is also on the Groupons that I'm looking at that and considering. But let's take a break. We're going to keep shopping. And then yes. And I do have to find something to do with the family. I do. So when we come back, I'll find something on the Groupons that we could do with the family. There's lots and lots to choose from. I already told you what some of my favorite things to do, and that's like the architectural tours. I am going to find a family reason for us to come downtown. There is no place better than Chicago in the summer.
In the summertime,
downtown
correct.
Chicago. So we are going to group on away. And then when we come back, we'll also talk Bears because the Bears had their OTAs, voluntary OTAs, this past week at Hallis Hall. Lots came out of that. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on Twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Peggy and Dionne brought to you by Advanced Acura of Naperville. Advanced Acura of Naperville is there to help you find your perfect car. So make sure you head on over and say hi to our friends there, because they continue to sponsor us each and every week here on ESPN Chicago. Peggy and I are today shopping on Groupon, which is really fun. I've been doing deep dives now on all of these things. I really am interested in the spa massage. I don't want to copy you, but gosh, that sounds magical. I've never had such a thing.
Oh, it's so good. So the other thing now that I'm really torn on, I told you, I loved the boat cruises. I love the river cruises downtown Chicago. I think it is the perfect thing to do when you have out-of-town guests in and you can't show them everything. So you're like, what do I do? Yeah. There is nothing better than taking a cruise on a boat downtown Chicago on the river and on Lake Michigan. And I'm really torn because there's a sightseeing on the First Lady, which is a 90-minute cruise, but there's also a private yacht.
I saw that.
No, I might have to think about this again, because you could have a 3 or a 5 hour private yacht tour, which to me is the ultimate party on the water in Chicago in the summer. I'm really torn on this, but it's going to be one of the two. I just have to decide, do we want a party cruise on Lake Michigan with the yacht, or do we want to go on the First Lady doing a sightseeing tour to show everybody all the buildings, the architecture, and the sights in downtown Chicago? I'm torn, but it's going to be one of these boat cruises.
The private yacht looks phenomenal. And here's the great thing, though, like, it's affordable, right? Like, you can make this choice, Peggy. That's the good thing about Groupon. Like, you can actually make these choices, which is awesome. I really am. I'm definitely doing the wine and steak dinner at the Palm Court, Arlington Heights. Like, I'm absolutely doing that. There's no question about that. I'm not sure about the spa experience that I want. The beers, what is it called? The Piva Beer Spa? Never heard
that.
Of such a
I
thing.
just looked that up.
So
That's pretty
intrigued.
cool.
I'm so intrigued. That sounds really
well. That is
interesting. And
the perfect Father's Day gift.
Father's Day gift. No, that would be something that Ray and I would really enjoy doing and experiencing together, right? Like something I would never think of such a thing. But the benefits sound wonderful.
That is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the other thing that I was looking on Groupon, there is so many golf options. If your husband or your significant other loves to golf, why not just put together a Groupon package of golf around Chicagoland?
Yeah.
And give them a bunch of Groupons to go golfing. There's Park District courses. There are some beautiful courses that are available. I know a lot of people that bid on these types of packages for some charity auctions, but you could do it for Father's Day. You could do it for a birthday. You could do it as a graduation gift for someone.
Yeah.
Give them
absolutely
Groupon booklet to all the different golf courses around Chicagoland so that they can spend the summer playing different courses. There's so much here. I love this idea.
Yeah, no, it's great. There's just so many options and so many, like, it kind of meets you where you're at, right? Because there's some, you can do, like, mini golf is nothing. Like, they have, where was this place I was looking at that had the mini golf, Peggy? Was it the Sports Zone out in Aurora? Was that it?
Yes, I think that's it. I think it's the Family Fun Center in Aurora.
It's so affordable. You can take, you can do a mini golf for 4. It's like $20 for 18 holes. I mean, that sounds great, and that's something that's so easy to do. You can keep the kids busy and enjoy. Drive to a different. If you live downtown, you can drive out to the suburbs and enjoy it. Like, it's just really fun.
So Groupon, everyone, it's new, it's improved. Check it out, and you will not be disappointed with the savings that you will find. Some of the best things to do in and around Chicagoland this summer. It's the best city for the summer, and Groupon is allowing you the opportunity to take full advantage of it.
The app
Dionne, you know what
Yes, what's that? I was just going to say the app is super easy to use, and the other thing that's nice is, like, if you just decide right now you want to go mini golf, you just buy the Groupon and go. Like, there's no, like, lag time, right? You just can go do
perfect.
it right away. Yeah.
So one of my favorite things this week was in the Sun-Times, a headline, and I don't know if it was the headline writer came up with it or if Steve Greenberg came up with it, but the day after the tush push was voted to stay, right, that it is not going to be banned in the NFL, the Bears had their OTA, organized team activities, which is voluntary. And on the heels of the Seth Wickersham story coming out about Caleb Williams and his father, Carl Williams, and the comments prior to being drafted by the Bears, they had the headline, "Shush Push" by the Bears. And the fact, I just thought that was so creative and so funny because Caleb Williams was not made available to the media to actually talk about this. And I get it why people in Chicago are saying, well, who cares? What is it? Well, if you don't think the rest of the NFL is going to be talking about it every single time the Bears go to that city or play against that team, this story is going to come up. So, yes, we knew about this. You and I talked about this when we found out about Carl Williams trying to do an LLC. And I had Lee Steinberg on my podcast with my son, and we talked about the fact that has this happened before where they're trying to find tax loopholes for a rookie in the NFL? Yes, it has. It's not the first time. But we do need to hear Caleb Williams talk about it.
We do. We need, even if he says, yes, at one point I was worried about this, but as soon as I got here, everything changed. Okay, we need some context to it, Peggy. It's going to hang out there and wait for, and we're going to talk about it because also it's summertime. It's the off season. This is what the book promoter wanted, of course, was for us to be talking about it. But now his words are out there for the end of time. We talked about it we've endlessly talked about it on ESPN Chicago this week about the fact that he did not talk and people are on both sides of it. And I get it. I totally get it. It is, yes, as a media person, it helps my story if we hear from Caleb Williams, of course. But I also think it helps Caleb Williams to put his name on this, to get his voice behind it in a updated way, not in these were my words from last year. Okay, then update it. Where are you now? And how has this new coaching staff helped you already feel more prepared for your football season that is ahead, when we want it to be more about the football than the words that were said before you got drafted? That is where we're missing. That's the link we're missing right now, is to bring us from before the draft of 2024, before he let out that primal scream and was so excited to be a Chicago Bear, get us from that point to today. That's where I need his voice.
Yep. And just make sure that there is no gray area, okay?
Yes.
Because when we were told last year, when Caleb was asked about going to the Bears, and he said everything was good, like everyone just let that go. And then I remember we said, well, that all these things that people are talking about him not wanting to go, they're like, that's already been batted down. Well, the reality was it was not batted down. Mm-hmm. He sidestepped it. So it is time for him to do that. Dionne, talking about sidestepping, he did not look great. And yes, it's a brand new offense, brand new coaching staff. There are things they are working on with him, but this is the year of Caleb, and he really needs to make a jump this year. And yes, they do say it's 3 to 5 years, but we need to see quite a big jump at the very least. Some mechanics and some of his mental decision making. And from what you guys saw at OTAs, that's still a work in progress.
It's a work in progress, and it's going to be. I mean, Ben Johnson said there were mistakes made. We expected that. I do think that we need to see that Caleb is correcting those things, right? Like, so this week when we watch him on the field, let's see some progress. I know they're in shorts. I'm not going to get too riled up about what linemen are in front of him. That's not happening right now. No one's winning a job right now, but he has the job. He is the quarterback. So show us that he's understanding what the coaches are asking of him and that he's able to look sharper than he did the first time we saw him, right? I think that's all you can really ask for during off-season workouts, is that he's grasping what they're asking him to do. Because one thing we have learned already about Ben Johnson, he is a very clear communicator. So there is no ambiguity as to what his expectations are. There should be no question to what the standard he wants around Hallis Hall and what the work you are supposed to do. There's no question about that. And he has zero tolerance for anyone like veering from that or for letting things slide. That's not going to happen. So we know that Caleb should understand what the expectations are, and then he should be able to execute them. And we have to wait. At this point, Peggy, they're learning a new offense, but also they're getting to know each other. So that's what a lot of this is about too, is that they have to build that relationship and build that trust, and that's going to take time. But I think that Ben Johnson has the talent and the smarts to bring out the best in Caleb. And I think that this is based on what Caleb told us when Ben Johnson was hired. This is the coach he wanted. So let's see them start to be this unit that works together seamlessly. And we see it start to happen on the field where you feel like, oh, okay, that does look better than last week. That's all you can ask for at this point, in my opinion.
And that was one of the other things we saw out of OTAs is that there is some leadership that is starting to come forward. Grady Jarrett talked a little bit about it and how, he's willing to be a leader, and how some of the young guys on defense are starting to step up as well, trying to be leaders. And on offense, the offensive line, Joe Thuney spoke, and he talked about signing that 2-year contract extension and the importance of establishing the culture in the locker room, in the weight room, and getting to know everybody. I like this part of what we're seeing, because knowing what was missing last year, this is important. And you know what I thought was interesting, Dionne, was at the very, very end of Joe Thuney's press conference, someone asked him something about his girlfriend, something like, did she get a residency or whatever? His girlfriend is going to be a doctor, and she got a residency in Hinsdale. Now, this should not come as a surprise. Maybe why they were waiting to sign a contract. And I'm purely speculating here. But his girlfriend had applied for residencies and did not know where she was going to get accepted. A residency in medicine can be anywhere from 3 to 7 years. So Joe Thuney comes to the Bears in a trade with 2 years left on his contract. He signs a 2-year extension right after his girlfriend gets accepted for a residency in Hinsdale. So he knows she's going to be in the Chicagoland area for 3 to 5 years. He knows he's here for 2. He extends it with a 2-year contract extension with the Bears, and now he knows they will be together for the next 4 years. I think that, that you can't underestimate the power of players' personal lives when it comes to why they make some decisions with signing contracts.
And I will tell you that when he said Hinsdale, he said it with a big smile on his face. So you know that was important to them. I think that that's very sweet. And Peggy, that is very observant of you. I didn't think that through, but that makes a lot of sense why he was ready to sign that extension, and she's going to be here and feeling like they are invested. And I do think, we're still getting to know Joe Thuney, but he doesn't seem like the type of guy to just offer lip service. So having been around the Patriots, having been around the Chiefs, and now coming to Chicago and saying he's feeling that something special is happening, that this is a special place and that he wants to be a part of that, I don't think that's just lip service. And I think in years past it has been. I really do. I think we believed it, and we believed off-season hype for so long. I don't think that's the way it is right now. I want to believe that, I choose to believe that it's different. When Kevin Byard stands up there and says, look, like, we have been a losing franchise for the better part of a decade plus, and he's only been here for a year and a half, right? And he says it's going to be different. You have to come in and disrupt everything and make it different, because what we've been doing hasn't worked. And I count Kevin Byard among the truth tellers, right? Like, he's been that way since he got here, just very honest. So I'm excited for what they're building behind the scenes. Now I want to see it from Caleb Williams on the field.
All right, when we come back, a little bit of this and that, and I've got some words for the W and what's going on with a certain Indiana Fever player and other players in the W. It's Peggy and Dionne when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dionne, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
All right, if you're smack dab in the middle of Little League baseball, whatever, your U13 baseball, you're never home for dinner, you can make lunch, dinner, and game days so much easier with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, desserts. Lou's has something for everybody. And now here's the latest dish. You're going to love this hot collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish drizzled with that bold, spicy flavor, bringing the heat in every bite. You can dine in, order delivery, plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Feel the boom. It's game day, Boomers fans. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field Memorial Day weekend. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show post-game. You won't want to miss it. Plus, there's an afternoon game on Memorial Day with a 1 p.m. start. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Wrapping things up here on a Saturday with Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. Thanks for hanging out with us a little bit. White Sox Weekly coming up at 12:30 with Jeff Meller before the White Sox look to make it 2 in a row as they continue their series with the Texas Rangers. see what's going on with
All right, so we have been challenged with how to see Chicago this summer on $500 or less, and we are doing it with Groupon because Groupon is new and improved, and it is right at your fingertips. You do not have to worry about printing anything out anymore. Dionne and I have a chance to spend $500 to keep the kids, keep them interested, not be bored, and maybe take something for the kids and husband and wife. And, there's something for all of us. I've decided I am going to do the yacht because I can involve everybody. I know. I was thinking about the spas. I talked about doing the steak dinner at the Palm in Arlington Heights. But I think in the end, and I love the architectural cruises on the Lady down the river, but I think I can take the whole family and we can do a 3-hour yacht cruise on Lake Michigan and basically have a family day. We can see downtown on a beautiful night. So that's what I've decided I'm doing. The price is right. It is perfect, Dionne.
No, I'm very impressed, and I'm a little jealous, but I'm going to take your original idea then, because that's what I want to do. I want to try the scalp massage. I think that sounds remarkable, but I want to do that and the Palm steak dinner because I've never been there. But then I also want to do the couples massage at the Godfrey. So I'm splurging a little more then. I think Ray and I would enjoy that. We've never done that. So if we went downtown, then we could drive to the Palm for dinner. That would be like our little thing. Yes, that's what I would like to do. Now, if you would like to be a part of this, Groupon is making it so easy to plan your adventures. Check out the Big Day Out campaign. It's running June 2nd through the 13th. So make sure you download that Groupon app and then pay attention to that. During that time, June 2nd through the 13th, their Groupon is partnering with hundreds of local experiences, and every dollar from every purchase is going to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago, up to $10,000. So if you invest in Groupon, they will invest in our community and the Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago. So we have that bonus for you. And also, since you're listening right now, use code ESPN1000 at checkout to get an extra 30% off local things in the Groupon app. Some exclusions do apply. That's valid through May 25th. Today is the 24th. So through this weekend, just open that Groupon app and use the code ESPN1000 at checkout. You'll get an extra discounts up to 30% off on local investments. So hopefully that you guys will get a chance to enjoy some of those Groupon things that Peggy and I are going to enjoy as well.
Now, I just have to say this before we go. We have an early show here because of White Sox baseball. And I just have to say, I am getting so tired of the players in the W who claim they are not out to prove a point with Caitlin Clark. Because it is so obvious that there is a division of players that are out to prove a point that she's not all that. I am an Angel Reese fan. I have said it since she was at LSU. But you cannot go with these hard fouls and get in each other's faces and not tell me that there is definitely the group of players in the W that are and the group of players that are not. So quit your bitching when we all point it out, because it is so obvious. You look stupid when you deny it, okay? And with that being said, come on, Sky. You guys got to get your stuff together.
Oh, my gosh.
Their first two losses have been in record proportion.
Yes.
Awful.
Epically bad. They will get it together. I know they will. They play LA tomorrow on the road. So let's hope they figure it out, because I want to support what they're doing. I like the vision. I like where they're going. We just need to see it come to fruition on the court. Hey, our thanks to Groupon for being a part of our day today. Thank you for listening. Peggy, I hope you find a way to enjoy Memorial Day.
I'm going to go golfing. Thank you, Justin Pottinger. Thank you so much. We have lots to do now this weekend, thanks to Groupon. And Dionne, make it a great weekend, okay?
You too, Peg. Talk to you guys soon.
Feel the boom. It's game day, Boomers fans. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field Memorial Day weekend. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show post-game. You won't want to miss it. Plus, there's an afternoon game on Memorial Day with a 1 p.m. start. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
The 5th annual Gribbet and Civet Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dionne, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Rangers.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope. This is White Sox Weekly, your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone! That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Happy Saturday to you. This is Memorial Day weekend. Hope everybody out there is enjoying the extra 3-day weekend here, and hopefully you've got some great plans. And if you don't, why not come out and join us at the ballpark here at Rate Field as the White Sox host the Texas Rangers for 2 more here before hitting the road for a 6-game road trip against the Mets and Orioles. The White Sox will spend their Memorial Day in the Big Apple taking on the New York Mets. But first things first, got a little bit of news out of the gate for all the White Sox fans out there. Jonathan Cannon, who was initially slated to be today's starter, has been scratched with lower back tightness, and so Bryce Wilson will step in as today's starter. Wilson obviously has been in the role of starter over the last few times out until recently when the White Sox just added Adrian Hauser on Tuesday, and when the White Sox did that, they announced the signing of Adrian Hauser. Hauser then immediately made the start for the White Sox in his very first game in uniform, and it was a brilliant one. And Adrian Hauser is slated to join us here on White Sox Weekly at 1:30 today, so we'll pick his brain. But again, big news out of the get-go. Jonathan Cannon has been scratched with lower back tightness. Somewhat disappointing, I'm sure, for White Sox fans because Cannon has been really good his last 4 or 5 times out, but the only encouraging thing I'll say is, lower back tightness. Hopefully he'll bounce back and be okay. I'll pick Brooke Fletcher's brain. She is going to join us at 1 o'clock of CHSN, the intrepid reporter. Brooke was in the clubhouse today. She heard from Will Venable, so I'll pick her brain and see what the latest is regarding Jonathan Cannon. But again, he has been scratched, and so Bryce Wilson will step in and be today's starter at the ballpark as the White Sox take on the Rangers. 3:10 first pitch. Your pregame coverage will start at 2:30, but we're basically an extended pregame. Come on, it's White Sox Weekly, so every Saturday, 2 hours prior to the pregame show, we get you set with all the White Sox news that you need to be aware of from the past week and what's going on, and we take a look at the future and all that good stuff. So I'm Jeff Meller here at Rate Field on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. Let's get you caught up with what went down yesterday and some, I'd call it a little bit more major news in regards to the White Sox, and that is because Andrew Benintendi and Mike Tauchman returned from their rehab stints and were ready to join the active roster. That put the White Sox in a bit of a roster crunch. They had to send 2 players down to make room for Benintendi and Tauchman, and I think if I had told you one of these names, it would not have been a surprise. I think when I tell you in conjunction both Tim Elko and Andrew Vaughn were sent down to make room for a couple of outfielders in Tauchman and Benintendi, that's what made it a bit of a shock for a lot of White Sox fans. Now, I know a lot of diehard White Sox fans have been disappointed with Andrew Vaughn. He's become somewhat of a punching bag for the fan base, and he's going to have to now go and operate and work at the minor league levels down in Charlotte and get his swing back if he's going to make his return here at the majors. Real quick, before I let you hear from Chris Getz pregame yesterday, I do want to get you caught up, though, with yesterday's big win over the Rangers for the White Sox. It was a fun game if you were out here at the ballpark. Reggaeton night, fireworks, festive evening all about. And it got started when Miguel Vargas, yesterday's first baseman, coincidentally, came to the plate with the bases loaded.
Here it comes. Outside ball 4. Just a great plate appearance for Vargas, and he'll get an RBI on a bases-loaded walk, and it's 1-0.
And straight back from rehab, Andrew Benintendi came to the plate as well.
The 1-2. Lifted out into center. It's deep, but it's going to be caught by Haggerty. Rojas tags. He will score. Tauchman advances over to third, and it's 2-0 on a sac fly.
Now we move to Luis Robert Jr. here, and after Benintendi put the sac fly home, what was interesting, Luis Robert Jr. comes up with 2 outs in that instance, and DJ and Len both talking about it on the broadcast, specifically DJ pointing out sometimes it can drive you crazy, but when you're somewhat lost at the plate like Luis Robert Jr. is, sometimes it's just it's just better to be lucky than good.
1-2 with a runner going is floated out into shallow center. It's a base hit. Tauchman scores. Vargas to third. Oh, Robert loves that. It's 3-0.
That'll work. It seemed like a bit of a relief for Luis Robert Jr. He was celebrating the single that drove in the run there to make it 3-0 for the White Sox. I think it was just a relief. He's definitely been lost at times at the plate. He even talked about it earlier this week when I was in the clubhouse about how, he's not sure if it's even a timing thing or if he's just thinking too much. You hate to hear that somewhat because it seems like a guy who, he's got all the talent in the world, but confidence is definitely shaken. So I'm hoping that a base hit like that last night, one that wasn't hit hard, but maybe it just helps him relax a little bit at the plate and reminds him that it's not always about being perfect. Sometimes you just need to make contact and things can go your way. Shortly thereafter, with a 3-0 lead, the White Sox found themselves in a situation that I think ended up being really the biggest moment in the game when former hometown hero Jake Berger came to the plate for the Rangers.
A pitch to Berger, and he smokes one out into the alleyway in right center, and it is off the wall. He missed a homer by about 5 feet. Here comes the throw to the plate. 1 run in. The next guy's out. Young tried to score from first. Lenin Sosa throws him out.
Now, that was a huge play in the game because instead of Berger clearing the wall and tying the game at 3, it hits off the wall, missing, as you heard from Len, by about 5 feet from being a home run, a 3-run shot. Would have been a 3-run shot. Berger goes off the wall, and then the White Sox, some nice defensive play there with the relay throw. Sosa ends up firing at the plate, and they pick up the out. Now, it was reviewed, and the play ended up standing. And I point that out because I think if the play had been called safe on the field, same situation as is standing, as opposed to overturned or confirmed, I think it would have, same thing. It was such a close play, and the angles really didn't make it definitive whether or not the tag was applied or if he had gotten his foot under the tag before it was applied. Either way, the call goes the White Sox way and ends up being a huge moment in the game. Now, another big moment, it maybe doesn't stand out as much in terms of the final score, but Luis Robert Jr. pops one up into right field in the bottom of the sixth inning with the score. They're leading 3-1 at this point, and I will give Luis Robert Jr. all the credit in the world because he was hustling. He found himself making the turn at second base when Adolis Garcia drops the ball in right field, and at that moment Garcia is able to hustle into third. So it was E9 on Garcia. Robert reaches base, finds himself at third base, and then Joshua Palacios does this.
The 0-2. Swing and a base hit to right. Here comes Robert. It's 4-0. Joshua Palacios with an RBI single. That'll be an unearned run.
And so there you go. And it was actually 4-1 at that point, and the White Sox cruised to a 4-1 victory behind Sean Burke's strong pitching last night.
The stretch and the 0-2 coming. Swing and a miss. Strike three on a high fastball. Long hold by Burke. The pitch coming. Called strike three on a curveball. Swing and a miss. Ooh, good slider. Swing and a miss. Oh, man, did he air it out. And he strikes out on a high fastball. He went around on a slider, and Langford is a strikeout victim. Number 5 for Burke. 2-2 pitch. Got him looking. Just a perfectly located fastball, bottom of the zone toward the outside.
So there you go, little highlight montage from Sean Burke, who struck out 6 last night. Another good performance from him. The one thing, and I should point out, it was a nice performance by Burke because he really did bear down last night after struggling a bit in the first inning. It has been a bit of a bugaboo for Burke, those early innings, trying to be economical with his pitches. And this is not an indictment on Sean Burke. He's certainly not the first, and he's probably in the majority of starting pitchers when you think about it. Oftentimes, the hardest part for starting pitchers is finding your rhythm in those early innings, surviving them, and then when you get going, oftentimes you will see, innings 3 through 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot of times, the best pitchers in baseball will cruise through, and it's just if you want to get on him, you have to get him in that first inning. Sean Burke was able to battle through a couple of walks in the first inning at an elevated pitch count, and then was able to get through 6. So good performance by him to battle through that and end up having a really nice outing, quality start for the White Sox, and picks up his 3rd win on the season and is now 3-5 on the year. Steven Wilson came in, picked up the save, the second of his career. He's been really good since returning this season from the minors for the White Sox. He now has a 1.72 ERA, a .89 whip as well. So Steven Wilson, over 15 2/3 innings so far this season, has been, I would say, one of Will Venable's most trusted arms. And he picked up his first save last night. And I was talking to Darren Jackson about the bullpen usage a couple of nights ago, was wondering if Steven Wilson was going to get a save opportunity a couple of nights ago. It turned out he did not in that moment, but I do wonder if we're starting to see Wilson potentially become the closer. Now, Will Venable is not going to commit to that. Cam Boozer is somebody who can be used in that role. We've seen Jordan Leisure as well. But as effective as Steven Wilson has been, I'm just wondering, are we starting to see him carve out an opportunity as the White Sox closer moving forward, something to keep an eye on? All right, I mentioned that Chris Getz met the media yesterday and spoke about Andrew Vaughn. I want to play that for you, but we're up against it here, so I'm going to take a quick timeout, and then when we come back, we will let you hear from the White Sox general manager about the decision to option Andrew Vaughn to AAA Charlotte so that they can make room for Benintendi and Tauchman. Again, Vaughn goes down along with Elko. So I'll let you hear from the White Sox GM in a moment here. Join us Saturday. June 7th, as the White Sox take on the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl, Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell, autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. All right, so that's the plan. When we come back, we will let you hear from White Sox General Manager Chris Getz, and at 1 o'clock, Brooke Fletcher will join us to let us know the latest on Jonathan Cannon right here on White Sox Weekly on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org.
Or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Bleck and Abdallah, weekdays at 6:30, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Right Field. White Sox Weekly here on ESPN 1000 and the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. I'm Jeff Meller, hanging out here with you this holiday Saturday. ahead of Memorial Day. White Sox and Rangers come your way at 3:10 today. Pre-game coverage will begin at 2:30, but of course, White Sox Weekly. It's essentially a White Sox Palooza day for you every Saturday when we give you 2 hours of additional White Sox coverage and catch you up on everything you may have missed over the week and get you set for everything you need to know about the upcoming week as well. Hey, Sox fans, join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett Popcorn Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef, hot dogs, or Polish sausages, Beggar's Pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. Okay, as we were heading to break, we talked about Andrew Vaughn being optioned to AAA Charlotte yesterday. He clearly has been somebody who has received a lot of ire from White Sox fans because this is the reality of, the heightened expectations. Andrew Vaughn was a 3rd overall pick in the MLB draft, and that was back in 2019, and was basically thought of the consensus top bats in that draft. And unfortunately for Andrew Vaughn and the White Sox, I don't think he's really lived up to the expectations, fair or not, that have come with being the 3rd overall pick. And when you look at the numbers now, he has essentially played in 4 full seasons, and he's basically played every game of this year, so a third of another. And throughout his career, his 162-game average is 20 homers, 70 RBIs, but with a 248 batting average, a 303 on base, and a 407 slug. That's a 709 OPS. And at first base, that's just not going to get it done. And then when you factor in the fact that some of the defensive metrics don't really favor Andrew Vaughn all that much, if you're not going to be a plus bat, it's going to be hard to continue to maintain your roster spot at a major league level. And right now, Andrew Vaughn's current WAR is minus 1.6. So when you factor in his defensive value and his ability at the plate as a replacement level player, he is subpar. And so that is part of the reason why the White Sox chose to send Andrew Vaughn along with Tim Elko down to AAA Charlotte yesterday afternoon. I guess they made the decision Thursday night, and yesterday they notified they made the roster move when they activated both Tauchman and Benintendi. Chris Getz met the media yesterday afternoon and spoke about why this is the right decision for Andrew Vaughn at this time.
Yeah, it was a good conversation. He understood. He mentioned that he has been grinding, and he's got survival skills, and he was showing that. And he got 2 knocks, last game, and you always. There were many times this season that you felt like it was coming, that he was going to kind of break out, but he's better than just grinding and just getting a couple hits here and there. He's a guy that needs to drive the baseball, can drive the baseball. So, I think he's actually looking forward to taking a step back, slowing things down. Obviously, it's a different competition level, different environment. Really get to work and not, make adjustments at a high level like the major leagues is. But this really is a good opportunity for him to reclaim the player that we know he can be.
What can change with him offensively at this point, Chris? I mean, not at this point, it's not that far in his career, but I mean, his numbers have been good, but have kind of stayed the same over the course of his career. What do you see that can be different for him when, going to Charlotte?
Yeah, I think that there are some mechanical adjustments that can be made. The syncing up his lower half and upper half. He was a guy that, early on, although maybe he wasn't getting hits, he was making good decisions at the plate, seeing the ball well, taking his walks. Some of that is putting your body in a position to make quality decisions. So this game will speed you up for a lot of different reasons because of, the talent of the pitching, just the overall talent of the major league level. So to go down and play against this type of competition in a different environment can really allow you to make those adjustments because you put so much pressure on yourself as a hitter to be productive, and sometimes the harder you try, could be a detriment. So at this point, we felt like it was necessary to go down there, but we still believe in Andrew Vaughn, and he knows he can be a productive major league player, and I imagine he's going to take advantage of this.
The truth is that Andrew Vaughn just needs to be a much more productive hitter. You can always work on the little things. He can become a somewhat better defensive player, but I think at 27 years old, the reality is, or at least in his age 27 season, I think the reality is for Andrew Vaughn that he's probably the best that he's going to be as a first baseman defensively. So he needs to bring more production offensively to the table if you're going to man that spot that has traditionally been a big power spot in your lineup. And unfortunately, Vaughn is going to need to unlock some stuff down at